Chapter 141. The Zanpakuto was not only the wielder's body and partner, it was also the choice and projection of the soul. Resonating with the power, touching the soul of the blade with the soul, awakening the blade with the mind, giving it a rebirth with talent. Calling my name, giving my soul. The name is the shortest curse. Between the call and response, the contract was formed. 7 days ago, on the top of the cliff, stepping on the snow that had not melted for thousands of years, facing the wind that never dissipated. Saishomaru stroked the exquisitely packaged wooden box, gently opened it. When he clenched his fist, he only felt the demon power surging, like a stormy sea, along the blade to the sky, conveying to an unknown space. The vast spiritual power of Soul Corp's realm condensed into a whirlpool, forming a strong wind that swirled his silver hair. As his sleeves fluttered, he heard the heavy echo from the Soul Sword Palace calling my name. He opened his eyes, discovering that time and space had reversed, light and shadow shuttled. He returned to the Warring States period. Once again bathed in the moonlight of more than 200 years ago, he stood by the salty sea. Looking up, gazing, he once again saw the back of his biological father. His back was facing him, scarred and dripping with blood. Saishomaru stood quietly behind, calmly glancing at General Kwan's iron teeth. He had long grown to the height of his father, and no longer felt that his father was an insurmountable mountain. Purely from the perspective of a father and son, he finally understood why his father would rather die than give up on saving 16 knights and Inuyasha. Because that was a man's responsibility. But Saishomaru stared at him. Father, are you going to stop me? General Kwan's low voice came, without turning back. No. The same scene, the same memories, but Saishomaru was no longer his former self. Is it worth it? Do you regret it? General Kwan was taken aback, turning his head to look at his eldest son. This was the child he was proud of, but because his personality was too overbearing and cold, he had not awakened his greatest potential. But now, he actually asked such a question. It's worth it, no regrets. General Kwan turned around and looked at his eldest son. When you find what you want to protect, you will understand my choice. Courageously die, without any regrets. Saishomaru shook his head. I don't want to understand, father. He turned around and looked at his biological father. If there is something I want to protect, I will wipe out everything for them and change everything for them. Instead of recklessly sacrificing your life like you did. She left behind an orphan and a widow to be bullied. Saishomaru's fluffy tail fluttered lightly. For the first time, he resolutely walked out of the barrier in his heart, leaving behind all the influence of his biological father. I won't interfere with your choice, but you've indeed let your mother down, and you've let that mother and son down. He walked further and further away, no longer looking at the great demon standing behind him. Father, be it strength or wisdom, I have already surpassed you. Therefore, from today onwards, you are no longer my obsession. When he stepped out of the beach, the scenery behind him changed dramatically. The moment the obsession shattered, all the colors turned black and white, and all the black and white were instantly annihilated. The memories were modeled, but they were just memories. Call my name. He stepped into the dark and long tunnel, soaked with the smell of blood. Call my name. He saw Yi-Jyosa push aside the grass and pick up his dog's body amidst the dirt. Call my name. He was pushed away by the 9 revolutions returned to 1. When he looked back, he saw the sea of fire engulfing her eyes. Call my name. 7 days later, at the top of the cliff. The 1,000-year-old snow melted, and the endless gales stopped. The saber in Saishomaru's hand slowly transformed. From a plain saber, it turned into a black and white saber with blood-red patterns. On one side, it was full of vitality, and on the other side, it was full of death. The blood-red patterns glittered and emitted a strange light. Saishomaru opened his thin lips and called out, "Manifestation." Ding! The sound of the saber and the sword clashing suddenly resounded through the sky. With him as the center, the clouds receded like a tide, instantly clearing up a vast realm. He got up and put the Zanpakuto back on his waist. His figure gradually rose, and he walked in the direction from which he came. He was very satisfied with this gift. So, I need to return a gift. Then the question is, what does a woman like? When Saishomaru returned to Yijiosa's courtyard, he found that she had left for a long time and hadn't returned yet. Only Kimimaro was left in the courtyard, holding the Kido book and studying it, and there was also a saber next to him, which was wrapped with rich spiritual power. In the courtyard, the dogs were lying on the corridor and basking in the sun, looking bored. Saishomaru had no interest in staying here, and he was about to turn around and leave, but unexpectedly, his former colleague stopped him, and without saying a word, the Sharingan turned and directly dragged him into the illusion. The world was spinning, and everyone was present. They stared at Saishomaru meaningfully, and then turned to stare at Shinichi Kudo standing in the corner. He was only a 17 or 18 years old high school student, handsome but young, full of collagen. He was wearing a school uniform, tall and straight, and had an awe-inspiring righteousness, without the slightest hint of blood. His clear black and white eyes were filled with a pure sense of justice and mission, completely different from the group of bosses who killed people and caused trouble every day. Do you smell it? That's the aura of the male protagonist. The group of villainous dogs suddenly felt a deep hatred. Saishomaru sniffed lightly and was slightly surprised, a human. He wasn't the only one. The rest of the group also had grim expressions on their faces. They stared at Shinichi Kudo, as if trying to find out what was different about him. But it turned out that there was nothing special about Shinichi Kudo, and he was just an ordinary person. This is not scientific. Gilgamesh abandoned her brain and actually began to discuss science. Aren't those who can become dogs all-powerful tyrants? Shinichi Kudo was speechless. Well, the first message was that not everyone could become a dog, and those who were lucky enough to become a dog must be powerful tyrants. Uchiha Madara also found it unbelievable. Is there something strange among us? Shinichi Kudo was speechless. Well, the second message was that apart from him being an ordinary person, these guys were all strange things. 9 Orchid Flower came closer and sniffed lightly. I've confirmed his blood type. He's an ordinary person. Blood type. Aizen rubbed his chin. You can tell if a human is special based on their blood type. Then, what does our blood look like to your sense of smell? As an experienced vampire, 9 Orchid Flower was an expert when it came to blood. The blood of a Tibetan Mastiff is very sweet, an exquisite dessert. The blood of a golden retriever contains high levels of heavy metals, not recommended for consumption. Gilgamesh was speechless. Your blood tastes strong. 9 Orchid Flower expressed deep disdain towards Aizen. Saishomaru's blood is spicy, because his power has an aura of destruction. Only the blood of a bear. 9 Orchid Flower stared at Yoshi Asakura with a burning gaze. It's clear, delicious, and has the aura of nature. It's a feast. As for his blood, 9 Orchid Flower raised his eyes and looked at Shinichi Kudo. Human's blood, clean, edible, it's a feast. Shinichi Kudo was speechless. Well, the third message was that this guy who spoke so eloquently seemed to be a vampire. Who knew how much courage it would take for him to come up with such an unscientific conclusion? Human, what's your name? As a yin-yang master, Yoshi Asakura was the first to ask for his name. Shinichi Kudo revealed an innocent smile, Konan Idagawa. Yoshi Asakura calculated with his fingers, damn it, a fake name. A dangerous look appeared in his eyes, fake name. Shinichi Kudo was instantly alarmed. Damn, this scammer. It's not a fake name. Shinichi Kudo was skilled at lying. My parents divorced, and I changed my name not long ago. I don't follow my father's surname, but my mother's. I'm sorry, Mom, Dad. I can only let you divorce at this critical moment. Then your original name is? No comment. Shinichi Kudo smiled. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but how should I address all of you? If it's inconvenient for you to answer. Shinichi Kudo easily identified the true identities of these men based on 9 orchid flowers' words and the movement of his eyes. Please allow me to address all of you as Dash. Tibetan Mastiff Senpai, Golden Fur Senpai, Samoyed Senpai, and Pomeranian Senpai. Everyone was speechless. They suddenly realized that this kid was difficult to deal with. Ordinary people probably haven't experienced the pressure and murderous aura of a world boss, right? The big shots decided to save their dignity in front of the high school students. After spending so much time together, there were all kinds of dogs in a big house. Wasn't it just a name? Why was there a need to be so calculative? After all, as Yi-Jose continued to defeat bosses, they almost knew each other's names, and there was no point in hiding it. Saishomaru said, Hound Demon. 9 Orchid Flower, Vampire. Your blood should taste good. Yoshi Asakura. Aizen. Jia-e. Lang-e. Uchiha Madara, human like you. Uchiha Madara frowned, but you're too weak. With such a physique, how can you survive among us? Shinichi Kudo was speechless. As an ordinary person, I've let you down. Gilgamesh, King of Heroes. Gilgamesh looked at him as if he was a miscellaneous cultivator. We all have our own specialties, and we're all the top kings of our respective worlds. We have outstanding status and extraordinary abilities, endless wealth, and terrifying potential. But what do you have? What do you have? Ordinary person, miscellaneous cultivator. You have nothing, so what right do you have to compete with us for the owner's spiritual power? Shinichi Kudo took a deep breath. He was used to having his worldview shattered. From a human to a dog, from a dog to an illusion, and then from a human to a group of legendary species. If it weren't for his strong mental fortitude, he would have gone crazy. But as a detective and a model high school student, Shinichi Kudo wouldn't admit defeat so easily. Join forces against him. Shinichi Kudo glanced at the big shots in front of him and smiled sincerely. Sorry, I really don't have anything. The big shot's gazes darkened, as if they were evaluating his value. But I'm very lucky. Shinichi Kudo smiled brightly. I have a girlfriend at such a young age. But I'm very lucky, I have a girlfriend at such a young age. The big shots were speechless. Girl. Friend. My girlfriend and I are childhood sweethearts, and we love each other. Shinichi Kudo's gaze was deep. She's cute, gentle, kind, and considerate. She's the best girl in the world. The big shots were speechless. They and the owner loved and hurt each other. She was cruel, violent, cold, and heartless. She even wanted to send them to be sterilized. She was the worst in the world. We planned to get married, have children, and travel the world. The big shots were speechless. The owner planned to breed, give birth to dogs, and take them to be sterilized. Although I don't have anything compared to you, I have the whole world in my heart. The big shots were speechless. Although they had everything compared to him, they were just a bunch of dogs in the owner's heart. So, where exactly did it go wrong? They were clearly the ones who had the upper hand. Why were they the ones who suffered in the end? Shinichi Kudo looked at their sullen faces and revealed a meaningful smile. Well, the most important thing was that they were all single dogs. And there was only one owner. The big shots returned to reality with sullen faces. Although there were countless confrontations in the illusion, only a short second had passed in the real world. Therefore, in Kimimara's eyes, the group of dogs, who were originally getting along well, suddenly became inexplicably angry. The entire group became torn apart. They changed their positions and formed small circles. Corgi was excluded. There were no dogs around him. Kimimaro was speechless. There must be something wrong with these dogs. Would they infect the adults? However, very soon, Kimimaro realized that it was not just the dogs who were sick. Saishomaru was also sick. This fellow slowly walked to Corgi. He lowered his gaze and drew his knife. With a shake of his hand, he shaved off a tuft of hair on Corgi's head. Edagawa Corgi was speechless. Saishomaru asked in a deep voice, "Tell me, what does a woman like?" Dogs were speechless. Kimimaro was speechless. Edagawa Corgi stared at the knife and solemnly barked. Lipstick, clothes, skirts, high heels, jewelry. Anyway, his mother could say whatever she liked. His life was more important. With a cold expression on his face, Saishomaru withdrew his katana and calmly left with a flick of his sleeve. Edagawa Corgi let out a long breath. Kimimaro was speechless. Was there something wrong with him? At that time, it was during the period of Yukimura Seiichi's postoperative recovery. Yijiosa had been wandering in the modern world for a long time. After helping Natsum and Kengo sort out the mess of the tennis league, he remembered that he should go back to see the dogs. Before he left, he decided to invite Yukimura Seiichi to go sightseeing in the Soul Society. Yukimura Seiichi thought for a moment and agreed. After all, that was something he needed to be good at in the future. It was okay to learn about it in advance. After they finished reorganizing, they stepped into the black hole that led to the Soul Society. Unbeknownst to them, not long after their figures disappeared, another black hole appeared not too far away. It was the silver-haired, snow-robed Saishomaru. He landed on the ground with one foot. He sniffed the escaping scent and frowned slightly. Was she nearby? No, she disappeared. Not long ago, she should not be far from him. However, Saishomaru did not deliberately look for her. It was her freedom to go where Yijiosa wanted to play, just like he didn't need anyone to interfere with him. However, things like lipstick should be in the modern world, right? Chapter 142. However, compared to what lipstick looked like, Saishomaru needed to change his appearance even more. A pure-blooded demon had an outstanding temperament, silver hair, golden eyes, and white fur. Although he was incomparably handsome, he was also cold and strange, and couldn't be tolerated by the world. Saishomaru had always done things his own way, and never cared about how mortals looked at him. However, there were no stories without coincidences. Just as his front foot landed on the ground, his back foot was closely followed by two familiar figures. He tilted his head and gave the newcomers a look. TSK, the stupid half-demon Inuyasha, and the owner, Guwei, who always cleaned up this stupid dog's mess. What were they here for? As usual, the stupid half-demon's hair stood on end when he saw him. The other party revealed a vigilant and solemn expression. His hand quietly pressed on the hilt of Tetsuya's sword. Saishomaru warned him lightly, "If you draw your sword, I won't be polite." His golden eyes glanced at the crowd outside the alleyway, and he said meaningfully, "Or, do you really want to fight with me here?" After so much time had passed, the stupid half-demon still hadn't improved at all. His brain was even stupider than a pig's. How did he manage to live to over 200 years old? Drawing his sword in broad daylight, was he trying to attract the Grim Reaper and spiritual ability users? He, Saishomaru, wasn't afraid of any challenge, but wasting his energy on such a trivial matter really wasted his time buying lipstick. As expected, Inuyasha didn't continue provoking him. However, as for Saishomaru's method of appearing in the human world, he felt that it was inconceivable, and also hostile. Saishomaru, what are you doing in the modern world? Saishomaru glanced at him and Guwei indifferently, and said calmly, "What, you can come, but I can't." "Hey! You! Inuyasha!" Guwei raised her voice slightly and twisted his ear. "Lower your voice, idiot. Do you want to attract the people outside? Now is not the time to quarrel." Guwei didn't give Inuyasha any face at all. She pulled the dog's ears and signaled him to calm down. If Saishomaru really wanted to fight, he wouldn't have let you talk nonsense. Saishomaru was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Inuyasha to be so brainless, but the woman he found was smart. After Guwei finished scolding the dog, she said to Saishomaru, "I'm sorry for offending you before, but Saishomaru, your sudden appearance in the modern world has indeed frightened us. If possible, can you tell us? What are you doing here?" Saishomaru stood silently, his cold gaze falling on Guwei's face. Women, young women, with similar skin color and body size. Yep, materials delivered to his doorstep. Saishomaru finally said, "Buy lipstick." "Huh?" Guwei was completely dumbfounded. You. Are you a man? Why did you buy lipstick?" Almost immediately, Guwei's eyes captured the crescent on Saishomaru's forehead, the demon pattern on his cheeks, and the beautiful eyeshadow. Suddenly, she understood why Saishomaru wanted to buy lipstick. Isn't it because he likes to wear makeup? Loving beauty is not only the nature of humans, but also the nature of monsters. Understand. Really understand. My ass. Why is even a male monster more beautiful than her? So angry. She's going to have a little mood. Where is the lipstick? Saishomaru asked. Since he caught an acquaintance, he didn't need to threaten passers-by with a knife. Take me there. Guwei looked at him with dead fish eyes and said weakly, "First, you have to change your clothes." However, the only one who really needed to disguise was Inuyasha. As a pure-blood monster, Saishomaru had no difficulty in disguising himself as a human. When he pasted a layer of demon power on his body, his aura changed. Her silver-white long hair turned into black hair, covering half of her ears. The colorful demonic patterns faded away, leaving only her fair skin. The velvet tail armor disappeared and turned into a red and white hunting suit, the cold and murderous aura dispersed, and he became an elegant and dignified aristocrat. He stood 5 meters away. His eyes were cold, but there was a hint of gentleness in them. Even when he spoke, there was no smell of ice, as if he had changed into a different person. "Are you still not leaving?" Guwei was speechless. "Who are you, handsome?" Inuyasha was speechless. "This is my brother. It's like a bolt from the blue." Saishomaru sneered and turned to leave. Guwei and Inuyasha had no choice but to follow him. In order to prevent Inuyasha's weird appearance from attracting the attention of others, Guwei specially wrapped a scarf on his head. But soon she found that it was useless. With Saishomaru around, Inuyasha would not be the focus of attention at all. The young man in hunting suit had a strong aura around him. As his sleeves fluttered, he looked calm and handsome, like a noble of the Pingan capital, or a god who had fallen into the mortal world. He caught everyone's attention. The originally bustling street became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop as he strolled. As long as one saw him, they could not take their eyes off him a second time. The ice cream in the girl's hand fell to the ground, the boy's balloon flew into the sky, the woman's eyeliner went askew, the man accidentally bumped into an electric pole, and even the old man trembled as he held his reading glasses tightly. When he came, he was extremely handsome. When he left, he was as beautiful as a painting. When he walked through the long street, even the breeze stopped. When he stepped into the shop, the flowers in his heart bloomed. Lipstick. Spoken by those lips, it was the most beautiful language in the world. Oh. Like jade beads falling on a plate, it tugged at people's heartstrings. It was not until Saishomaru wrapped a pile of lipstick that Guwei and Inuyasha understood why he brought them along to buy lipstick. Take it. Saishomaru ordered, if you dare to break it, I'll kill you. Guwei was speechless. Inuyasha was speechless. Did you bring us along just to carry things for you? It turned out that shopping with Saishomaru was more terrifying than shopping with a woman. This guy was not reasonable at all. Relying on the black card given by Soul Society, he directly started shopping in Ginza. Ginza, Tokyo, was a place where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Even an ordinary black hair clip cost 600 yen, not to mention clothes, skirts, and jewelry. However, Saishomaru was rich and capricious, so he did whatever he wanted. As long as he liked something, he would take it all away. Many clothes only needed to feel the size to know whether they were suitable or not. Guwei held the gift boxes of different sizes and said with a sad face, Saishomaru, why did you buy a bunch of women's clothes? Don't buy it. How do you know whether this size is suitable or not? Saishomaru said indifferently, I'm happy. Guwei was speechless. I can't see why you're happy with that poker face of yours, you bastard. You. Inuyasha was holding the shopping bag and was about to fall. He decided to use the method of provocation. I didn't expect a great demon like you to have this kind of hobby. You actually buy all the things that women like. What? Do you also have a woman you want to please? Saishomaru replied indifferently, I can afford it. Inuyasha was speechless. Do you think you're so great because you're rich? Believe it or not, I'll smash this pile of things, you bastard. Inuyasha was so angry that he wanted to fight with Saishomaru in the mall. Guwei carefully approached him and whispered, be careful, don't fall. The crystal in the box above costs 800,000 yen. We can't afford it. We can't afford it. We can't afford it. Inuyasha's expression was distorted. Poverty had made him rational again. Sigh. I'm so envious. Guwei couldn't help but sigh. I also hope that my boyfriend can let me buy, but he only eats instant noodles. Inuyasha's rationality cooled, and jealousy caused him to lose control. In Saishomaru's eyes, the value of all creations was far beyond that of ordinary objects. Therefore, in return, he would buy the perfect gift. After sending the gift boxes of different sizes to the Grim Reaper's stronghold and enslaving Inuyasha, Saishomaru felt relaxed. He had always been strict with Inuyasha, but he didn't have any requirements for Guwei. Seeing that she had helped him along the way, Saishomaru wasn't stingy. He later ordered a Grim Reaper to pass Guwei a large sum of money. The Grim Reaper respectfully agreed. Seeing that Saishomaru had walked away into the dark cave, he solemnly said to his descending colleague, Idiot! Open your eyes and look at the saber on that lord's waist. A black and white Zanpakuto has never appeared in the Soul Society. The Grim Reaper said in a low voice. That aura is clearly a captain-level powerhouse. Hurry up and send the things he needs. Ah. Yes. The Grim Reapers got busy. Saishomaru had thought of countless possibilities. He thought that Yijioza might be sleeping with the Ghost Path book, maybe bathing the dogs, maybe calling Kimimaro to cause trouble together, maybe sneaking into the backyard of Shiomu's house to steal persimmons to eat. But he didn't expect that when he came back to see her, she would eagerly circle around a young man with a sweet smile, chattering nonstop like a nestling that had just been released from the cage. Saishomaru was speechless. That young man was about the same age as her. He was delicate and beautiful, but he didn't lose his aura. They stood together and walked along the street. She talked, and he listened, she turned, and he watched, she smiled, and he responded. The atmosphere was so harmonious that no one could interrupt. They were of the same tender age, the same peerless appearance, the same budding youth, and the same ignorant thoughts. As they walked side by side, it was like a unique scenery that was well-matched and charming, and it was brimming with a different kind of vitality. Crack dash, Saishomaru lost control of his strength, and the tube of TF-16 in his hand was completely destroyed. He looked down at the black lipstick and didn't say anything. He looked up at the figure in the crowd, pursed his lips, and immediately strode to catch up. Let me tell you, Shiomubaya is a nouveau riche. Yijosa said with assurance. The previous Shiomu house was destroyed in the war. He built a new house in minutes, and the backyard is full of persimmons. It's so sweet, I'll take you to steal it next time. Yukimura Seiichi's mouth twitched. Thank you, no need. You can't do that. Stealing persimmons is a fun activity. There are a total of 13 divisions in Godai, and 12 of them go to the 6th division to steal persimmons to eat. Everyone does it, you can't not do it. Yukimura Seiichi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay. By the way, is there anything you like? You're new here, I'll buy it for you. Yukimura Seiichi waved his hand and refused. It's really not necessary. He could clearly sense that Yijosa was someone who was very familiar with people. However, she didn't seem to be aware of the difference in gender between the two sides. Occasionally, when they were chatting, she would even lean over. Yukimura Seiichi knew that he was beautiful, and sometimes people would mistake him for a girl. However, Yijosa was close to him as a bestie, which still made him feel a blow. Was he that sissy? Why wasn't she guarded against him at all? When he was about to say something, he saw a hand suddenly coming out from behind him. Taking advantage of the height advantage, the hand suddenly grabbed Yijosa's collar. With an easy turn, he brought her to his side. Yukimura Seiichi was stunned, and Yijosa was shocked. They looked up at the person behind them and met Saishomaru's golden eyes at the same time. Her eyes were glued to Yijosa's face, and there was a slight chill in them. Saishomaru sneered, "Who is he?" For some reason, Yijosa felt a little guilty. This feeling of being dragged back by his nanny in the street. It was like a jerk flirting with a girl behind his nanny's back. Not only was he discovered by the nanny, but he was also kicked out of the world by the nanny. No, it's not. Nanny. Listen to me. This is just an ordinary friend. Before I have you, I will never have another nanny. Oh, no, no, after I have you, I will never have another nanny. He is dash. Yijosa instantly activated the emergency procedure. He is Shimubaya's exclusive pendant, the kind with a stamp. Yukimura Seiichi. Why did you suddenly become so timid, Shumu? Saishomaru pondered for a while. After confirming that Yukimura Seiichi indeed had Shimubaya's spiritual pressure, his cold face eased a little. Are you Shumu's disciple? No, I am just a substitute Grim Reaper. Yukimura smiled. I was lucky to come to this world. If I have offended you, please forgive me. Saishomaru said proudly, then you can go. There is nothing for you here. Yukimura Seiichi. He kept smiling. The last guy who dared to be so arrogant to him had already died. I'm sorry. Yukimura Seiichi reached out and grabbed the corner of Yijosa's clothes. It doesn't seem appropriate to leave rashly and leave a girl like Yikuin behind. Saishomaru's fluffy tail curled around Yijosa's waist and sneered, "What do you think your existence can do?" Yukimura's eyes curved, "Yes. For example, making some guy who can't get what he wants jealous." Saishomaru. Can't get what he wants. Ha. He didn't say anything. His fluffy tail exerted force and pulled Yijosa to his side. Then, a gust of demonic wind swept up, and they disappeared in an instant. Yukimura stood where he was, looked up at the demonic clouds rising high in the sky, and let out a long sigh of relief. Seeing that the other party was full of inexplicable hostility towards him, he should be Ikuin's suitor. If it was a suitor, he wouldn't hurt her. Well, he finally found a safe way to send away that annoying chatterbox Ikuin. On the top of the mountain, above the ice and snow. It was the same vast scene, but there was an additional Yijosa beside him. It was freezing on the top of the mountain. Yijosa curled up his fluffy tail and shivered. When she was covered with the smell of fluffy tail, Saishomaru's heart felt inexplicably satisfied. This strange sense of satisfaction wiped away the previous displeasure, and also eliminated the provocation in the young man's words. "Why did you bring me here?" Yijosa trembled. "Oh, damn, it's too cold." Saishomaru calmly threw away the scrap TF-16 and used the second tube of TF-10, "For you." He handed it over. Yijosa took a closer look. It was a black rectangular object, and it looked like. He suddenly sneezed, "A lighter." "Thank you, but I don't smoke." Saishomaru. Didn't they say that all women liked lipstick? How could she not even recognize lipstick? Chapter 143. Although Yijosa's brain was not very good, and his personality was more of a dog, but as a direct disciple of the pure Yang Palace, not only had he perfectly inherited the mantle of a fragile skin and thin blood, but he had also awakened the strong desire to survive of the scumbag's mental cultivation method. Who knew how he saw the word unhappy from Saishomaru's expressionless face? But he clearly felt that this big brother was angry, awkward, uncomfortable, and had some small emotions. Damn, why did he care so much about the other party's feelings as a man? This was the love of the DPS for the healer. Adhering to the principle of, if the healer rewards you, you kneel and thank him, if the healer scolds you, you bow and thank him, if the healer hits you, you still have to thank him. Yijosa had a quick wit, he took a deep breath and reached out to hold the lighter. Even if there were thousands of cultivation methods, the scumbag's mental cultivation method was the best. Yijosa smiled like a flower blooming in the morning, but since it's a gift from you, I'll accept it. Oh fuck. He gave himself a thumbs up for his wit. Full marks. Saishomaru's expression softened slightly. He took the lighter, but he found that Saishomaru did not hand over a cigarette and smoke with him to relieve his worries. Instead, he stared at him intently, as if waiting for some reaction. Yijosa picked up his brain. In a few seconds, he looked around and listened in all directions, and came to a heartwarming conclusion. Saishomaru brought him to the top of the mountain to enjoy this great country together. Saishomaru draped a fluffy tail for him, to prevent his weak body from catching a cold. Saishomaru gave him a lighter, for the sake of a spark of fire, to keep people warm. Although the flame was small, but the friendship lasted forever. Damn touching. As expected of the healer that he would bind sooner or later, she was so gentle and considerate. With a healer, what more could he ask for? Yijosa opened the lid of the TF-10 without saying a word. He was about to study how to use this high-end lighter when his eyes fixed on it and saw a section of lipstick. Yijosa. No. Maintain a smiling and joyful expression. It couldn't collapse. As a qualified DPS, even if the nanny gave you a pile of poop, you had to show the passion of marketing Jinkala. Yijosa was extremely surprised. The fuck that he was about to blurt out abruptly changed the direction of his mouth. The rough lush of the Lost Plateau instantly turned into the long misty rain of Jiangnan. Wah! I feel so disgusted that I can coax the wet nurse. This was the first time the wet nurse had given a gift. She couldn't let him down. How did you know that I like this? Yijiosa's heart was raging with tears, but his face was full of smiles. It's too beautiful. I'm so touched. You're too considerate. Saishomaru calmly nodded. Yes. It seemed that the corgi did not lie to him. Women did like lipstick. And Saishomaru observed the smile on Yijiosa's face. Does he like it that much? He didn't think too much about it. Instead, he reached into his sleeve and took out a pink hair clip. According to the Human Shopping Guide, women liked this kind of soft color. Saishomaru stretched out his hand and handed over the hair clip. Yijiosa covered his heart. He felt that his worldview had been impacted. He didn't understand why Saishomaru, who was 1.8 meters tall, would take out either lipstick or a hair clip. The worst part was that they were all styles that girls especially liked. Yijiosa's eyes were as sharp as lightning. He glanced at Saishomaru's handsome eyebrows and delicate makeup, his broad shoulders and flat chest, and then lingered on his long straight legs and size 42 feet from his perspective as a man for more than 20 years. Saishomaru was definitely not a fake man, so the question was, why did Saishomaru, as a real man, collect these things and secretly drag him to the top of the snowy mountain to share with him? Yijiosa sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be that his nanny had some sort of secret fetish? For example, makeup, cross-dressing. Because these hobbies were too embarrassing to talk about and he was ashamed to see others, he was a man of few words and always showed a cold face. Even to share, he had to hide at the top of the snowy mountain? No, wet nurse. I will never discriminate against you. Don't worry. As long as you are my wet nurse, I will be with you. Yijiosa threw away his moral integrity and let himself go. He held his face with both hands and exclaimed, "Ah, kawaii. You have good taste." It had to be said that the praise of a woman was very useful to men. At least. Saishomaru felt that Yijiosa now looked much more obedient than usual. He thought for a moment and reached into his sleeve again. He took out a box of eyeshadow. That seemed to be the name. Yijiosa stared numbly at the Doraemon's pocket and was extremely curious about the design of the ancient people's sleeves. How on earth could it contain so many things? Despite his doubts, Yijiosa continued to perform. It's so beautiful. How did you find this? It's my favorite color. He had no idea what this box was, but there was nothing wrong with taking it and holding it in his hand, right? Yijiosa smiled and pretended to like it as he gently stroked the eyeshadow box. He didn't expect to see the price of this thing at the bottom of the eyeshadow box, 27,500 yen. Yijiosa was speechless. He was dumbfounded. What the hell? What the fuck? This thing that wasn't even the size of his palm actually cost 27,500 Japanese yen. This was daylight robbery. No, hold on. This wasn't the problem. Yijiosa revealed an awkward but polite smile and looked up at Saishomaru deeply. The wet nurse he reserved like luxury goods. Every small item contained a huge price. So the question was, how much did he have to earn a month to meet the expenses of the wet nurse? But as a qualified DPS, he would probably be woken up by poverty every day. For some reason, Yijiosa felt that even if he was reborn, he would still be entangled by the heavy pressure of a mortgage. You don't like it? Saishomaru asked. No, I like it so much. How could Yi-Josa not like it? This was 27,500 yen. I'm just very emotional. Yi-Josa's gaze was deep and distant. You have to cherish every girl who is willing to see you with makeup. That face was so damn expensive. No wonder many women chose not to cry even if they broke up. If he touched something 27,500 yen on his face, would he dare to cry? Saishomaru was speechless. He didn't know why Yi-Josa expressed such emotion, but seeing her hands firmly holding the lipstick and eyeshadow, he understood that she really liked these things. Compared to the value of Vientiane, they would never be worth mentioning. Since she was happy, he would let her be. But if he wanted to continuously supply her needs, he had to ensure that there was sufficient funds in the black card of Soul Society. Saishomaru couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It was just raising a woman, he wouldn't have any problems. Yi-Josa finally changed from frosty mountaintop to lovely. After he returned home, he was overwhelmed by the gift boxes Saishomaru sent him. At noon, he opened the box. In the afternoon, he opened the box. At night, he still opened the box. He opened the jewelry, high-end makeup, and form-fitting gowns, but he also wanted Rinbori figurines, Osaka pillows, and Cheong-mei posters. He received lipstick, eyeliner, and foundation in a complete range of colors, but he also wanted Gundam, EVA, and limited DVDs. He had toner, essence lotion, day and night cream, and a facial mask, but he also wanted Baidu Cloud, Kwaibwa, and the adult game Little Tyrant. However, how could he object to the gifts from the nanny? Obviously not. Not only could he not, but he also had to use them to show his respect. Therefore, the dogs were delighted to find that their annoying owner finally had the awareness of being a woman. She actually began to look at herself in the mirror and meticulously put on makeup. Uchiha Madara barked a few times in a serious manner. Did she take the wrong medicine? Yoshi Asakura rolled his eyes. Is she starting to love beauty? Aizen's gaze was solemn. Maybe she has a crush. Gilgamesh was numb. Who is so unlucky that she has a crush on? 9 Orchid Flower nibbled on the dog food. Don't worry, it won't be you. The dogs revealed a "I'll kill you" expression. Only Idagawa Corgi observed for a while, yawned, and barked. There is only one truth. She just doesn't want to waste it. Dogs tilted their heads and stared at him. Haven't you noticed yet? Idagawa Corgi said. She clearly wanted to throw them away, but after seeing their prices, she forcefully endured it. Not only did she not resell them, but she even started using them. Idagawa Corgi was unperturbed. What can make a woman tolerate something she doesn't love? It can only be money or love. Idagawa Corgi started the rhythm, but based on my understanding of women, sometimes, no matter how much money they pay, they can't make do with something they don't like. So, owner's current situation is because of love, right? The dogs raised an alert antenna above their heads. She's still young. I wonder if she'll be deceived. Idagawa Corgi spoke eloquently. I've been observing her for a long time, and I realized that her tolerance for Saishomaru is very unusual. Dogs turned their heads away, and their gazes were gloomy. If she likes Saishomaru, and Saishomaru has a bad impression of us. Idagawa Corgi stopped talking and left a blank space for others to speculate about. Even though he was a great detective, he was actually very narrow-minded. Until now, he still bore a grudge against Saishomaru for shaving off his dog's fur. Hee. But owner is a girl of 14 or 15 years old. It's indeed inappropriate for her to be too close to an adult man. What if he harbors ill intentions? Owner looks as delicate as a flower. How could she possibly be a match for an evil person? Idagawa Corgi was extremely worried. He looked at Yi-Josa, who was holding an eyeliner pen and drawing a death eyeliner, and sighed. Yijiosa stared at the mirror, steadied his hands, and followed the steps in the manual to put on makeup. The wet nurse liked to put on makeup, so he had to learn. It can't be that the two of us are bound to each other in the future, right? Damn it, why is this eyeliner so difficult to put on? Steady. I can't blink. My hands can't shake. Yijiosa carefully put on the eyeliner, but he did not expect that the heavens would always make things difficult for him. Yijiosa's hand trembled, and the eyeliner pen suddenly tilted and stabbed into his eyeball. Yijiosa was speechless. No. I can't cry. Steady. I can't cry. 220 yuan for eyeliner, 800 yuan for toner, 350 yuan for BB cream, 380 yuan for isolation cream, 1,200 yuan for essence milk, 600 yuan for foundation. If I cry, I really can't afford to cry. Hold it. Damn it, I can't hold it anymore. At the moment when the tears washed away the expensive makeup, when the beautiful face turned into a terrible Satan, Yijiosa picked up his sword and rushed out of the room with an unstoppable momentum, taking the lead to slash at the person who came. Urquiola did not expect that they came in response to the new rural construction in Virtual Circle, spent a lot of effort to solicit Dax's opinion, and prepared to talk in detail with Soul Society. They did not expect to meet Yijiosa's sword the moment they came face to face. This woman. TSK. Chapter 144. Yijiosa went berserk for 30 seconds, short circuit for 5 minutes, rest for 2 hours. Perhaps the makeup remover accidentally removed his brain. Now when he looked at people, he would subconsciously look for traces of makeup on their faces. For example, Urquiola eyebrowless alien, thick eyeliner, charming teardrop makeup, 2 thin lips were also painted in a dark tone, even his fingernails were smeared with thick black. Grimjow, hair gel styling, high gloss eyeshadow, sky blue charm, 2 eyebrows were trimmed like sharp swords, and even the back of his thin waist was tattooed with a flower number. The two of them were really as sickly could be. As showy as could be. Why didn't he notice before that they were also exquisite pig boys? With this makeup it couldn't be done within an hour before going out. No wonder Urquiola was like a dead otaku, so he was holed up in the palace putting on makeup. TSK, as expected, it wasn't unusual for men to put on makeup. Saishomaru even learned to draw a moon on his forehead like Sailor Moon, and Vastad even applied eyeliner and eyeshadow on his face. The more powerful the character, the more intense the makeup. And the reason why that guy Aizen lost was probably because the style of combing back hair and leaving a bunch of silly hair was far inferior to Shinozaki Ichigo's ox head. Yijiosa realized the importance of appearance in determining victory and appearance. After finding a bunch of rubbish excuses, he put away his sword, as if he had found an ally, and decided to shake hands with the fellow exquisite boy camp. It was also thanks to his probing sword that the two Vastad only dodged and did not attack. The war that was about to break out in the Soul Society finally subsided. It wasn't that the Soul Society didn't want to keep these two Daxu, it was just that the Soul Society had suffered too much damage in the last battle. If there was another battle, the consequences would be that even the captain of the Grim Reaper wouldn't be able to handle. After weighing the pros and cons, for the first time in their lives, the two sides sat on the training field of the True Yang Academy, peacefully. They stared at each other, and the atmosphere was stiff. Neither the representative of the Void Circle or the Grim Reaper captain knew how to start. After all, the Soul Society had never had a history of friendly communication with the Void Circle. Every time they met, it meant a life-and-death battle. The so-called peaceful coexistence was like a legend. Just as the atmosphere froze, Yijiosa, who was in the neutral camp, said, "You've already sat down." If you can pick up a bowl and chopsticks, don't mention a knife. It's useless for you to just stare at him. Why don't you just state your purpose? Chief Yamamoto glanced at Yi-Jose indifferently. Vast odd. We have to guard against him. But the Soul Society was still destroyed. Don't stare at me. Yi-Jose touched his nose. I just think both of you can get along in a different way. He raised his eyes and glanced at the two camps. He felt like a sandwich. I read the history of the Soul Society. Grim Reaper and Void. In fact, there is no difference. Bang! Chief Yamamoto's crutch hit the ground heavily, and his voice sank a little. Yi-kun, pay attention to your position. Yi-Jose was not afraid. He smiled innocently. The historical records can be traced back to 10,000 years ago. If I remember correctly, Grim Reaper and Void are of the same origin. Their power can even be merged and transformed. Just like Daxu's faceless transformation, it is close to Grim Reaper. Grim Reaper's Void transformation, it is similar to Daxu. Both are soul bodies, but under the transformation of spiritual power, there are two different forms. Just like human mixed-blood twins, one has blue eyes and the other has black eyes, but it doesn't change the fact that they are both human. The entire martial arts field was silent. Grim Reaper and Daxu were all staring at his mouth, watching his eloquent words. From the standpoint of a bystander, Yi-Jose paused. I know there is a blood feud between you, but if you can compromise with each other. Second Division Captain Shredded Bee's eyes were cold. Compromise. Yi-kun, you make it sound so easy. We carry the death of our companions on our backs, and the strongest thought in our minds is to kill those brutal Void. Shredded Bee's eyes were deep. For thousands of years, this hatred is deeper than the sea. So, hatred, passed down from generation to generation. Yi-Jose exhaled. I really have no right to ask you to let go of the hatred, but if there is peace, even if it is short, at least it can fight for a different future for the next generation. You have never tried to reconcile. How do you know this approach won't work? Yi-Jose looked straight into Shredded Bee's eyes and solemnly said, the past history will be remembered by the younger generation, and the efforts of the ancestors will not be erased. But trying a new future, there may be other gains. Yi-Jose glanced at the silent Urkiola inside. The worst situation is to return to the period of confrontation between the two sides. And Yi-Jose pointed to the Void Circle duo with a bitter smile and said, as you can see, even Vastod, there are times when they sit down and drink tea. They don't have to kill every time they meet the Grim Reaper. I stayed in the Palace of Night for a while before. Yi-Jose continued, not all Voids like to fight and kill. For example, Neliel, Stark, Urkiola. They were the type who could stay for hundreds of years if they were given 3 acres of land. The Grim Reapers were silent. Shredded Bee said, staring at Yi-Jose and pointing to Urkiola, can he make a decision on behalf of the entire Void Circle? Can he be determined not to go back on his word after signing the agreement? Can he stabilize the Void Circle to abide by the rules? Yes. Urkiola put down the quilt. His eyes were indifferent. We came with sincerity. Sincerity. Captain Yamamoto rarely looked up. There are times when Voids talk about sincerity. Urkiola, I thought that after they went to the modern world and became habitual thieves, you would notice this change. Many Grim Reapers were stunned, but they remembered some Daxu who played their cards irrationally. They prefer human food to human souls. Urkiola continued, and in order to protect the humans who produce food, they began to seal the Void Circle spontaneously, prohibiting the lower Voids from going to the modern world to forage for food. Grimjow's face was pale. Who knew how a group of Daxu who destroyed the world turned to the path of protecting the world? Seal the Void Circle and prohibit foraging. Captain Yamamoto finally moved, you mean? Just as she wrote Urkiola turned to Yijiosa and said slowly, the evil spirit can be entrusted to the void circle. People have a heart, but there must be voids. And only voids can really manage the void. Urkiola was actually impatient to be a lobbyist, but recently, the Hollow Knight Temple was getting more and more outrageous. A group of Daxu, in addition to being obsessed with food and video games in the human world, also wanted to travel the world with artificial bones. They seemed to have found the meaning of void life, and they had no interest in soul society. In order to prevent themselves from stealing snacks, playing video games, and encountering Grim Reapers while traveling around the world, it was better to talk and seek common development. And the new rural construction of Void Circle, sent by Yijiosa, undoubtedly opened their minds. Neutra wanted to watch the sea with Tortoise, and Grimjow was interested in participating in boxing matches. He didn't want to stay in the Void Circle to manage this group of stupid guys. It was better to throw them to Grim Reapers and let them worry. Therefore, reconciliation could be considered a good path. Urkiola thought so. Captain Yamamoto's eyes finally moved. Not for anything else, but because of the sentence, only voids can really manage the void. If the two worlds could really stop fighting, even if it was only for a short 100 years, it would be enough for Xinjiang to cultivate the next batch of high-quality Grim Reapers. He thought for a long time, and finally agreed, okay. He might as well give it a try. Although he was old, his heart was not. In order to show the sincerity of the cooperation between the two sides, Yijiosa copied the modern world's embassy approach. Send some Grim Reapers to guard the Void Circle, and send a group of Voids to guard Soul Society. Because both sides were in the trial stage, they couldn't decide on a candidate, and because of the bloody war for thousands of years, both sides were afraid that the messengers they sent would become victims of the enemy camp. But Urkiola had a brain, and he directly left Grimjow. This guy's brain could not play politics, and he only thought about fighting every day, but he was strong enough to protect himself. If he cooperated with the 8th Division's group of battle maniacs, Soul Society could be demolished several times. And because in addition to Grimjow, there were also members of the 8th Division, Soul Society would not fall out with Void Circle. Obviously, Void Circle came prepared, even leaving a hostage was straightforward. If Soul Society hesitated, it would seem that they were not generous enough. So, who should be the candidate to guard the Void Circle? Yijiosa held the melon and touched his mouth, Ikamaru Silver. Ah. But isn't he? Is Aizen's right-hand man? Wouldn't sending him be like releasing a tiger back to the mountain? I heard that he was locked in a small dark room, complaining all day long. Yijiosa blinked. I heard that he stayed with Aizen just to be a spy. Who knows if this is true or not? If we don't know if it's true or not, we should send him. Yijiosa smiled. If it's true, he will work hard to clean himself. If it's false, he will also do his best to manage Void Circle and gather modesty. If he accidentally falls in Void Circle, Soul Society will not feel pity. Yijiosa nibbled on the melon slice and continued, you have to pay for what you have done. If you follow the wrong boss, you will have bad luck for a lifetime. Who told Aizen to fail to ascend the throne? Who told Ikamaru Silver to hold back and not say anything, thinking that he was a sad hero? Do what you have to do. As a result, Jin Ikamaru found himself in a small dark room with great difficulty. Just when he was able to explain his difficulties to his childhood friend, Reniki Matsumoto, he found himself once again sent to the barren hills and unruly waters of Hueco Mundo. He also became the guard of Void Circle's detention center. Ikamaru Silver. He didn't know what went wrong. Why was he exiled? Chapter 145. Ding. Congratulations, Knight, for defeating 2 raiders. Successfully prevented the empty town from becoming a sacrifice. Successfully prevented the Soul Society from being destroyed. Successfully preserved the highest combat power of the Void Knight Palace. Successfully reversed the prelude to the 1,000-year bloody war. A series of successes flashed past. Even the system's electronic voice was a little excited. Yi-Jose's ears were buzzing. His face was full of confusion. He had only defeated 2 bosses. Supervising the establishment of the Tennis League so that the Soul Society and the Void Circle could coexist peacefully. He didn't do anything else. What the hell was preserving the highest combat power of the Void Knight Palace and reversing the prelude to the 1,000-year bloody war? 1,000-year bloody war. Bloody war. Could it be that the Soul Society and the Void Circle would not reconcile and would fight to the death for 1,000 years? He really had too much time on his hands. His life was really too long. In the same space and time. The reward for killing multiple predators would be doubled. Double the reward for unlocking multiple quests. Double the reward for solving hidden plots and stopping losses in time. Double the reward. Calculating the reward. Yi-Jose paused and picked up the pen beside him. He quickly wrote down the words. Ding. Congratulations to the hero for obtaining a longevity gift pack. After opening, you will receive a random time reward of 30 to 300 years. Yi-Jose trembled. The pen fell to the ground with a clatter. Ding. Congratulations to the hero for obtaining a deluxe mysterious treasure chest. After opening, you will have a chance to obtain rare equipment, skills, pills, weapons, or secret manuals. Yi-Jose's eyes stared blankly. He felt dizzy as if he had won $10 million in the lottery. Ding. Congratulations to the hero for obtaining 3 mysterious treasure chests. After opening. Ding. The reward broadcast has ended. Please keep up the good work and achieve even more brilliant results. The system left after a bubble appeared. Without any reluctance. Leaving Yi-Jose in a daze in the room. His emotions could not calm down for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, he finally reacted. The moment he put the longevity gift bag into his backpack, he had truly gained a second life. There was no need to worry about the exhaustion of time, no need to be afraid of an inexplicable death, no need to be afraid of the unknown future and tomorrow. They could live for at least 30 years. They could live a completely different life. Yi-Jose was overjoyed, but after the joy, there was also an indescribable worry. He recalled what Aizen had said. The raiders are a bunch of stray dogs, and the guardians are domestic dogs. House dogs will always become stray dogs. If you fail the mission, how much time do you have left to live? There's not much left. What can you do? You can only look for food in the garbage like a stray dog. Snatch, fight, plunder, replace. What exactly did that mean? Aizen was a predator, so he was a guardian. The reason why the raiders plundered was because they had little time left to live, so they had to plunder. In other words, the raiders were a group of failed guardians. They came from the same source and had the same goal. They could be considered the same kind and colleagues. However, in the end, they actually ended up killing each other. Then the problem was, the Guardian obtained survival time by killing the raiders. If the raiders successfully killed the Guardian, would they also be able to steal the other party's time? Yi-Jose pursed his lips. If this guess was true, then he would probably have to be careful in the future. He was carrying the huge sum of money of Changsho, so it was only a matter of time before he was targeted. However, the other party was in the dark while he was in the light. No matter how he thought about it, he was in a disadvantageous position. He had no way of knowing what kind of world he would encounter the next time he traveled through time and space, and what kind of boss he would encounter. Yijiosa rubbed his face and simply lay back on the floor. He stared at the ceiling for a while, took a deep breath, and was determined to get Saishomaru. The future was so dangerous. It would not do without a binding healer. When the Soul Society and the Void Circle probed at the edge of peace, they suddenly realized that the thousands of years of life and death fighting in the past were extremely stupid. For example, the Soul Society had to go through a battle before purifying the evil spirits. Often, they would draw their swords, and flesh and blood would fly everywhere. The Death Tyrant armor would be broken, and a bunch of buildings would be destroyed. Whether they would succeed or not was another matter. Now, the Void Circle was involved. The evil spirits were tyrannical, and the Daxu was even more tyrannical. For example, Grimjow could catch evil spirits like a cat catching a mouse. It was accurate and stable. They could throw the evil spirits into the black hole, kick them into the Void Circle, and throw them to the Jillian to beat up. No matter how ferocious the evil spirits were, they would be subdued. Or for example, for thousands of years, the rations of the Void Circle were either souls or spiritual particles, or sand. However, since they had friendly relations with the Soul Society, they had a proper job, a stable income, and a way to enter the commercial street of the modern world and rent artificial corpses. Not only did they get to eat chicken drumsticks, dog legs, braised pork knuckles, they even got to eat pig trotters. Not only did they get to buy meat buns, small brushes, picture books, they even got to buy a fucking arrow dish. Their lives were wonderful. After a week of exploring each other, the two sides got along quite well. If Grimjow and Kenpachi Motegi didn't fight, if Nutra didn't release the tortoise into the sea, and if Yijiosa didn't drag Urkiola into the game, their days might have been better. However, by the time Captain Yamamoto realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. Grimjow and Kenpachi Motegi fought again. They were both battle maniacs, and their fight was endless. Both sides were very destructive. Once they went berserk, they would destroy everything within 100 miles. In order to avoid greater losses, everyone scratched their heads and tried to think of a solution. In the end, Yijiosa provided a reliable and safe suggestion. Fight? That's too low. Yijiosa had a look of disdain. They have endless energy. They should wear artificial corpses and play tennis. Everyone. Let me tell you, if you let them fight, no one will be able to live within 100 miles. If you let them play tennis, they will only damage a court. Also, don't underestimate tennis. Yijiosa pointed at Yukimura Seiichi, full of confidence. Believe it or not, when this young man, who isn't even 1.8 meters tall, picks up a tennis racket, he can instantly kill a captain-level Grim Reaper and Vastod-level Daxu. Yukimura Seiichi. Everyone. They once again recalled the Battle of Tokyo, when they were defeated by the fear of being dominated by a tennis racket. In the end, Yukimura Seiichi braced himself and picked up the tennis racket. He had a spiritual duel with Kenpachi Motegi. He didn't let his guard down. The moment he got on the court, he used his ultimate move, 5 Senses Destruction. After a round of sparring, not only did he destroy Kenpachi Motegi, he also destroyed Grimjow. Everyone. It turned out that those who were qualified to hold a tennis racket were the real big shots. Yukimura Seiichi. This result was unexpected. But there were no blind spots in Tachikai University. After that, Grimjow and Kenpachi Motegi stopped thinking about fighting. Most of the time, they would travel together, put on artificial bones, and go to the Modern World's tennis league to feel the passion and excitement of playing to their heart's content. Then, they were destroyed again and again by Kengo Otobi's waltz on the court. Grimjow, Kanpachi Motegi. Were the tennis racket in these humans' hands really not a Zanpakuto? Were they really not playing? Was it a dissolution? If it wasn't, what the hell was with that captain-level aura? The tennis ball on this side started to save the world again. On the other side, Nutra hugged his tortoise son and was extremely touched. I want to release it. Nutra's tone was drawn out. The sea is so vast. It should be the place it should go. The wet tortoise crawled to his feet and refused to go into the water. But I didn't expect. Nutra picked up his tortoise son and sighed. It doesn't want to leave me. No matter how many times I release it, it will crawl back. Come back to me. Kurosaki Ichigo. As a bookworm, he decided to tell Nutra a cruel reality. Nutra. It's very intelligent, so smart. Nutra, forgive me for being blunt. Kurosaki Ichigo turned his head away, not wanting to see Nutra's expression that was about to twist. If you release the tortoise into the sea and it doesn't crawl back, it will die. Nutra. It's not sentimental, it just has a strong desire to live. Nutra. His heart instantly turned to dust. Urquiola had always wanted to know how Yijiosa would tell him what a heart was. But he never expected that Yijiosa would find an internet cafe and pay for a week's fee for him. After shoving him into a cubicle, she gave him detailed instructions on how to use Google, Fairy, and other search engines before leaving. Before she left, she told him, all your questions will be answered by an expert. Urquiola sat in the private room of the internet cafe and faced Facebook. He clumsily opened his account and wrote down the question that had been bothering him for a long time. What is a heart? Within half a day, he received a variety of answers. It's a human organ. It's a life hub. You're asking me, but who should I ask? It's food. Chapter 146. Urquiola believed in Yijiosa as a good young man who had grown up in the stupid virtual circle. He had never seen such a colorful new world. In addition, he was a person. A virtual person who was serious, rigorous, realistic, and rationalistic. He really carefully read every reply from every account. After the answer, "the heart is eaten," countless replies were all off topic. There were stir-fried, steamed, dipped in sauce, vinegar sauce, fried, sweet and sour, braised, charcoal roasted, original taste, 5 spices, pickled pepper, spicy. There was even someone who replied, "Put your heart, my heart, string it together, put it on the grill and scatter some cumin." Urquiola. However, this topic was not too far off topic. The most popular answer was full of the freshness and sadness of a romance novel, with a pain in the balls, and filled with the sour smell of love that Vastad could not understand at all. Thinking, unable to forget, unable to let go, this is the heart. Puppy love, sad love, secret love, open love, holding hands, kissing, commotion, getting a room, breaking up, saying goodbye, cheating, men and women, marriage, children, love. There was even someone who replied, "If you and I were braver, there would be no wife and child scenes." Urquiola. It was really an eye-opener on this side. Ulquiorra was floating in the mudslide, and on the other side, Yijiosa was drifting up and down in the sea of fur. Who was Yijiosa? Was it just to send Sue into the internet cafe? No, it was not. Since he was already here, he had to get a small private room, serve instant noodles, and play a few games. Finally, let's play some porn before leaving. The environment of the Japanese internet cafe was very good. There was a small entrance in the private room, there was a clothes hook behind the door, and once inside, there was a refreshing tatami as well as a high-end computer installed on top. Although the space was not big, it was enough for a person to lie on the tatami and roll around. The internet cafe service was very considerate. There was not only a trash can in the grid next to the computer, he even provided the otakus with soft toilet paper. Yijosa. He has lost the ability to read porn or use toilet paper. Melancholy, he sat down, hugging his knees. After a while, he turned on his computer and searched for the game. However, in Japan, it was more inclined toward strategy-oriented, storyline, and full lines of love games. There were harems, reverse harems, and same-sex harems. Yijosa had never played these types of games before, and his curiosity was piqued. Without thinking, he chose a harem-style romance game based on his preferences and focused on conquering all kinds of girls. However, the tragic thing was that his luck with women was just too bad. He didn't know what went wrong, but no matter which style he chose, the ending would be friends walk together for life, whoever leaves singlehood first is a dog. Yijosa. I want to have sex with you, but you want to be my sister. Yijosa turned off the harem game, and for some reason, he turned on the reverse harem game. Then, he found out that the so-called reverse harem game was a girl swimming among all kinds of beautiful men, using the image of a naive and sweet girl to conquer a group of bad men. Yijosa. Girl, you are really capable. However, the amazing thing was that his luck with men was surprisingly good. He didn't know what went wrong, but no matter which strategy he chose, the ending would be, what else can I do? Of course I choose to forgive her. Yijosa. I treat you guys as brothers, and you all want to fuck me. Yijosa turned off the reverse harem game, rubbed his temples, and decided to watch porn to relax. Although he was still underage, Japan did not have many restrictions on the spread of sex knowledge. Many of the forbidden items that needed to be censored in Hwa were just common things in Japanese internet cafes. Yijosa had been a man for more than 20 years, so it was natural for him to look for a porn. He didn't have the tools to do things, but he still had the heart to worry about the world. He opened the indescribable porn, covered his mouth, and yawned. As a veteran who had watched countless porn, sometimes he knew where it would go from the beginning. After all, porn routines weren't really routines, they were just flirting and foreplay to satisfy their own desires. Their techniques were extremely clumsy, but it made it easy for both parties to go straight to the point. Yijosa hadn't watched porn for a long time, so he was still a little excited. But when the men and women in the film went to the Mount Wu together, they were inseparable, and they were in perfect harmony. Only then did he realize that there was something wrong with his body. Yijosa subconsciously squeezed his legs, and a rare look of embarrassment appeared on his face. It wasn't that he didn't feel anything, but he felt something. Once again, he realized that being a woman was really troublesome. For example, now that his desires were really aroused, how was he going to solve it? He was a normal person, he had normal desires, and he needed normal relief. When he was a man, it was just a matter of masturbating, and he didn't have to worry about it, but now he was a woman. Could it be that he had to find some special services? No, that wouldn't do. As a man, he didn't want to be fucked by a man, nor did he want to be fucked by a woman. Could it be that he had to go to an adult toy store to buy a penis? No, that wouldn't do. He hadn't used that thing before. What if there was a leakage? Yijosa's face was wooden, and he turned off the porn. In the silence of the room, he took a deep breath, and suppressed the traces of indescribable restlessness. He really couldn't take it anymore. Were all women's bodies so sensitive? It was just a thought, but why did he feel that his legs were a little weak? The dogs realized that there was something wrong with their owner today. If it was any other day, when it was mealtime, the owner would have run out at the speed of an 800-meter sprint to call for Saishomaru. But at this moment, she was sitting quietly by the low table, fiddling with the rice from time to time. She looked like she had lost her appetite. What happened? The dogs looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. Kimimaro held the rice bowl, stared at Yijioza, and carefully observed him for a while. Suddenly, he said, "Sir, what are you thinking about?" No, nothing, I can't be thinking about a man." Yijioza woke up with a start. His mouth was half open, and he forced the words out. "Thinking about money." Kimimaro blinked, tilted his head, and asked innocently, "What's a man?" Yijioza was speechless. "Should I praise you for being good at catching keywords?" The dogs all pricked up their ears. Just then, there was the sound of light footsteps outside the door. Their faces turned slightly, and they saw a flash of white by the door. "Is it a man?" Kimimaro simply formed a word, but he didn't expect Yijioza to suddenly show an awkward expression. He stopped picking up the food with his hand. On the surface, he looked tolerant, but in his heart, he was trying to find out, who is it? That big brother named Yukimura Seiichi. The flash of white at the door froze and stood silently. "Ah. What does it have to do with Yukimura?" Yijioza rubbed his head. "Don't think too much, I'm just curious about men." "No. Not curious at all, then, what is Sir curious about?" Kimimaro smiled. "I'm also a boy. I can tell you whatever Sir is curious about. A man who can make Sir curious has appeared. Be alert. You must kill Sir's curiosity. Even if Sir is curious about our bodies, I can strip naked for Sir to admire." Dogs were speechless. Yijioza was speechless. "Child, your thoughts are a bit dangerous." "Nothing, I'm not curious about this." Yijioza smiled awkwardly but politely and decided to change the topic. "I'm curious about. What do you think men like as a gift?" All-purpose questions that can solve everything. Damn it, praise yourself for being quick-witted. Kimimaro was speechless. Had they reached the point of exchanging gifts? How could he let a stupid mortal seduce the wise and mighty Sir? Don't tell me they like gifts. Kimimaro's eyes were curved. "Sir, compared to gifts, we prefer fighting. If Sir wants to be friendly to a man, then, please don't be careless and fight with a sword." Yijioza was speechless. "I'm a man to begin with. Are you kidding me?" Kimimaro said, "Kenpachi Motegi and Grimjow have become best friends because they often fight." Yijioza was speechless. "What you said seems to make sense, but I still feel that something is wrong. However, the friendship between men is indeed built through fighting." Then, his friendship with Saishomaru. "No, that's not right, why are you thinking of him again?" Chapter 147. Summer, the heat was unbearable. The modern world was roasted like a teppanyaki, and the soul world was as hot as a pressure cooker. Even the sand in the void circle had the smell of heating up. The cicadas in the True Yang Academy were screaming fiercely, the people in the training field were basking in the sun. Under a fiery red sun, Yijioza vividly portrayed the words on the verge of death. He was so tired that he was lying on the training field, beside him was a thick book on the Ghost Dao. A few dogs were resting in the shade with their tongues out. Kimimaro was training with light punches in his arms. The winter lion of the Japanese valley was so angry that he stomped his feet. Yijioza. The winter lion was so angry that his liver hurt. "Get up. Only you failed the Ghost Dao and the entire True Yang. Don't you think it's embarrassing?" Yijioza turned over like a salted fish. "My face is long, isn't it, for throwing? Get up." The winter lion pulled the corner of his shirt. "As long as you work hard, even if you only know how to use the red cannon, I'll give you a passing score. As long as you Solve the ice will pill once. Even if you only give me a bowl of shaved ice, I'll get up and memorize the red cannon once. Are you an idiot? The winter lion exploded. The ice will pill solution is not for you to use as shaved ice. It's so hot, you can't use the ice will pill to its greatest effect and realize its greatest value. Yijiosa argued, even Saishomaru knows how to use the exploding teeth to drive away mosquitoes. Why can't you use the ice will pill to cool down the heat? Moreover, you want me to use the red cannon on a hot day. Don't you think the weather is not hot enough? Yijiosa was shameless. He refused to get up no matter what. You'll just do it once. Solve it, Winter Lion. The Winter Lion had a headache and held his forehead. You'll use the red cannon first. You'll use it first. Solve it, don't be polite. Actually, you won't, right? Idiot. You know I won't, yet you let me go first. Are you stupid? The two of them bickered meaninglessly. In the end, the Winter Lion was so angry that he took out the ice will pill and froze Yijiosa into an ice sculpture. This was like poking a hornet's nest. Seeing that their owner was in trouble, the litter of dogs immediately understood that this was an opportunity to show off. Therefore, before a doggo corgi could react, his colleague beside him was like a ferocious tiger that had been released from its cage. Without hesitation, he pounced on the owner and slapped the ice sculpture one after another. They barked at the top of their lungs as if it was an emergency. They kicked and hit each other as if they were facing a class enemy. They juggled as if they had just picked up a Lego toy. They broke the ice cap and dragged the owner out. They grabbed her by the collar and ran 2 rounds around the dojo. During this time, countless dog hooves trampled on the owner's body, leaving her dumbfounded. Idago corgi was speechless. For some reason, it felt like a deliberate revenge. The owner finally reacted. She flipped herself up from the ground and roared. Motherfucker! Dogs immediately scattered. Under the owner's attacks, they cooperated well. They covered each other and parried each other's attacks. In an instant, it became a burning situation of 5 dogs fighting a dragon. She had been a dog for several years just for this day. New and old grudges came one after another. Today, you're my dish. The strength of the bosses was not to be underestimated. Their skills were even better. Since Yijiosa had not shown his prowess for a long time, they really thought that she was Hello Kitty. Unfortunately, her owner was still her owner. The passion of 5 dogs fighting a dragon was reduced to a dragon beating 5 dogs. Fighting with the heavens was endless joy. Fighting with dogs was madness. Yijiosa picked up the Encyclopedia of Ghostcraft and slapped the head of the golden retriever skillfully. After KOing the golden retriever, the Ghostcraft brick spun, danced, and hit the back of the Samoyed. The Samoyed barked and fell to the ground. Yijiosa kicked the Samoyed sideways with his brick, and the Samoyed fell to the ground. Yijiosa kicked the Samoyed sideways, and the shoe on the tip of his foot flew out and accurately hit the Tibetan Mastiff's big mouth. It was not over yet. Yijiosa pushed the Pomeranian over, spread out the Encyclopedia of Ghostcraft, and clamped its head. Hee hee. Yijiosa sneered. In today's sword duel at Mount Hua, no matter if you're the Eastern Heretic, the Western Poison, the Southern Emperor, the Northern Beggar, or the Chinese God, you're all nothing compared to a brick in my hand. Dogs were speechless. Idago corgi was speechless. Winter Lion was speechless. Yijiosa dragged a bunch of stupid dogs and picked up the Encyclopedia of Ghostcraft. You may not believe it, but actually, that was the correct way to use the Encyclopedia of Ghostcraft. Winter Lion was speechless. Was it used to beat dogs? Such a thick book is a rare weapon. Yijiosa exclaimed. Using it to memorize is a waste of its existence. Winter Lion was speechless. That's enough. Ichijosa's Ghostcraft was just like his Nippon History, he got a terrible score. However, although he couldn't learn the Ghostcraft, he learned to use a small part of it as a tactical threat. For example, on the martial arts field, when he was competing with the students, he suddenly became serious, and his eyes straightened. He was full of righteousness and entered the state of white-hot battle. The king. Mask of flesh and blood, all creation, flying high. At the moment when his opponent was ready, he suddenly took out Shallow Bash and used the 4 symbols reincarnation. Oh, sorry, I forgot my lines again. His opponent was speechless. It was really bad luck to meet her. Ichijosa's life in Zenyang was quite comfortable, but the consequences of being lazy were also very serious. Even when Kimimaro summoned his own Zanpakuto, his Shallow Bash was still not moving at all. After more than a month, Saishomaru, who had finished exploring the ability of Zanpakuto, came out. Urkiola, who had finished exploring the meaning of the heart, also came back. Even Kimimaro had completed the Shirkai. Ichijosa's Shallow Bash was still like a 10-month pregnancy, and it was still 1 day away from becoming a Zanpakuto. Ichijosa hugged Shallow Bash and gave it a loving kiss. Tell me, what's your name? Chui Huire. Ichijosa was in tears. Beautiful. White clouds or black soil? Dogs were speechless. The owner was probably crazy. Yesterday, he was hugging Shallow Bash and shouting, pickled vegetables, and beans, but today, he changed to white clouds and black soil. To be honest, if they were Zanpakuto, they wouldn't want to respond to her at all, perhaps because of the many failures. Ichijosa had a deep understanding of his unlucky physique. So, he restrained his hand that was reaching for the treasure chest, and decided to take a wave of luck and open a big gift bag. He rubbed against Kimimaro. Freedom, what's the name of your Zanpakuto? It's called Abyss. Kimimaro looked down. It's a... It's a... Zanpakuto that can make people crazy. Kimimaro looked up and stared at Ichijosa. Master, I have a dark past in the Huiyi clan. My heart was redeemed, but it also indulged in memories. This sword is the demon of the human heart. You stare at the abyss, and the abyss will stare back at you. Kimimaro held the sword carefully. My ability is not enough to control it, so... Please don't be curious about it, master. Ichijosa nodded and couldn't help but raise his hand to rub his head. I know, I won't touch it. But you also have to be careful. Yes, master. In the shade of the trees, the scene of the young girl rubbing the big boy's head was quite warm, like the daily interaction between an older sister and a younger brother, full of a bit of poetry. However, when Saishomaru quietly moved closer, the whole scene suddenly changed. As a father and a mother, they affectionately looked at their son who was gradually growing up, one serious, the other tender. Their son was as gentle as water when he saw his mother, and serious and calm when he saw his father. There was no sense of incongruity. Dogs were speechless. Speaking of which, Saishomaru, that guy, has been very fond of sticking close to his owner recently. As a man, it was nothing more than a thought to get close to a woman, so they could understand. However, if the man who approached her was Saishomaru, and the woman who was approached was the owner, for some reason, it felt like a thriller suspense blockbuster. The plot of a thriller suspense blockbuster finally came to the side of dogs. Just as Yi of the Four Maple Courtyard was quietly investigating the suspicious Samied with eyes and spiritual pressure, Kimimaro's Zanpakuto began to have problems. Stare at the world, abyss. An overwhelming chilly wind whistled, the sky became gloomy, and the earth suddenly cracked. It was as if people were pulled into another realm, another world, leaving only the raging fire of hell and the white bones of thousands of years. At that time, Saishomaru was sitting in the courtyard with Ichijosa. Playing chess. What chess were they playing? Naturally, it was the aeroplane chess that Yijiosa had begged for. After all, other than aeroplane chess, which he could rely on some luck, he couldn't win against Saishomaru in other games. He wasn't a master who could play chess patiently, because he was impetuous, he always lost. He didn't know why he was so impetuous. Maybe it was because he was weak sitting in front of the nanny. But, Saishomaru. This guy's fingers were quite nice. Yijiosa was secretly in a daze, completely unaware that Saishomaru's expression suddenly changed. He pulled out the natural tooth from his waist and quickly stabbed it into the ground. Chapter 148. The Buddha's eyes opened and closed, the world changed. Yijiosa's head was dizzy and he woke up, the world had changed. This fucked up life, he didn't even say hello to time and space. He hadn't used up the black card yet, he hadn't gotten the Zanpakuto, and he didn't have time to bring some local specialties, he fucking changed the map. At this moment, Yijiosa was still in a daze. Other than a flying chess piece in his right hand, there was only a cup of coffee in his left hand. However, fate liked to play tricks on people. The system, this old guy, liked to trick people. He was tricked. Used to it, he was tricked, numb. Yijiosa landed on his butt. Before he could warm up the cement floor, he was grabbed by the shoulders by a pair of hands, he was thrown to the ground. Fucking dog. What the hell? Even at this moment, Yijiosa still held the coffee cup steadily without spilling the slightest bit. It wasn't that he was open-minded, but he looked up under the dim light, he saw a head of silver-white hair. Silver-white hair. Kimimaro had it, Winter Lion had it, Inuyasha had it, Saishomaru also had it. And the four people he knew would not harm his life. Because there was a preconceived notion in his mind, he subconsciously had a natural good impression of silver-white. Therefore, although he was pushed to the ground by an unknown person, he did not counterattack. And his peace of mind, in the other party's eyes, became acquiescence. It was a young man about 17 years old. He was tall and strong. He had a pair of red eyes, a face that was too handsome for humans, and two canine teeth that were a little long. This little brother was amazing. Not only did he wear fluorescent contact lenses, but he also had a cross tattooed on his neck and shiny earrings on his ears. The buttons were messy, his tie was crooked, and his shirt was open. He looked like a cowherd in the middle of the night. He was planning to provide some special service. Of course, Yijiosa would be looking forward to what would happen if he wasn't the main character who was overthrown. The teenager held him down and propped himself up on top of him, panting heavily as if he was fighting with something. His face was pale and his expression was twisted. Yijiosa stared at him and fell into deep thought. This situation was just like. Gradually, the young man lost his mind. He actually pinched Yijiosa's chin with one hand and tilted his head slightly, revealing his snow-white neck. The arteries were filled with the fragrance of fresh blood and the taste of spiritual power. To him, it was simply a rare feast. The teenager seemed to be bewitched. He sniffed, lowered his head, and moved closer to Yijiosa's neck. Yijiosa. He calmly moved the coffee cup to his perky chest, firmly blocking the distance between the two of them the moment the youth pressed down. The teenager's chest was pressed against the coffee cup, and he stretched his neck, but he couldn't lick that part of his neck. He seemed to be annoyed, and a low growl came out of his throat. Yijiosa. He calmly picked up the aeroplane chess in his hand and stuffed it into the teenager's mouth. He grabbed his chin with a backhand and forcefully lifted it up. The teenager instinctively rolled his throat, and the aeroplane chess slid down the cavity and got stuck in the other party's throat. The teenager. He loosened his grip on his throat. Without saying a word, Yi-Josa knocked him down and sat on his waist. He tore off his tie and tied his hands. The teenager felt extremely uncomfortable and twisted his body manically. Due to the foreign object in his throat, his face was flush red, and he looked like he was about to die. Seeing this, Yi-Josa was slightly stunned. He simply picked up the coffee and poured it down his throat. The teenager coughed violently. Not only did he spit out half of Yi-Josa's coffee, but he also sprayed the aeroplane chess on his forehead. Yi-Josa. His face was flushed, he lost his mind, and he acted instinctively. Was this little brother under the influence of aphrodisiac? It looked like the dosage was quite large. He actually wanted to overthrow someone without saying a word. He didn't even care if the other party was a man or a woman. Encountering a teenager who seemed to be under the influence of aphrodisiac in such a gloomy and treacherous place, Yi-Josa naturally thought of a classic plot of a certain male protagonist. There was always a male protagonist who came from a prestigious family and lived a happy life. In the end, everything changed overnight. He was tormented by the villains until his family was ruined and he was seriously injured. At this time, the villains often had a bad taste. They had to keep the male protagonist alive, and they liked to throw him into the ruins. They said that they wanted to test the male protagonist's luck and see if he could meet a girl who was willing to detoxify him with her body. Needless to say, he could meet her. Not only could he meet her, but he could also communicate deeply with the girl. Not only could he communicate deeply, but the girl would not hate him. She would even be wholeheartedly for him and become his thick golden finger and a good wife. From then on, the male protagonist began his path of revenge. Thinking of this, he looked at the pitiful teenager in front of him. Didn't the script he had look like the most popular male protagonist template? At this time, the street lights were dim, the alley was deep, and the atmosphere was treacherous. Wasn't this the scene of being thrown into the ruins? And he, Yi-Josa, coincidentally became the female protagonist in this classic plot. No, how could it be? Just the detoxification alone was enough for him to choose to believe in science instead of personally demonstrating it. Yi-Josa patted the teenager's cheek and said, "Little brother, let me take you to the hospital." The teenager's eyes were red. He struggled with all his might, and it seemed like he was about to break free. However, what kind of person was Yi-Josa? He picked up the teacup beside him and smashed it on the teenager's head, successfully knocking him out. After a moment, he got up and tidied up his wrinkled clothes. He dragged the unconscious teenager and walked towards the noisy street. When Zhui Xingling woke up, he immediately saw the pale ceiling above his head. He raised his hand to cover his eyes, took a deep breath, and propped up his body from the bedding, ready to leave the hospital. He didn't know why he was in the hospital, and he didn't know what the doctor would find. To be exact, when the bloodthirsty appetite came to his mind, he almost couldn't control his desire for blood. In his memory, he should be lying in the White Horse Lily stable. How could he be here now? In order not to turn himself into a monster, he had to leave this place as soon as possible. The hospital was full of humans, and it was also filled with the smell of blood from their transfusions. For him, who was in a state of hunger, the stimulation was too much. But the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. As soon as Conical Zero got out of bed, Yi-Josa pushed the door open and entered. The two stared at each other for a while, and Yi-Josa was the first to smile. "Little brother, you're awake. Are you hungry? Thirsty?" Conical Zero was silent for a while. He stood quietly and looked at Yi-Josa. "Did you bring me here? What's wrong?" Yi-Josa reminded him tactfully, "You pounced on me, and I thought you were sick." Why did your eyes turn purple? Did you take off your contact lenses?" This male lead was a bit Chinibu. His eyes were either red or purple. Was he afraid that others wouldn't know that he was different? Conical Zero. You saw my eyes turn red. Conical Zero's face darkened. Now you know what I am. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Eyes turning red was a sign that a vampire was about to feed. She met him when he was hungry, and should have been sucked of her blood by him. She should have known who he was. But her attitude now. She really didn't seem like someone who knew. Yi Josa. Can't a teenager be cured in the late stage of Chinibu? What did he mean by eyes turning red? Wasn't it supposed to be contact lenses? He even said, now you know what I am, aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Damn it, how could he say such shameless lines? But as an adult, he should learn to be tolerant. Which man didn't have a Chinibu? Rather than shattering his imagination and hurting his self-esteem, it was better to let nature take its course and use the same shameless lines to indirectly let him understand that what he was doing was wrong. Couldn't he just talk nicely? Of course I'm not afraid. Yi Josa had the demeanor of an expert and said righteously, I've seen many people like you. There's nothing strange about it. He said it lightly, but Zhui Xingling's heart was not calm. Seen many. Is she a vampire? Or a vampire hunter? Who are you? Conical Zero frowned. Why did you help me? Who I am is not important. Yi Josa stared at him deeply and said seriously, what's important is, remember to pay the medical fees after you wake up. Conical Zero. Why I helped you is not important. Yi Josa said his purpose. What's important is, after I help you, I hope you can repay me with a great deal of kindness. Conical Zero. No matter who you are, it doesn't matter. As long as you take care of my meals, I won't report you or murder you. Yi Josa continued, that. I'm from the countryside and just came to the city. This is my first time here and I'm not familiar with this place. So, can you take me in for a while? Conical Zero. Late at night, in the castle, in the territory of the pure-blooded vampires, a quaint coffin was newly opened and sent to its master by a group of low-level vampires. Lon Tanging looked down at the new coffin, reached out his hand, and gently wiped off the plaster on it. New coffin. Lon Tanging was slightly emotional. What does the Lord Privy Seal want to do? Why does he need to wake up so many new coffins? This is the 5th coffin this month, Shi Kuei Qianli said softly. Don't try to guess His Excellency's intentions. To the pure-blooded Lord Privy Seal, we're just his subjects. You're a subject. Just do your part well. Lon Tanging was silent for a while and suddenly asked, the first 4 coffins. Did the Lord Privy Seal wake them up? Probably. Then why didn't our kind increase? Lon Tanging was puzzled. That shouldn't be the case. The coffin was lifted and sent into the castle. After a day, it was secretly transported to the Black Lord Academy by the vampires and sent to the room of the 9 Orchid Flower. In the well-decorated and gorgeous European-style building, a coffin was placed in a luxurious and tidy room. The 9 Orchid Flower seemed to have something important to deal with, so he was not in the room. Lon Tanging yawned and guarded the coffin until a sudden dong sound came from inside the coffin. It sounded like a person's palm was slapping on a wooden board. It seemed like someone was groping or attacking. Dong, dong, dong. Lon Tanging turned his head and saw several white bones piercing through the entire coffin cover and fiercely lifting up the heavy cover. A white-haired, green-eyed boy crawled out from inside. His body was covered with white bones, and his sharp long bones stood out like a hedgehog. Lon Tanging. Chapter 149. Conical Zero felt that his head must have been caught by the door, that was why he agreed to take in Yi Josa, this big scoundrel. He should have chased her away with a cold face long ago, instead of being reduced to this state. She bought, he carried. He was so old he only swiped his card for Yuheim and carried things. For no other reason, the feelings of a teenager were always poetic. Yuheim grew up with him. She was his childhood sweetheart and family. Naturally, she was also the girl he liked when he was ignorant. He could be cold to anyone, except for Yuheim. He liked her and felt guilty at the same time. He wanted to get close to her, but he didn't dare to touch her. He was different from her. Whether from the perspective of a human or a vampire, he was an avenger with a deep blood feud on his back. He shouldn't drag her down. However, Conical Zero didn't drag Yuheim down, but he couldn't prevent Yi-Josa from jumping into the water. This guy was advancing towards him in a dog paddle style, pulling him into an even darker quagmire. The reason why Conical Zero tolerated Yi-Josa so much was because he thought that he had drunk her blood. And Yi-Josa pretended to be, I know a lot, which made him look like a fool. When he found that there were no bite marks on her neck, he subconsciously frowned and asked, where are the bite marks? Yi-Josa followed his gaze and touched his neck. He asked in confusion, what bite marks? You've been drugged with X medicine, right? It's not like you've got rabies. Conical Zero was speechless. After a while, he realized. He finally realized what was wrong. Wait. X medicine. Was it what he understood? Conical Zero's face turned green. He was carrying a pile of shopping bags. He lowered his voice and asked, what happened last night? What X medicine? I'm not. He just wanted to suck some blood. Why did he do it? The worst thing was, even if he did it, why didn't he feel anything at all? How could it be so fragmented? Although he was only 17 years old, he was well aware of the condition of his body. To be honest, he wasn't so bad that if he slept with her, she would still be able to shop the next day as if nothing had happened, right? Ah. You've been drugged. Yi-Josa casually said, you were delirious and wanted to do something to me. Fortunately, I was smart enough to knock you out and drag you to the hospital for treatment. Conical Zero. After overthinking it, he suddenly realized the truth that couldn't be any simpler. Only a blank expression was left on his face. So, why couldn't they just say it out loud? Why did they have to figure it out themselves? Yi-Josa obviously didn't seem like someone who could keep secrets. Why didn't he ask clearly before this? Did he not know whether he was drugged or not? In other words, not only did the girl in front of him not know his identity, she even treated him as a normal person. And he actually intended to take her in and take care of her for a period of time. A living woman, filled with the fragrance of blood, was he looking for torture for himself? In this day and age, it was not popular to return clothes bought on Taobao, because the buyer not only had to pay for the postage, but it could also make both parties unhappy. For example, right now, Conical Zero couldn't abandon Yi-Josa, because the price of abandonment might be too much for him to bear. He only vaguely suggested that he rent a place for her outside. After all, it was too dangerous to stay by his side. Unexpectedly, 3 seconds after he finished speaking, she turned around with a gloomy face and grabbed his tie. Young man, you have to keep your words. If you go back on your words, I'll say that I'm pregnant with your child. Conical Zero. First the drug, then the child. Did this woman have some unspeakable thoughts about him? Based on his understanding of women, they usually pestered him because of his face and body. But would Yi-Josa fall for this? In his opinion, although Yi-Josa's personality wasn't that great, her appearance was top-notch. She was even more dazzling than the 1 in a million vampires. Would a beauty lack men? Conical Zero didn't believe it. So, why was she pestering him? After learning his lesson from the last conversation, Conical Zero chose to get straight to the point. No matter what, he had to figure out her intentions. "Why are you following me?" Conical Zero asked. "With your qualifications, as long as you agree, there will be a lot of rich men willing to take you in." "Why did you choose me? What's your purpose?" "Because I feel close to you." Yijiosa looked him up and down. "You have white hair, a good face, 1.8 meters tall, and a cold temperament. You look like my nanny." Conical Zero. "And nanny? As for why I had to choose you." Yijiosa suddenly stopped and let the light elongate his shadow. He quietly turned around, stared into his eyes, and asked word by word, "Young man, I want to ask you, do you have parents?" Conical Zero was stunned, and his eyes darkened. He didn't speak, but would a normal person not speak when their parents were mentioned? Yijiosa couldn't help but gasp. Damn it! The first configuration of the face-slapping style male protagonist, parents divorced, missing, or both dead, had been achieved. He approached Conical Zero and lowered his voice. "Young man, let me ask you again, do you have a blood feud?" Conical Zero's eyes suddenly became very sharp. He stared at Yijiosa and said coldly, "What do you know?" Yijiosa raised his hand and covered his beating heart. Damn it! The second configuration of the male mainstream novel, Blood Feud, had been achieved. "Tell me." Yijiosa stared at him intently. "Have you encountered any great changes, found any special opportunities, or have your body undergone any special changes?" Conical Zero was alarmed. For a moment, he felt that Yijiosa was unfathomable. You. Yijiosa didn't show anything, but in his heart, 10,000 alpacas were galloping. Would a normal person hesitate to answer a question like this when someone else asked them? No. A normal person would only complain with a face full of disdain, "Are you crazy?" Or he would follow along and say, "Yes, that's right. I am the one chosen by the heavens in the legends. Quickly kneel down and worship me." However, the young man in front of him didn't step into the first or second configuration. Instead, he showed a face full of shock, then his expression became cold and his eyes vigilant. Damn it! The third configuration of the male protagonist's special ability had been awakened. Finally, Yijiosa took a deep breath, held his cold wrist, and said seriously, "Please tell me, is there a woman in your heart that you can never forget?" Conical Zero was speechless. Seeing that the young man was silent, Yijiosa understood that the young man standing in front of him also had the standard configuration of the male protagonist's harem of 4, White Moonlight, and Cinnabar Mole. Fatherless, motherless, blood feud, awakened special ability, single-minded infatuation. Oh, damn. He was the male protagonist, no doubt about it. Then what was he waiting for? Of course, he had to hug the other person's thigh. Yijiosa had been through a few worlds, and he knew that his main mission was to fight with the bosses in a battle of wits and courage, and then overturn them to reach the pinnacle of life. And in each world, who would go against the bosses? Of course, it was the male protagonist. For example, in Nara's world, the enemy was Inuyasha. Inuyasha was really the male protagonist's template. He had a tragic life, had a magical weapon, had a gay friend outside, and had a girl inside. For example, in Aizen's world, the enemy was Oxhead Hollow. Shinozaki Ichigo was also the male protagonist's template. He lost his mother, saw ghosts at birth, had a gay friend outside, and had a girl inside. All in all, as long as he found the male protagonist and the idiot who went against the male protagonist, he would not have to worry about not being able to find the biggest boss behind the scenes. As long as the boss was eliminated, he, Yijiosa, would still be the king of all dogs. According to the plot of the novel, Even if the male protagonist started from a humble background, he would still be able to achieve great things. And Yi-Josa, who was familiar with the plot of the male protagonist, was determined to become Conical Zero's golden finger when he fell off the cliff, his thick leg after being poisoned, and the white-haired old grandpa in the portable space. After this, he would go home and have a good sleep. Yi-Josa firmly grasped Shui Xingling's hand, his mouth full of nonsense. Ding. Hello, hero, your Jinjiang system number 001, Sparrow Brother, is online. Conical Zero was speechless. What the hell? It was difficult to gain a person's trust, but it was easy to make them submit to force. Conical Zero was a troublesome child, but Yi-Josa was an old dog who did not play by the rules. What was a system? Conical Zero did not understand. But he knew that Yi-Josa knew too much, so even if he did not know who she was, he had to bring her back to Kurojogakuen and hand her over to the chairman. They walked on the road to Kurojogakuen. The surrounding buildings gradually changed from modern reinforced concrete to European style. It was as if they were brought back to 17th century Europe. Even the patterns on the reliefs were full of artistic aura. But the buildings here were mostly cold, retro, prosperous, but with a sense of awe. Even under the bright sunlight, there was still a lingering coldness. Before Yi-Josa could appreciate it in detail, Shui Xingling, who was beside him, suddenly bumped into his arm. He raised his head and saw Shui Xingling urging him, "Follow me, quick. Don't look back." Shui Xingling furrowed his brows. He really didn't expect that there would be vampires targeting them in broad daylight, following them step by step and not letting go. From the corner of his eyes, he glanced back and saw a young man staring at Yi-Josa with empty eyes. He seemed to be unable to suppress his desire to eat. Level who had lost his mind. She had to find a place to avoid humans and get rid of him. Conical Zero led Yi-Josa into a secluded alley. Without saying anything, she put down the shopping bags and took out a silver gun. Yi-Josa was shocked. "What are you doing?" Conical Zero did not say anything and aimed behind her. Yi-Josa turned around and saw a man with a hunched back, staring at him with a pair of blood-red eyes. Sharp claws extended from his 5 fingers as he stared at him with a strange smile. "Human, young girl." The man turned to Conical Zero. "Can you share some of your food with me? We're the same kind." Food, the same kind. Yi-Josa's heart skipped a beat. Bang dash, the silver gun shot out a bloody cross and accurately hit the man's body, turning him into ashes. His clothes were still fluttering in the wind, but the grayish-brown-yellow smoke disappeared with the wind. Not even a drop of blood was left. Yi-Josa stared blankly. For a moment, he felt that his worldview had been refreshed. That man's eyes. Why were they the same fluorescent red as Conical Zero's eyes last night? "That's a vampire," Conical Zero's gloomy voice sounded. "They are bloodthirsty, cruel, and treat humans as food. When their eyes turn blood red, it means that they have the desire to eat." Vampires. Yi-Josa turned his head stiffly. In an instant, he met Shui Xingling's reddened eyes. "As you can see, I'm a vampire too." Conical Zero showed his sharp fangs and licked his lips. "It's not too late to run now." Yi-Josa stared at him blankly. Not long after, he turned around and ran out of the alley like a whirlwind. He jumped into the street and disappeared in minutes. Conical Zero was speechless. He stood in the alley as if he was shrouded in a shadow. After a while, he let out a low laugh. He did not even look at the shopping bags beside him and wanted to leave. Humans were ultimately afraid of monsters. Wasn't he fine before? In the blink of an eye, he ran away in fear. Sure enough. The only people in the world who could accept him without any reservations were eugenics. I'm back. Yijiosa's voice came before he arrived. Conical Zero was speechless. He looked up in surprise and saw the beautiful young girl coming against the light. She ran merrily towards him, clutching in her arms a white swan. Why is she hugging a white swan? Wait, where did she get a white swan? You. Conical Zero widened his eyes slightly. Where did this swan come from? I caught it in the park. She replied matter-of-factly, oh. So it's a swan. Damn, it was fed so well that I thought it was a big white goose. Conical Zero was speechless. He did not know why, but he felt helpless. Most of the buildings around Kurojogakuen were built by the noble vampires. They were monsters who had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years and had accumulated a lot of wealth. It was not difficult for them to transform this area into what they liked. Even the swan in the park was a treasure sent over from Europe at a high price. It was usually carefully raised, but it was unexpectedly caught by Yijiosa today. Why did you catch a swan? Zhuai Xingling urged impatiently, return it. They are expensive, don't do anything stupid. I promise I'll return it. It's just a few feathers. Yijiosa reached out and grabbed the swan's neck in a skillful way that all men knew how to rub the swan's neck. The smooth speed from top to bottom, the comfortable strength of the weight, it was obvious that she had been through hundreds of battles. Swan, quack, quack, quack. Conical Zero was speechless. What are you doing? He was a normal 17-year-old boy, and she was treating a swan like this in front of him. She was crazy. Yijiosa stroked the swan's feathers and pinched its neck. Look at this goose neck. It's slender, white, and full. Conical Zero was speechless. You said that when the eyes turn red, it means that they have the desire to eat. Yijiosa looked up and offered the swan's neck. I see that your eyes are red. Are you hungry? Come, don't be shy, drink some blood. I promise it'll still be alive when I put it back. The swan struggled desperately and screamed, flapping its wings and slapping Conical Zero's face. Conical Zero was speechless. Do you have some misunderstanding about the diet of vampires? I don't drink goose blood. Have you ever seen a vampire drink goose blood? Conical Zero was dumbfounded, not in movies or novels. How do you know you can't drink goose blood if you don't try? Yijiosa suppressed the swan's resistance, suck the goose. If it's not easy to suck, we can switch to cats next time. Conical Zero was speechless. Even when he had to bear a blood feud, even when facing Yuheim and the chairman, he had never felt so tired. He was an idiot to reason with a woman, but he was an idiot to reason with Yijiosa. Conical Zero's face turned cold. He picked up the shopping bag and walked away. Put it back, I won't suck it. Suck it. Just take a sip. Yijiosa chased after him. You won't die if you just take a sip. Honk, honk, honk. Quack, quack, quack. Shut up. Just take a sip if I tell it to shut up. I'm telling you to shut up. I'll shut up if you suck it. Yijiosa lifted the swan and put it next to his mouth. Look at how thin you are. You must not be drinking blood properly. If human blood is the main course, then goose blood is the snack, right? It doesn't make sense that vampires can't drink animal blood. Just take a sip and take it as a vitamin supplement. Conical Zero pushed the swan's neck away firmly, but Yijiosa insisted on taking the swan's neck. While the two were pushing and shoving, a cracking sound was heard. The swan's neck was fractured, and it caved in softly. The goose no longer quacked, no longer flapped its wings, no longer kicked its legs, and burped as soon as it was told. Conical Zero was speechless. Yijiosa was speechless. Ah, life is fickle and fragile. It's gone just like that. That park belongs to the Ichiju family. Although it's for people to enjoy, the flowers and trees there are expensive. Conical Zero rubbed his temples. The swan in your hand is a treasure flown in from England. It's worth 100,000 US dollars. Damn it. 100,000 US dollars. Even the swordsman's swan was not that expensive. How was this swan raised? Was it inlaid with gold? Poverty limited his imagination, but it did not limit his appetite. So, Yijiosa raised the swan in his hand. Since we're already dead, why don't we eat this 100,000 US dollars? Conical Zero was speechless. I haven't eaten a swan that costs 100,000 US dollars. Don't worry, I won't fight over the blood with you. Conical Zero was speechless. Was this woman poisonous? Facts proved that as long as it was a woman, it would be the same even if the light was turned off. As long as it was a swan, it would be the same even if it was in a pot. Conical Zero was at a loss for what to do with Yijiosa. In the end, he could only chop up the swan with a kitchen knife. He steamed it or braised it. He didn't know why he had to cook it himself. Maybe he was afraid that she would blow up the kitchen. In the end, he didn't bring her back to the academy. Maybe he was afraid that the Ichiju family would argue over a swan. Or maybe he was afraid that she would be charmed by the vampire's appearance and become a captive. So, he brought her back to the Black Master's house. Yuhan was busy with classes, and the chairman was busy with managing the academy. The house was empty, so she could settle down. Speaking of which, he had once cooked for a girl other than Yuhan. Well, she was lucky. Anyway, she didn't alienate him, avoid him, or fear him because of his identity. The feeling of being understood, approved, and accompanied by a human really made him feel good. The swan that cost 100,000 US dollars became a table full of dishes. Yijiosa ate until his mouth was full of oil, and he cleaned up a lot of plates. She never expected that the male lead would awaken the skill of cooking. No wonder he was a winner in life. Whether it was the house, appearance, temperament, or even cooking, he had it all. My brother is so awesome. Yijiosa burped and praised Conical Zero's cooking skills. It's so delicious. Whoever marries you will be so lucky. Conical Zero paused and didn't say anything. Marriage was not only far away from him, but it was also a world away. He was destined to be a person who carried hatred on his back, and loneliness was his true path. Speaking of which, you are a vampire. Yijiosa asked the question in his heart, can vampires eat human food? Shui Xingling nodded, But fresh blood is their main meal. Human food is inferior to vampires. TSK, human food is inferior. Saishomaru also said, I don't eat human food, but in the end, didn't he eat pepper happily? So, whether it was a demon or a vampire, in the end, they were all captives of food. Are you afraid of crosses? Are you afraid of onions and garlic? Are you afraid of the Bible? Conical Zero, no. Are you afraid of cinnabar? Are you afraid of the Diamond Sutra 6 syllables? Are you afraid of the Peachwood Sword Talisman? Are you? Conical Zero. No. Then what are vampires afraid of? Yijiosa's mouth twitched. Are you afraid of your wife? Conical Zero. He couldn't continue this conversation. What were vampires afraid of? Of course, they were afraid of digging up their ancestors' grave only to find a dog. Who would have thought that a perfectly fine coffin, which had been buried for 1,000 years, would actually jump out of it like a dog? No, hold it in. Nobles couldn't swear. But who could explain to them why a dog jumped out of their ancestors' coffin? Ah! Look at his glossy black fur, his strong and powerful body, and his sharp fangs. As a mastiff, he was the king of all mastiffs, and even exuded an invincible aura. But he wasn't an ordinary mastiff, but an ancestor who jumped out of the coffin. That was an ancestor. Without a doubt, that was an ancestor in this world, which dog's eyes were blood red. They were so red that they shone brighter and purer than theirs. They were like a burning fire, full of the brilliance of life. So the question was, how could a vampire who slept thousands of years ago wake up as a dog 1,000 years later? What was going on? The vampires in the Senate looked at each other, and then looked at the pure-blood emperor, the Nine Orchid Flower, behind them. The Nine Orchid Flower didn't say anything. He stared straight at the black mastiff and licked his lips, opening a few coffins, and a few dogs came out. I really didn't expect that the things in the vampire's sleeping place could be packed up and exchanged. The vampires lowered their noble heads. We're very sorry, Lord Privy Seal, There's no need to look for the lost ancestor. The Nine Orchid Flower knew that they were in the wrong, so he naturally added his own bargaining chip, let him go, and then follow him. Yes. In the darkness, countless pairs of bright red eyes stared at the mastiff, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara quietly looked at the Nine Orchid Flower not far away. He licked his paws and didn't do anything. He smelled the scent left by his colleagues. It seemed that not long ago, they had come to a strange world. Compared to fighting with these vampires, the most important thing was to find his master. If he used up all his strength and couldn't replenish his spiritual power, wouldn't he be sending himself to the tiger's mouth? As a dog, he had to be more careful. Uchiha Madara remembered the address, wagged his tail, and ran out. It wouldn't be too late to tear down the house after he found all his colleagues. Then the question was, where should he go? Well, he should go to the police station. As a mastiff, he could play a great role there. Moreover, the police station had countless information resources, and humans would never guard against a dog. As long as he became a police dog, it wouldn't be a big deal to find his master and colleagues. However, Uchiha Madara didn't expect that his colleagues who had arrived in this world before him were living a prosperous and colorful life. Edagawa Corgi, the fighter jet of Corgi. As soon as he landed on the set of a blockbuster film, a strange wind blew down the billboard on the set. Coincidentally, it hit the female lead in the film. At that moment, blood splattered everywhere, and the figure fell to the ground. After twitching twice, there was no more movement. The rope on the billboard swayed, and there was a lingering scent of something else. Edagawa Corgi was speechless. Then the question was, as a corgi, how was he going to solve the case? Aizen. Kacha. Hui Huan Lan Ba Na. Sigma. A yong pek a qigong boast which rape. An ostrich rebelling Ba Na. Song. Translated by Zon Lanen as the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. Aizen carefully played the role of a dog, so naturally, it didn't arouse the suspicion of the vampires. He was monitored for 2 to 3 days before he was finally released from the Senate. It wasn't difficult to guess the purpose of the other party. They just wanted to see where he would go after he left the house. Aizen maintained its angelic smile and walked towards the pet grooming shop. The vampires didn't know what was going on, but they followed it. Then, they saw the Samiad conquer the shop manager with its noble and cold image. It was worshipped as the treasure of the shop and was carefully served every day. It became the dog model of the pet grooming shop. The vampires were speechless. A scheming dog. As the greatest hero king, Gilgamesh wanted to pursue pleasure even if it became a dog. The moment it jumped out of the coffin, its sharp eyes swept across all the vampires. It barked, bastard cultivators. Then, it ran out of the door with its tail wagging and entered the arcade with the vampires behind it. However, in the arcade, what right did a dog have to play on the tables? Gilgamesh went to the theme park in anger. However, in the theme park, what right did a dog have to play on the pirate ship? Gilgamesh rushed to the nightclub in anger. However, in the brothel, what right did a dog have to pick up girls? Gilgamesh was so angry that he beat up the two vampires behind him. The vampires were speechless. Should they get a rabies vaccine? QAQ. As a cute Bishon, Yoshi Asakura was deeply loved by women. However, compared to becoming a woman's pet, he preferred to be close to nature, understand the rules, and train hard. It was rare that he didn't have a master around to cause trouble, and he didn't lack Reiki in his body. It was better to find a place to cultivate, improve the quality of his soul, and become a dog that focused on the path of Tao. The Senate turned a blind eye and let the Bishon go. They were already used to the matter of dogs jumping out of their ancestors' coffins. However, why was it a dog? Could it be that there was still a wave of dog blood flowing in the vampires' bodies? As a Buddhist-like dog, Matsunhao became even more Buddhist-like after entering nature. The two vampires trailing behind him followed him through the wind, rain, sun, and gusts of wind. He actually fell sick. TSK, are all vampires so weak? Can they fall sick? That's strange. Little did they know that in the eyes of the vampires, that small Bishon became very tall and scary in an instant. The vampires were speechless. G-Godzilla dog. When the 9-orchid flower returned to the real world, he didn't fall into the coffin of the vampire ancestor. However, it was a coincidence that he fell into Yuheim's wardrobe. At that time, the wardrobe door was half open, and with the help of the outside light, he easily saw the girl standing by the bed changing clothes. Yuheim was delicate, pretty, petite, and cute. She wore a pink bra and pink panties, like a flower bud growing on a branch. Although she was mature, she also had a charming appearance. It was just that. The 9-orchid flower sighed deeply and turned his head away. He had seen his master's tumultuous waves for a long time, but now, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Yuji's steady and steady. There would be no harm if there was no comparison. At first glance, his younger sister was still a child. So, why did he want to marry Yuheim into a purebloods family in the past? She was still a child. By his ear. The sound had disappeared. As the footsteps approached, the 9-orchid flower heard a cry of surprise above his head. Yuheim found him, Yuheim carried him, Yuheim stroked him, and Yuheim brought him to the classroom, shared him with the girls of the same age, and let them rub his head vigorously. The 9-orchid flower was speechless. Yuheim. Is it a male or a female? Ah. Sorry, I don't know. The 9-orchid flower's hair stood on end. He raised his head vigilantly and saw the girls who were usually infatuated with him with sweet smiles on their faces. They held him down and wanted to turn him over to check the 2 tails of meat between his legs. How could this be? He was the king of purebloods. Being touched like a dog was already the limit. If he was seen naked in public, how could he still have any dignity left? Moreover, Yuheim. Yuheim, stop. I am your brother. Dear brother. Seeing that his integrity was no longer protected, the 9-orchid flower howled and used all his strength to break free from the girl's hands. Like a mad bull, he ran out of the day department classroom and ran towards the night department. After that, in his original bedroom, he saw Lan Tangying nailed to the floor by a pile of bones. The 9-orchid flower was speechless. He understood that since Kimimaro had appeared, his master would not be far away. Looking at Lan Tangying's sorry state, he did not look like a noble at all. Level since a B-grade vampire could not deal with Kimimaro, he would not be able to deal with his master. If the vampire camp stood on the opposite side of his master, wouldn't he be in trouble? It seemed that, rather than returning to the night department, it would be better for him to find his master earlier. At least, he could use Saishomaru's words to mediate so that his master would not put the vampire in a bad situation. Unfortunately, the Nine-Orchid Flower did not know that Saishomaru had not only arrived in the modern world early, but also landed on a plane that was about to take off. When Saishomaru opened his eyes, the plane had already taken off and rose a few thousand meters into the air. When Saishomaru finished patrolling his new territory, the plane finally landed in Guangdong, Huaxia. When Saishomaru turned into his human form and stepped out of the airport, the first shop that came into his sight was a dog meat hotpot restaurant. He did not understand what the Chinese characters on the signboard meant, but he saw with his own eyes the chef holding a knife, standing in front of the window, and slicing a dog into a plate of red meat in a matter of minutes. The red meat was served on the table, and a group of people were drinking and chatting merrily, eating the meat in the pot and staring at the meat on the plate, eating to their heart's content. Saishomaru was speechless. Yijiosa realized that Conical Zero was a vampire with strong willpower. He would rather starve to death than hurt others. But this could not go on. Vampires had to eat, just like how humans had to eat. He would starve if he skipped a meal. Conical Zero did not drink a drop of blood for 3 days. There were a few times when he saw the child vomiting at the washstand, and it was obvious that even his stomach was not feeling well. I can't drink blood. Conical Zero shook his head. I'm only level E. If I drink more blood, I will only be assimilated faster. Level E. Will I definitely become a monster in the end? Conical Zero did not answer, but Yijiosa understood that his silence was equivalent to a tacit agreement. Yijiosa was not worried, as Shui Xingling was the male lead. It would not make sense if he did not have some skills. Level E, the lowest level of the vampire pyramid. Wasn't this a perfect example of the male lead's humble beginnings? Mo Fong, I told you, I'm your cheat. Yijiosa laughed, I'll help you. With the sword 3 shop in hand, he had everything in the world that did not exist. As long as he had time, he did not believe that there were no special items in there. Although Yijiosa did not spend much time with Conical Zero, he knew that he was a very sensible and reliable young man. Just like how he did not want Kimimaro to be hurt, Yijiosa did not want Conical Zero to be harmed. What can you help me with? Conical Zero was really curious about what Yijiosa could help him with. Provide fresh blood. No, he did not need it. Conical Zero, have you heard of a half-demon? A half-demon? What was that? Do you know, your current appearance is no different from a half-demon. Yijiosa looked at him and continued, you have both human parts and demon parts. What do you mean? Conical Zero, try it. Yijiosa took out the Encyclopedia of Ghost Dao from his backpack. Try it. Can you cultivate spiritual power? Chapter 150. As the saying goes. As long as the male protagonist's script was firm, even toilet paper could be turned into a treasure. Even if he was young at that time. He was tricked by the villains until he was only a bird, but he could also rely on his eloquence to turn the inevitable death situation upside down. As a regular reader of certain male novels, Yijiosa had long been familiar with the level-up routine. After that, he quickly found a position for himself. He decided to use the hills and valleys in his chest to nurture a male protagonist who had Long Outyan style of acting cool, Zhao Ritian style of acting cool, and Yi Liangchen style of blindly BB. And Conical Zero was lucky enough to become his experimental subject. Oh no, the chosen one. As the male protagonist's golden finger, thick thigh, and white-haired old man. Yijiosa swore that he had to set an example to tell Conical Zero. Young man, your goal is never to become the Duck King of Bang Bang Duck. Instead, you should conquer the distant sea of stars. Although you are only a low-level Bang Bang Duck now. Do chickens, ducks, geese, and quails have guts? Who knows which one will be sent to the dining table in the end? No. Who knows which one will transcend the tribulation and become a phoenix in the end? Young man, you must believe. You will become a level the pride of E-Village. Especially in the near future, you will be the most dazzling phoenix man. If anyone dares to talk back to you, your entire village will not let him off. Yijiosa clenched his fists. There was a spark in his eyes that could start a prairie fire. He stepped on the sofa and pointed at the clock with one hand. It was as if a supreme treasure had descended to the human world on a colorful auspicious cloud. Behind him, raging waves were beating against the shore, playing the most passionate BGM. Young man, the complete collection of the Ghost Dao is a martial arts secret manual. I'll entrust it to you. Yijiosa's expression was serious. The heavy responsibility of saving the world has also fallen on your shoulders. Conical Zero flipped through the complete collection of the Ghost Dao and was surprised by the novelty of this book. Then, he accidentally saw the abstract painting of Pikachu that Yijiosa had scribbled on page 222. Conical Zero. It's a product of another world, a condensation of thousands of years of hard work by the local natives. Yijiosa's tone was heavy. The content inside is extremely profound. It's like a heavenly book with words. Those who are not fated to read it can't understand it. If you can cultivate, then your fate will change. Conical Zero flipped the page with a straight face. Once again, he accidentally saw a crooked squawking chicken on page 233. Conical Zero. Yijiosa was still making a speech not far away from him. His saliva was flying everywhere, and his face was full of holy light. Little did he know that Conical Zero had almost stripped him of his dark history. The silver-haired youth glanced at him without batting an eyelid. His gaze swept across the messy notes in the Encyclopedia of the Ghost Path. A moment later, he felt powerless in his heart. As for the Tao Breaker, White Thunder chapter, Yijiosa's explanation was as follows: Sexy Professor, Online Electric Shock, sincerely inviting all internet addicts to participate in the treatment. As for the Tao Breaker, Falling Blue Fire chapter, Yijiosa's explanation was as follows: The Torch of the FFF Group. Get it up. Let the whole world feel the anger of a single dog in the form of 10,000 flames falling from the sky. Conical Zero. This was a sentence that only a second-year student would write. It was simply insane. However, Conical Zero had always been a warm person on the inside. He was a very gentle person. Even if he felt that Yijiosa was unreliable, he would not go so far as to point it out and embarrass her. Therefore, he silently opened the Encyclopedia of the Ghost Path and pointed at the explanation of the White Thunder chapter for Yijiosa to see. Yijiosa. Oh shit, he forgot that he had also taken notes on this book. However, he could not admit defeat at this critical moment. Yijiosa patted the Encyclopedia of the Ghost Path and said calmly, "My notes use humorous and witty language to tell you that if life betrays you, don't be sad and don't be impatient. You can first give yourself an electric shock to forget this painful memory." Conical Zero. The youth did not say a word as he moved his hand to the explanation of the Falling Blue Flame chapter and pointed it at Yijiosa. Yijiosa. Fuck. Do you think I'm Hello Kitty if Tomcat doesn't show off his might? At the critical moment, the thick thigh cannot admit defeat. Yijiosa became more and more enigmatic. My notes use a humorous and light-hearted tone to tell you that if a chick betrays you, don't be sad and don't be impatient. You can still find your brother and happily dance around the bonfire. Conical 0. The youth pursed his lips and flipped to page 233 of The Screaming Chicken. His knuckles turned white as he stared sharply at Yi-Josa. It was as though he was saying, "Then how do you explain this chicken?" Yi-Josa. Brother Conical Growth, don't go overboard in everything. Do you really have to force me to reveal my true identity as the king of verbal canon? The white-haired grandpa cannot admit defeat when it comes to his reputation. Yi-Josa took a deep breath and stared at him. I've used an easy-to-understand comic image to tell you, in the war against Bang Bang Duck, as the Screaming Chicken, you must not admit defeat. Conical 0. He flipped to Pikachu and stared at her silently. Yi-Josa. He maintained his smile and laid down on the ground without any hesitation. Let me tell you, Shui Xingling. If you don't learn, I'll never get up again. Up to you. Conical 0 threw down the Encyclopedia of Ghost Dao and got up to leave. Unexpectedly, Yi-Josa grabbed his calf and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Learn it. This is your path to becoming a winner in life. Let go. Learn it. You'll have countless underlings, beautiful girls, luxury cars and villas. Let go. Learn it. You'll be able to split mountains to save your mother, fill the seas with elite guards, and chase after the sun. Shut up. Learn it. If you don't learn it, I'll tell the world that I'm pregnant with your child." Conical 0. His temples were throbbing with pain. At that moment, he heard a crisp, cracked sound. Startled, he looked up and saw the dumbfounded expression of his adoptive father, Hui Yen. He didn't know when he came back and how much he had heard. Right now, he was staring at them in a daze, his glasses reflecting a blank white light. On the ground was the potted plant that he had brought home. Conical 0. His head was hurting even more. 0. Hui Yen clutched his heart, his eyes moving back and forth between him and Yi-Josa. You actually have a girlfriend. She's pregnant with your child. Oh my God. Am I going to be a grandfather? Conical 0. Yi-Josa. Oh no, this is the feeling of my heart not beating, it's making me lose my mind. Conical 0 hadn't returned to school for a few days. As his adoptive father, Hui Yen would be lying if he said that he wasn't worried. Firstly, he had to protect Conical 0's safety. Secondly, he had to be wary of LoveLore Library's wildness. But as the chairman of the board, who was in charge of humans during the day and vampires at night, he occasionally felt that he couldn't keep up. In a moment of relaxation, Conical 0 sucked Yuheim's blood and awakened his vampiric instincts. And after awakening LoveLore Library, it would become very dangerous. Conical 0 was only one step away from depravity. He had thought that this precocious child would find a place to settle down, but he didn't expect that Conical 0 would be hiding in the house with his little girlfriend and living a happy life. Master Black, single dog gray hell. What's with this sudden suffocation? It's as if I've been hit by a million tons. Although the misunderstanding was cleared up in the end, in the eyes of Hui Yen, the moment Yi-Josa touched Conical 0, he had fallen into a dangerous situation and couldn't get away. Most importantly, there were no bite marks on the girl's neck. Hui Yen pushed up his glasses. He looked innocent on the outside, but he was a detective on the inside. Other than Yuheim, Yi-Josa was the girl who was closest to Conical 0. Moreover, she and LoveLore Library had stayed for so long without being sucked. This could only mean that her presence was enough to affect Zero's mind, or that her strength was enough to protect herself. In that case, placing her by Zero's side was both a restraint and a protection. Hui Yen came and went in a hurry. During the days when 9 orchid flowers' whereabouts were becoming more and more mysterious, he had too many things to deal with. He couldn't leave Conical Zero outside, so it was better to move her under his watch. As for the girl Yijiosa, it wasn't a bad idea to place her in Black Master Academy. Therefore, the next morning, Yijiosa received an average-size black uniform from Kurojo Gakuen. Shui Xingling was a vampire who did not like to drink blood, but his physique was special, so he could not accept the feat of a vampire. Yijiosa repeatedly recommended chicken, duck, and goose blood, but he firmly refused. But looking at the male protagonist, who was getting thinner by the day, he was afraid that he would starve to death before he could reach the boss. He had no choice but to open the shop and look at the blood bags. Fortunately, the price was not bad. Except for rare blood types, the rest were sold for 2 hours. According to Conical Zero's size, 200 cubic centimeters in 2 hours would cost at least 2 bags, right? The male protagonist went back to school. Yijiosa scooped up 2 O-type blood bags and emptied them into a thermos flask. He put on his uniform, wrapped the thermos flask, and asked countless directions. Finally, he arrived at Kurojo Gakuen before lunch. At that time, Conical Zero was lying in his dormitory, suppressing his appetite and resisting the erosion of his instincts. Eat and you will fall. Fast, and you will become manic. So this is what a vampire is. His teacher Yi Zichen's words echoed in his mind for a long time. Conical Zero banged his head against the headboard in extreme pain. He never thought that level E would rise. The moment his E instinct rose, it was as if a raging fire was burning in his stomach. He didn't expect the consequences of not eating for a long time would cause him to go berserk and become extremely aggressive. He didn't dare go out, afraid that he would attack the students in the school. Damn it! Damn his instincts! When Yijiosa stumbled his way to Conical Zero's dormitory, it had already been smashed into ruins. When he pushed the door open and entered, he saw the male protagonist curled up in a ball, trembling violently in the corner. His eyes were scarlet like a beast, staring straight at Yijiosa, as if he was staring at a prey that had fallen into a net. His gaze, which was as sharp as a knife, lingered on her neck. A moment later, he forcefully suppressed it. Get out! Yijiosa shook the thermos flask. I brought you something to eat. No need. Get lost, don't refuse to eat. Yijiosa's expression was very indifferent. Since you've become a vampire, don't resist the truth anymore. What do you know? Get out. Things have already happened. You should think about how to solve it, not escape. Yijiosa shook the thermos flask and squatted in front of him. Feed yourself first, then slowly change. What's the point of resisting? I admit that I admire your willpower, and I also admit that you're very tenacious. However, resisting blindly won't solve the problem. On the contrary, sometimes it will cause more serious consequences. What if you go crazy from hunger and hurt more people? When you wake up, will you be happy to see that situation? Listen to me. Suppress it for a while, then you'll have the spare energy to think of other solutions. Yijiosa brought the thermos flask to his mouth. Stop fooling around, drink it. This is the high-quality version of GG syrup. Specialized in level E patients who have tried it say that it's good. Conical Zero. GG syrup. A relapse. Chapter 151. As the saying goes, when you eat from others, your mouth is short, and your hands are soft. Yijiosa was well versed in Huaxia's dining culture, so he naturally understood the essence of this meal to the fullest and displayed it to the fullest. He successfully fed Conical Zero 2 bags of type O blood, which was like successfully handing a brick-moving brother 2 cartons of cigarettes. Not only did he firmly grasp the other party's stomach, he also locked onto the other party's heart and secretly pried open the other party's mouth. He was full, grateful, satisfied, and touched. Next was the situation of the two brothers' good intentions touching each other. Conical Zero sighed softly, and his breath was stained with the strong smell of blood. He put down the thermos, he bent his left leg, he raised his hand in a decadent and lazy posture and lifted the stray hair in front of his forehead, revealing a pair of complicated and gloomy eyes. Only after he was full did he have the energy to deal with Yi-Josa. But the strange thing was, when facing Yuheim, he never wanted to pull her. Muddy water. He didn't want her to know about his pressure and hatred, but when facing Yi-Josa, he had the desire to pour out his heart. He couldn't wait to spit it out. He closed his eyes, he opened his mouth, his voice low, hoarse, and sexy. "Do you mind listening to a story?" Yi-Josa said sincerely, "I don't mind." The male lead had eaten and drunk to his heart's content. He even had a handsome haircut. Wasn't it telling him, "I'm going to start acting cool, you have to give me a call"? Yi-Josa couldn't do anything else. His skills in supporting and giving face were still first-rate. Therefore, with the dim light, the dark background, the soundless background music, and the heart-wrenching memories, Yi-Josa pieced together everything and finally completed half of the framework of this world. There were three forces in this world: vampires, vampire hunters, and humans. It was like in a large farm, there was a triangular relationship between a lollipop duck, a slaughterman, and high-grade feed. The male protagonist he chose, Conical Zero, was born in a slaughterman's family. He should have had a happy life and a positive future. Unexpectedly, the lollipop duck slaughtered by his parents had not gone through a professional medical examination, and it actually carried the avian influenza virus. The bird flu swept through Conical Growth's family. Not only did it kill his parents, but it also took away his brother and turned him into a low-level lollipop duck. This bro's experience could be said to be very tragic. Fortunately, Conical Zero was taken away by Black Lord Hui Yen and became a lollipop duck reared by humans. In view of his adoptive father and childhood sweetheart's upright three views, under their intentional or unintentional guidance and their company day after day, Shui Xingling finally curbed the idea of turning into a boss and walked on the broad road that belonged to the male protagonist. His goal in life was to defeat Bang Bang Duck and eliminate bird flu. Unfortunately, before he could realize his ambition, his adoptive father, Hui Yen, established a large duck farm, Kurojo-Gakuen. As for Shui Xingling, he had forcefully become the gate guard of the breeding farm. During the day, Conical Zero had to pretend to be a normal person in class. In the evening, Conical Zero had to take the lollipop duck out for a walk. In the middle of the night, Conical Zero had to guard the duck pen to prevent the lollipop duck from getting lost. He had to take care of the workload of 3 people at the same time. He was being used like a mule. Yi-Josa was speechless. What a fucking daily life. Remember, don't go near the night ministry, there are a bunch of vampires there, Conical Zero reminded him. Since you are in Kurojo-Gakuen, follow the rules here. However, Yi-Josa's focus was obviously not on this. Conical Zero's enemy was a powerful vampire. In other words, the boss he needed to find this time was a vampire. After narrowing down the search area, finding the boss was just around the corner. However, it didn't matter whether he found the boss or not. With the male protagonist around, the boss would come to him sooner or later. At that time, whoever Conical Zero attacked, he would follow suit. Unfortunately, Yi-Josa soon discovered that Conical Zero liked to fight back, no matter if he was facing humans or vampires. He always wore a mask of malevolence and coldness, repelling all those who wanted to get close to him. Other than his childhood sweetheart, Yuheim could still control him. Occasionally, when this kid got angry, he wouldn't even give face to the chairman. Yi-Jose secretly came to Kurojo Gakuen 3 or 4 times. In the end, for convenience's sake, he simply followed Huiyan's wishes and transferred to this school. Before he came, he was ready to take the college entrance examination again with tears streaming down his face. After he came, he stared at the timetable numbly and fell into deep thought. He discovered that this school, which was built by both vampires and humans, had a high degree of freedom, strong internationalization, and little homework. It was simply heaven. Yi-Jose was excited. Similarly, the boys in Kurojo Gakuen's day class were also excited. There was no other reason than that Yi-Jose's appearance was too beautiful. He was even more dazzling than the Lolliducks in the night class. This kind of beauty who, as long as she didn't open her mouth, she would be a beautiful scenery no matter where she went. His limelight was unparalleled, even overshadowing the halo of 9 orchid flower favoring Yuheim. For a time, he became the target of hatred from the girls. But who was Yi-Jose? He had already experienced the strife between girls in Ice Emperor Academy, so he knew the thoughts of little girls like the back of his hand. At this moment, when the envious and jealous gazes of the little girls focused on him, he immediately held his head high and walked into the classroom with his long hair fluttering. It's good to be a woman. Ha! His eyes swept across the airfield of the girls, and directly picked the empty seat next to Conical Zero. After sitting down, he deliberately placed his pair of breasts on the table. Damn! It's so comfortable. His body suddenly felt light, and his neck was finally not sore anymore. He was so touched. QAQ. The girls. Kurojo Gakuen Yuheim. Conical Zero. The silver-haired boy raised his hand and rubbed his temples with a frown. Since the inexplicable encounter with Yi-Jose, his headache had become more and more painful. And this headache, as the degree of Yi-Jose's troubles increased, it almost suppressed the level. The pain of erosion. For example, now, this woman mysteriously approached him and asked in a low voice, Conical Zero, I want to ask a very important question. Conical Zero held the Encyclopedia of Ghostdom and turned his face. Are vampires very sensitive to the smell of blood? Chue Xingling nodded. Then, if it's a girl's period. Yi-Jose stared at him. Do you have any special thoughts about vampires with white wings? Conical Zero. He slammed the book shut and got up to leave. Can't I leave? Can't I find another place? Mental exhaustion. Hey, don't go. Don't. Yi-Jose chased after him. He really wanted to know the answer to a certain blind spot. Out of desperation, Chue Xingling could not get away, he could only hide in the men's toilet. He really felt that he had never been so embarrassed in his life. But Conical Zero would never have imagined that the men Yi-Jose bumped into were not the most miserable, only more miserable. Lan Tang-ing, an aristocratic vampire, one of the stars of a large duck farm in Kurojo Gakuen. He had a head of charming blonde hair, jewel-like eyes, a cheerful temperament like a small sun, a melodious and gorgeous voice, and a tall and straight figure. Although a few days ago, a white-haired kindred had pierced his bones, although a Pomeranian had stomped on his face twice not long ago, But he, Lan Tang-ing, still maintained the demeanor and pretentiousness of an aristocrat. In front of his vast number of fans, he buried all his dark history deep in his heart, as if it was a fleeting cloud. He flirted with his blonde hair, winked, and flirted with pretty girls as usual. But this day was different. His line of sight that penetrated the crowd suddenly stopped. His eyes slightly widened as he focused on a very beautiful silhouette. A youthful face, a beautiful woman, a healthy body. An alluring aura. Without the pressure of 9 orchid flower, Lan Tang-ing appeared to be more casual. He actually pushed through the crowd and slowly walked toward Yi-Jose. Conical Zero was speechless. Lan Tang-ing, are you stupid? This beautiful princess, Lan Tanging stared at Yi Jiusa. May I have the honor of having dinner with you? Ing. His companion's voice came from behind him, as if he was quite dissatisfied with his outrageous behavior. Yi Jiusa was speechless. Have dinner together. Sorry, he did not share the same diet as Bang Bang Duck. However, Yi Jiusa thought for a moment and did not refuse. Instead, he agreed, okay. Sure, have dinner together then. It was a good opportunity for him to try out what kind of food could poison Bang Bang Duck. This was a free experiment. It would be too unfair to himself if he did not accept it. However, vampires could not leave the Ministry of Night without the approval of the pure-blooded emperor. However, Lan Tanging was a stickler for appearances, and Yi Jiusa was even more of a stickler for appearances. In the end, the two dogs discussed and set the dinner location at Conical Zero's dormitory. Conical Zero was speechless. He watched as Yi Jiusa brought Bang Bang Duck back to his dormitory, watched in a daze as Yi Jiusa borrowed his kitchen, watched as she cooked with a spatula, and finally watched in a daze as she poisoned it. The dinner was a joyous one for both the host and the guest. Lan Tanging ate a lot and returned to the Ministry of Night with satisfaction. An hour later, he squeezed into the toilet while clutching his stomach. His footsteps were weak as he leaned against the wall, and he fainted on the big bed. For the next 3 days, Conical Zero did not see Lan Tanging again. Conical Zero was speechless. Chapter 152. Ever since landing in Huaxia Guangdong, Saishomaru suddenly understood that the dog that Yi Jiusa kept by his side to raise was so safe. Even if they destroyed the house, messed around, and fought, she was willing to endure it and diligently clean up the mess. Instead of taking a knife and weighing it, she skinned the dog and put it into the pot. Compared to the two, she actually had a gentle and kind side. He lowered his eyes slightly, he restrained all his emotions. The tip of his nose smelled the fragrance of delicious food, the stench of the trash can and the stench of the car exhaust blended into the vast stream of soup. He could not understand the language in his ears, he could not understand the words in the shop, and he could not understand the corners of the street. A dog walked alone in the wrong direction in the crowd. Even though the surroundings were so bustling, he could not stand the loneliness of losing dog food. When she was there, it was noisy, when she was not there, with annoyance. When his colleagues were there, it was unnecessary, when his colleagues were not there. The taste was quite good. Saishomaru walked along the straight long street. He did not know that even if he transformed into a human, he could not erase his noble temperament and could not hide his handsome face. He walked slowly, it was as if Moses had split the sea and opened up an empty path. He did not know where to go, but he was trying to find her aura. Unfortunately, no, she was not in this place. He walked and walked. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from behind. The person seemed to be in a hurry, he followed closely behind him, just like the evil vision that had intended to follow him 100 years ago. Saishomaru turned his head and gave the person a charitable look. At that time, the sun shone on his perfect side profile, as if the morning light had dyed the snow on the mountain peak. Even though it was cold, it flowed with a momentary warmth. With just a glance, the people around him could not help but breathe lightly. The newcomer's face was flushed and he was extremely excited. He took out a business card from his pocket and handed it over with trembling hands. Hello, I am a talent scout from XX Entertainment Company. I saw that you have an outstanding appearance and decided that you should walk the path of a superstar. Please. Saishomaru frowned and turned to leave without hesitation. What is he talking about? He couldn't understand it at all. It was easy to get rid of a human without any intention of starting a fight. Saishomaru quickened his pace, and after a few turns, he entered a park, completely shaking off the people following him. However, the moment he concentrated, he suddenly realized that countless eyes in the park were focused on him. He looked up and saw countless pieces of paper pasted on the small blackboard, bulletin boards, and all kinds of pictorial posters. Information and photos of young men and women were printed on the paper. A group of middle-aged and old men and women gathered together, pointing at the paper and making comments. Until he appeared in front of them. "Ayo, a young man actually came to our city's blind date corner. He's so handsome. I wonder if he has a wife yet." "No wife, I don't know what kind of wife he's looking for. Soft skin and tender flesh, looks delicious." He should not have understood anything, but to his surprise, he heard the word eat. Not for anything else, but because the word eat appeared the most frequently in front of dog meat hotpot restaurants. At that moment, even Saishomaru felt a little creeped out. He pursed his lips, looked straight ahead, passed through the crowd, and turned into the secluded rockery. Seeing that there was no one around, Saishomaru slowly withdrew his demonic power and shrunk his body at the fastest speed, turning into the original appearance of a white firewood puppy. A human form was eye-catching, while a dog form was a disaster. It was better to turn into a puppy, which would be convenient for him to walk and help him avoid trouble. If it was a few years ago, Saishomaru would not have considered so much. Any living thing that stood in his way would only become a dead soul under his claws. However, with the awakening of the heavenly teeth and the appearance of the burst teeth, as his personality gradually became complete, he gradually understood the value of life. Those who did not know were innocent, and he should not care about such trivial matters, nor should he care about seniority. As a king, he should have the heart and spirit of a king. Only an immature tyrant would destroy everything that was not pleasing to the eye. The white firewood puppy wagged its little tail slightly, kicking its tender paws as it ran outside. However, it did not know that its soft appearance would be targeted by a group of naughty children who had too little homework. "It's here." A naughty child held a plastic sword and shouted, "My holy mount, White Tiger." Although he did not understand, it did not prevent him from guessing something from the other party's troublemaking expression. "That's not your mount." Another naughty child took out a pokeball from his crotch. "It's my destined Pokemon." Without saying another word, the naughty child immediately threw the pokeball at Saishomaru. White Firewood tilted his body, allowing the pokeball to brush past him and roll into the sewer where the manhole cover had been stolen. Seeing this, the naughty child snatched the plastic sword from his friend's hand, and decided to teach White Firewood a lesson. He rushed over, accidentally tripping over his right foot with his left foot, and fell face first onto the ground. Wadash, the naughty child could not help but cry. They were all at the same age, but Yijiosa was much stronger than them. Yijiosa's arrival was like throwing a huge rock into a calm lake, completely disrupting the plans and game between the purebred vampires. Whether it was Nine Orchid Flower, who was stationed in the Senate, Kowloon Plum Soil who was still recovering, or the purebred Queen Canon Hikarakura, all of them were evaluating her value and identity. None of the vampires would believe that a student who was once the strongest vampire hunter, Master Ashen, would be a docile and harmless sheep. But no matter how they searched, they could not find any background information on Yijiosa. She was like a girl who appeared out of thin air. The investigations of all parties were at a stalemate. In order to find out the truth, they decided to start with Yijiosa herself, in the dark and gloomy castle, in the luxurious bedroom of Tumi. Purebred Queen Canon Hikarakura was parasitizing her distant relative, Red Maria, and opened her blood-red eyes. Ichigo, Red Maria chuckled, another girl has appeared beside your twin brother, Conical Zero. Conical Growth remained silent. Tell me Red Maria looked up, is Yuhai more important to him, or that girl? You are twins. Tell me, if it were you, which one would you choose? Shui Xing sighed softly, Sir Xian. You clearly know that I will only choose you. Red Maria chuckled, lively and reckless, so, I am most at ease with Ichigo. There are some things that you need to test to get the real result. Yes. On the day that Red Maria transferred to Kurojo Gakuen, Yijiosa received a message from Black Lord Huiyan. The school ball would begin in 2 weeks, and he asked the young boys and girls to be prepared. It was said that the ball in 2 weeks would be a school-wide event. At that time, humans, vampires, and even vampire hunters would be eligible to participate. Yijiosa thought to himself, what a big heart you have. He held the ball schedule and was about to see if Conical Zero had been studying the Ghost Dao seriously. Unexpectedly, he saw him by the fountain in the school wearing a windbreaker and holding a katana. Windbreaker, katana. What's wrong? Is Conical Zero going to comprehend the Zanpakuto? Perhaps sensing her approach, Zhui Xingling imitated Zhui Xingling's expression and tilted her head, saying coldly, you're here. However, although Conical Growth could imitate Conical Zero's expression and tone, he could not imitate Conical Zero's mood when facing Yijiosa. If coldness was useful, why would he need the heart reliever pill? Yijiosa was thick-skinned and did not mind his coldness at all. He said eagerly, go, follow me to a place. Make sure it's hidden, and no one will find out. Before Shui Xing could understand what Yijiosa was saying, Yijiosa had already grabbed her sleeve and hurriedly dragged her into the small forest. This. A lone man and woman in the woods. What is she doing? Could it be that the relationship between Zhui Xingling and her had already developed to this stage? Conical Growth's heart tightened, and he subconsciously pressed his back against the tree trunk. Unexpectedly, Yijiosa reached out and slowly lifted the hem of his skirt. Zhui Xingyi sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Wait. I am not. Unexpectedly, Yijiosa skillfully untied the thermos cup tied to his thigh and handed it over with a smile. Here, emergency syrup. Zhui Xing was speechless. Why did you tie it to your thigh? Unable to hold back, all Xing-yi couldn't help but ask. What else could it be? Yijiosa had an expression that said, are you an idiot? In the school, anyone who drinks emergency syrup is prohibited. I have to think of a way to fatten you up. Anyway, there are always a few days every month for girls. It's okay for me to taste like syrup. Even if the smell of blood wafted out, it would not arouse Lollipop Duck's suspicion. In this way, he could give Conical Zero his rations every day. Conical Growth carried Conical Zero's rations and did not know whether to advance or retreat. Emergency syrup. Drink it. Do you want to have an episode? Was Shui Xingling sick? He didn't take the medicine in front of everyone for the sake of his reputation, but now he asked someone to give him the medicine in this way. Conical Growth could not stop his imagination. He sneered in his heart and calmly took the thermos cup. He opened the lid, tilted his neck, and poured the liquid inside into his mouth. When his taste buds came into contact with the taste of blood, no matter how strong Conical Growth's willpower was, his face could not help but turn green. What the hell? It's blood. It's human blood. Although Conical Growth had followed the pure-blooded queen, after so many years, he was still a genuine human. Yijiosa gave him human blood, which was a huge scam. Right now, all he wanted was to find a place to spit out the sour and fishy taste in his mouth. However, Yijiosa was staring at him intently. Under his expectant gaze, he swallowed the blood back down. This feeling, is this the feeling of an out-of-body experience? Conical Growth was about to cry. What? Not to your taste. Yijiosa was extremely worried, afraid that the lollipop duck he chose would be of poor quality. Yes. Conical Growth continued his performance. Ordinary blood is no longer to my taste. I want the blood of a pure-blooded. Got it? He wanted to drink the blood of a pure-blooded, not ordinary blood. This blood was no longer suitable for the male lead style. Conical Growth knew very well that before he figured out Yijiosa's identity, he might come into contact with her. And if she gave him a cup of human blood every time he got close to her, he could not afford it. Conical Growth twisted the lid and took the opportunity to return the cup to Yijiosa. You. Take it back. Yijiosa stared at the thermos cup and narrowed his eyes. You said you want to drink the blood of a pure-blooded. Conical Growth braced himself. Yes. I have a question. Yijiosa took back the thermos cup and smiled amiably. Can you tell me, where can I buy purebloods? Oh no, what are the names of purebloods? As the male lead's cheat, he had to satisfy whatever he wanted to eat. Shueishin was speechless. Chapter 153. 9 Orchid Flower. It was Bang Bang Duck King. His body was 9 feet long. Appearance. Lily tried to compete with Kowloon Plum Soil in terms of beauty. He tore it apart in anger. He tore it into pieces. However, Plum Soil was a Bang Bang Duck cockroach. Even if he died on the spot, he would be able to make a comeback and return to the pugilistic world in 10 years. He darkened his own family on the field. The idiot on the field was so bad that he was as beautiful as a painting in the midfield. Since the pivot was born, how could the soil be born? New hatred and old hatred were difficult to reconcile. Only the Neo-Hurayi family dared to find fault. They killed all the Bang ducks in the world for a cup of pure blood. No matter how high the mountain was or how long the road was, they had to remove the burden on the male protagonist's shoulders. Let him level up and slap his face. On this side, Yijiosa was thinking about how to fuck over the purebloods. On the other side, Conical Growth spat out a mouthful of blood. Withered returned to Red Maria's side. He told every detail truthfully. When the last word fell, the room fell into a strange silence. You mean? She has designs on the blood of purebloods. Red Maria was slightly surprised. That's interesting. She can actually do this for your brother. Her soft laughter sounded in the bedroom. Very good. If your brother finds out. A girl who loved him deeply died in the hands of Kowloon Plum Soil in order to obtain the blood of a pureblood. Another girl he loved died in my hands to save him. A wisp. Do you think? Red Maria's eyes were calm. Will Zero transform into the strongest vampire hunter out of extreme hatred and kill the purebloods? Conical Growth lowered his eyes. Lord Xian, why? Why do you want him? To kill the purebloods. Conical Growth had a complicated look in his eyes. Lord, you're also a pureblood. Red Maria did not say anything. She supported her head with her hands and looked at the afterglow of the setting sun. After a while, she murmured, because the life of a pureblood is too long, especially after losing a true love. After obtaining a long life, she naturally had to bear an unbearable burden. The reason why she was not crushed was because the hatred in her heart had yet to be eliminated. Eternal life for me is just torture. The Black Lord Academy's mass ball had already entered the preparation stage. It was said that on the night of the ball, the pure-blooded Emperor, 9 Orchid Pivot, who had been away for a long time, was about to return. Due to Zhuai Xingling's picky eating, Yi-Josa was pleasantly surprised by the news of Duck King's return. And in order to get close to the 9-orchid pivot and obtain pure blood, he even began to prepare the evening dress. He swore by the heart of a scumbag, whether it was flirting with people or flirting with ghosts, the pure Yang Palace would never admit defeat. King, Su, King, Yang of Yang, King, Shing, Yang, Yun, King, Su, Hua, Yang, King, of Yu, Yang, Yun, Hua, King, of, but, Li of, Chin of Hua, Li, King, of Li, PL Li, of how could he tolerate this? Seeing Yi-Josa spread out a pile of cosmetics, Shui Xingling couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of saliva, don't you know? The 9-orch flower you want to get close to has given Yuhaim a dress. Wake up. Stupid woman. The pure blood is not interested in your blood. He is not interested in you. Why waste your time? What? He gave Yuhaim a dress. Yi-Josa was shocked. Damn it. How dare he covet the girl of the main character? According to the plot of the main character, 9-orch flower would not only fail to get the girl, but also waste the dress. Conical Zero sneered, so, what are you wasting your time? What do you mean? Yi-Josa thought Conical Zero's head was stuck. Why do you think I put on expensive makeup to attend a ball? I did it for you. How stupid. I did it for you. For you. For you. Conical Zero heard a buzzing sound in his ears. All the voices in the world receded like the tide. Only Yi-Josa's "for you" was left in his heart. He had never seen such an intense and straightforward lyrical style. Even in front of Yuhaim. Some feelings were suppressed, dark, and shameful. But now, this person in front of him, she actually. Are you stupid? Yi-Josa criticized him for his inaction. He provoked you to steal a girl, and you still have the mood to be sarcastic. Let me tell you, if someone steals your girl, you should make yourself look handsome. Bring me, the school's domineering flower, with you. I'll definitely make you look cool. We're not going to a ball, we're going to slap faces, brother. Wake up. Conical Zero was speechless. His nervousness gradually disappeared, and he felt like hitting someone. Is 9-orchid flower handsome? Handsome, right? Are you handsome? Not bad. Yi-Josa said vehemently, you can't say that you can't make it if you're a man. Even if you can't make it, you have to stand up for me. Confidence. Inflate. Get fat. Believe in yourself, you're the fattest. Conical Zero was speechless. His hand that was holding the gun was ready to move. Most importantly, Conical Zero, you have to remember, the two of us are the most handsome in the day division. Our thin shoulders carry the weight of the day division. Use your face to fight to the death. This was the pinnacle duel between the King of Dogs and the King of Ducks. Yi-Josa expressed that he would never admit defeat. Conical Zero was speechless. He really wanted to hit someone with those childish lines. Oh, right, what do you think of this Rom's dance? Do you want to wear it out? Conical Zero was speechless. His head was starting to hurt again. The much-anticipated dance party finally began, and the return of the pure-blooded emperor, 9-orchid flower, set off the climax of the party. In the middle of the crowd, a handsome man dressed in a white suit wore a melancholic and affectionate expression. He bowed slightly and invited the black main character, Yuki, who was dressed in the same white gown, to slide onto the dance floor for the first dance. 9-orchid flower gently hugged Yuhaim and looked at the pure-blooded princess in front of him. His actions were gentle and polite, and he whispered from time to time, making Yuhaim blush. But for Yuheim, the only thought that rose in Nine Orchid Flower's mind was full of hunger. Healthy body, sweet blood, special power. The girl that the deity was protecting was indeed a delicious dish. He decided to get close to her, make her fall in love with him, and finally, completely devour her. Come to think of it, this was an extremely delicious person. Nine Orchid Flower smiled and lowered his head. He moved closer to Yuheim's neck and took a deep breath of the fragrance of her blood. He realized that even though Yuheim had not awakened as a vampire, the taste of her blood was incomparable to the taste of ordinary people. What a treasure! He sighed in his heart. But just as he was about to bring Yuheim to a secluded corner, he heard a commotion coming from the entrance. Nine Orchid Flower was stunned. He immediately turned his head and stood there to size up the commotion. Tonight's dance party has already begun. Who would choose to be late at this time? Nine Orchid Flower originally thought that the person who came would be a representative of the Senate or a child of a noble vampire, but he did not expect to see Conical Zero's cold face and the noble and elegant posture of his female companion next to him. One of them was wearing a black suit, and the other was wearing an enchanting romance dance. From the moment they stepped through the door, they became the focus of the crowd. Yijiosa held his head high and his eyes were firmly locked on Nine Orchid Flower's neck. Why do we have to be late? Conical Zero was not used to the feeling of being the center of attention. Are you stupid? Yijiosa cast a disdainful look at him. For a public event like this, you have to be late to show off your cool. Look at this is the effect of holding the fort. Yijiosa walked gracefully. The slit of her skirt swayed to the bottom of her thighs, revealing a section of slender and fair legs. The ornaments on the skirt swayed with the wind, giving off a different kind of enchanting charm. But unfortunately, before she could finish walking on the runway, Conical Zero grabbed her again. You know how to dance. Conical Zero pointed at the dance floor. The dance floor is just ahead. Yijiosa was a little annoyed. Of course I know how to dance. Why can't I dance? Isn't it just holding hands and swaying left and right? Conical Zero. Yijiosa grabbed Conical Zero and brought him to the dance floor. As he walked, he approached the location of the Nine Orchid pivot. What do you know how to dance? What do you know how to dance? This was indeed a question. Yijiosa thought for a while and replied, I know how to do the repeated horizontal jump. Conical Zero. Chapter 154. Did Yijiosa know how to dance? Of course not. A high-level skill like dancing and singing. He had selflessly handed it over to the country long ago and obtained a few dogs that demolished homes in a banner of moral, intellectual, physical, and aesthetic development. It was a small silk banner that said, I'm good at everything. Although there was indeed a singing and dancing skill on the Three Swords panel, Yijiosa swore that unless it was absolutely necessary, he would never use this killer move that would cause the greatest harm to the majority of human beings. After all, for a woman like him who was so beautiful that she could even eat, sleep, and go to the toilet, how could she dance? For the sake of the happiness of the young men and women of the academy, he had to avoid the possibility of becoming their dream lover. In this way, he would reluctantly be an ordinary dancer. It would be good to present a dynamic, repeated horizontal jumps. Under the elegant and soothing music, in the crisscrossing and smooth dance steps, if he suddenly added elements that were brimming with hot-blooded youth, it would definitely cause an uproar. When the male lead was in the limelight and attracted everyone's attention, he would climb up to the luxurious feast of Nine Orchid Flower, in minutes bring him to a secluded corner and beat him until his mother didn't recognize him. Then, poke him with a needle and draw blood. Perfect. Yijiosa's plan was full of plans. Unexpectedly, Conical Zero, this disappointing guy, decided to keep a low profile and be a ghost. He solemnly rejected his proposal to repeatedly horizontal jump. Yijiosa was unconvinced. He grabbed his wrist and prepared to forcefully drag him onto the dance floor. Conical Zero resisted. He stood firmly on the spot, his entire body overflowing with a dark aura. Once the dispute arose, differences arose. Many people secretly sized them up. They whispered, "Hey, I say." The golden-haired young man walked over slowly, holding a glass of red wine. Jun Yen looked slightly distressed. "Conical Zero, accompany your female companion to dance. Why did you refuse?" In Ichijo Takuma's opinion, Conical Zero had gone too far. He brought his female companion into the arena, but he did not have the demeanor of a male companion. He even refused to dance, and he even made his female companion pull and embarrass him in public. It was really not the style of a gentleman. "It's none of your business," Conical Zero retorted bluntly. Ichijo Takuma furrowed his brows and pursed his lips, remaining silent. A moment later, he put on a gentle smile and turned to Yijiosa. He bowed slightly and made a gesture of invitation. "I wonder if I have the honor to invite this beautiful lady to dance with me." Yijiosa replied coldly, "No. You're not even the male lead, yet you want me to dance with you. Aren't you a little too shameless? Don't even mention repeated horizontal jumps, they won't even accompany you to do radio calisthenics." Ichijo Takuma. It was the first time in his life that he had been rejected for a dance. Had his charm gone down? How could he refuse in such a straightforward manner? Conical Zero rubbed his throbbing temples. "Do you really want to jump so badly?" Yijiosa nodded and looked eagerly at the center of the dance floor. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Nine Orchid Flower, holding Yuhaiman slowly retreating from the center of the dance floor. Yijiosa's alarm went off. For a moment, he felt that Conical Zero had become the Hulk. In an instant, the husky broke free from the reins and turned around to step onto the dance floor. Conical Zero was stunned and hurriedly followed, trying to hold back the dog who was having fun. However, the moment he held her hand, Yijiosa suddenly flipped his palm and firmly grasped his wrist. The next second, Conical Zero felt his body lighten and was lifted slightly into the air. Suddenly, he was spun in a full circle by Yijiosa. Rom's dance's skirt fluttered in the most beautiful arc, and her beautiful legs were faintly discernible as she spun. Paired with the man and the woman's super good looks and equally powerful postures, the passion on the dance floor was instantly ignited. "Oh, dash," someone exclaimed. But Conical Zero clearly heard Yijiosa's surprised voice. "Ha! You can do that. What do you mean by, you can do that?" For some reason, an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Yijiosa held onto his hand firmly, as if he had transformed into Popeye. He actually swung his entire body that weighed 180 kilograms. Spinning, jumping, and being forced to close her eyes. One round after another, she swept across the dance floor. Conical Zero said, "Stop. Stop. Stop." He felt like he was about to vomit. Stop. With the wind from Mount Wu's skill, Yijiosa could swing people and ghosts without any hesitation. "Stopping at a time like this, are you still a man?" Conical Zero's face turned green. "Stopping at a time like this, how am I not a man?" "No. That's not right, why did I do what she said?" "Stop." Conical Zero's voice was broken. "What are you doing? What did Yijiosa want to do?" Of course, it was to protect Conical Zero's goddess. He swung Conical Zero onto the dance floor in an imposing manner, sweeping everything in his way. Then, he quickly spun to the side of Nine Orchid Flower. Without saying a word, he pretended to miss and threw the heavy sword. No, he threw Conical Zero out. In that second, a strong wind blew, and Nine Orchid Flower was suddenly alerted. But he never expected that the sneak attack was not a knife, a gun, or a bullet, but a living conical zero. A young man who was more than 1.8 meters tall had knocked away his and Yuheim's hands like a cannonball. He was like a spinning top, unable to stop no matter what. But Conical Zero was still rational and knew to grab something to slow down. But the scene in front of him was spinning too fast, and it was simply dazzling. Nine Orchid Flower avoided his outstretched hand, but Yuheim's wide skirt was forcibly torn off. That gorgeous and elegant white dress suddenly turned into a sexy short skirt, and the girl couldn't help but scream in shock. Yijose couldn't help but sigh. The quality is really bad. It was torn as soon as it was torn, and the $1 million gown couldn't even compare to the $200 Roman dance. Was this a loss of morality or a loss of humanity? Ah! Damn it! Master Black Yuheim was confused in the wind, and she closed her eyes tightly. Her emotions overwhelmed her rationality, confusing her sight and hearing. The moment her skirt was torn, she used her feminine instincts to swing the Buddha's palm that was as powerful as a mountain. In an instant, there was a loud slap, and Nine Orchid Flower was slapped in the face. Yijose said, "Fuck, good job. What a great teammate." Nine Orchid Flower. The crowd and the ducks. The scene fell into a strange silence, like a bow that had been pulled to its fullest arc and was about to shoot the most lethal arrow. Humans and vampires coexisted peacefully in the school, but if the king was beaten, how could they tolerate it? The vampire's aura inevitably became solemn. Master Black Yuheim came back to her senses, and she was so scared that she didn't even dare to breathe loudly. She twisted the hem of her skirt and apologized repeatedly. Nine Orchid Flower narrowed his eyes slightly, and his sharp gaze fell on Yijose. "Huh? The culprit, did you do it on purpose?" "Very good, woman, you've successfully attracted my attention." Nine Orchid Flower generously let go of the matter and sent someone to take Yuheim away to change into her dress. And he walked toward Yijose, his eyes showing the desire to eat. If he wanted to know or understand something, he would suck the other's blood and extract the information he wanted from the blood. He didn't have to touch Yuheim tonight, but this woman who ruined his mood had to pay 100 times the price. Nine Orchid Flower did as she wished, inviting her to dance, relaxing her mind, and enjoying her burning gaze on him. His original appearance was really useful. No matter what kind of woman he met, they couldn't escape the temptation of his appearance. Nine Orchid Flower smiled faintly and lowered his head. "Do you mind spending the night with me?" Yijose was extremely touched, and he ignored Conical Zero, who was stopped by Ichijo Takuma, and took the initiative to pull Nine Orchid Flower to a secluded corner. "Senior Jolan, there are too many people here, let's go somewhere else." Yijose pointed to a more secluded place, his face full of anticipation. "I have a lot of things to say to Senior Jolan." Nine Orchid Flower sneered in his heart. How could he not know what this woman was planning? Coveting his appearance, wanting his body, it was nothing more than this kind of need. But the woman in front of him was really beautiful, and he didn't mind letting her struggle a little longer. Nine Orchid Flower didn't take Yijose seriously. Wherever she wanted to go, he would follow. Vampires had never been gentle to their prey. They turned into a dimly lit place, and Yijose seemed to be very nervous, his face flushed with excitement. He lifted the hem of Ram's Dance's skirt, reached into his thigh, and took out a small green bottle. Nine Orchid Flower frowned, thinking that this woman was really pretentious, spraying perfume before her blood was sucked out. Yijose twisted the metal cap, and without hesitation, smeared a full layer of balm on his neck. Balm was a good thing to prevent fire, theft, and blood-sucking. When used with durian juice and canned herring, the effect would be even better. Didn't Duck King follow him all the way here to have some fun with him? He was just a weak woman, how could he resist the other party's strength? Sob, sob, sob. Nine Orchid Flower was speechless. What's this smell? Nine Orchid Flower couldn't help but take a big step back. He really didn't expect this woman to have such a strong taste. She dared to smear it, but he didn't dare to bite it, it was really too pungent. Senior Jolon. Yi Joseph grabbed his wrist, let's dance together. Nine Orchid Flower tried to pull his hand back, suddenly. He remembered that there was one more thing to do, he had to first. Unfortunately, Yi Joseph didn't give him a chance to finish his words. He grabbed the other's wrist like he was swinging conical zero, and quickly spun Nine Orchid Flower in a circle. Under the other's incredulous gaze, Yi Joseph smiled and spun him again. Gradually, his speed became faster and faster, as if he had turned into a tornado, swinging the other's hand so hard that he couldn't even fight back. In the end, Nine Orchid Flower became an afterimage. His extraordinarily handsome face was ruthlessly smashed into the mud by Yi Joseph. Nine Orchid Flower was speechless. He felt dizzy and nauseous. Yi Joseph finished the fight quickly, straddling him, took out a syringe and a long needle from his backpack, and poked Nine Orchid Flower's neck. The syringe was just an ordinary product, but the long needle was a toy made from the weapons of the Hunters Association. Even vampires couldn't recover in a short period of time after their skin was pierced by a special product. Nine Orchid Flower never thought that one day he would be sucked by a human. What happened to the ancestors of vampires who were at the top of the food chain in this world? What happened to this evil woman who was riding on his body? Nine Orchid Flower struggled vigorously, and a second before the dark energy exploded, Yi Joseph took out the sword from his backpack and used 7 stars encirclement to immobilize him. The muddy water covered his eyes, and Nine Orchid Flower was furious. Human. Hey! My good son. Yi Joseph patted his head and finished a thermos cup of blood. He laughed happily. Adhering to the strategy of sustainable development, I won't kill you tonight. He stood up calmly, recalling the blood feud with Conical Zero, and decided to do something big. Hee, Master Sien still treated you as a pureblood, I didn't expect you to be so weak. It's time to give Canon Hikarakura another round of hatred. Anyway, he's the male protagonist's archenemy, so I'll do whatever I want to him. Yi Joseph shook the thermos cup in his hand, trying his best to create the characteristics of a villain who was especially talkative. But you are a pureblood, so I'll accept this blood on behalf of Master Sien. Kurojo Gakuin was Nine Orchid Flower's territory, but Nine Orchid Flower was the Duck King, and yet he couldn't kill Canon Hikarakura. It could only be said that Canon Hikarakura's background was also very strong. He used Canon Hikarakura's name to stir up trouble, and put himself into Canon Hikarakura's sphere of influence. Mixed in the real and the fake, he didn't believe that Nine Orchid Flower could really do anything to him. If he had the guts, then he'd destroy Canon Hikarakura first. Yi Joseph held the thermos cup and walked away, leaving Nine Orchid Flower, who had been brainwashed by a girl's romance, gritting his teeth. His scarlet eyes were full of murderous intent. The night was quiet, and the ball was over. Conical Zero leaned against the entrance of the ball, looking up at the dazzling starry sky. He didn't know why he stayed here. He was waiting for her to come back. That stupid woman, he didn't know where she was taken. He searched the entire night ministry, but not only did he not find her, but even Nine Orchid Flower was nowhere to be seen. Did she like pure-blood vampires that much? Yuheim was, and so was she. A cool breeze blew, and the silver-white crescent moon glowed with a touch of redness. Conical Zero took a deep breath and decided not to think about anything else. There was no point in waiting here. He slowly walked and turned back to the path back to the dormitory. However, he had only taken a dozen or so steps when his face twisted once more. This smell. This scary smell is. He turned his neck stiffly and saw Yi-Jyosa happily running towards him with a thermos cup in her arms. And her body was filled with the fragrance of a single dog who had applied essential balm. Conical Zero was speechless. You have the smell of essential balm on you. It's because my nose is too sensitive. You're back. Conical Zero couldn't help but look at her neck, only to find that there was a little green on it, and the smell was as mellow as a toilet that hadn't been scrubbed for a few days. Conical Zero was speechless. He suddenly understood why 9 Orchid Flower let her go. Just based on this smell, who would be able to take a bite out of her? I'm back. Look what I've brought back for you. Yi-Jyosa handed over the thermos cup, her eyes sparkling. Here, you said you wanted to drink the blood of a pure blood, so I got it for you. Conical Zero was stunned. What? For you, the blood of a pure blood. Yi-Jyosa stuffed the thermos cup into his hand and said solemnly, I told you, I'm your golden finger. I'll definitely get the blood of a pure blood. Drink it. Conical Zero's grip on the thermos cup was very tight. He was sure that he hadn't said this to Yi-Jyosa. Then, who could it be? Who was the one gossiping in her ears? But that wasn't important. What was important was that she didn't even have to ask him for confirmation and went through all the trouble to get the pure blood. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't touched. This blood. Don't worry and drink it boldly. It's 9 Orchid Flower's blood. Conical Zero was speechless. His worldview was shaken like a tsunami. He didn't expect that even a pure blood vampire would lose to her. So, she really was that golden finger. Conical Zero's hand that was holding the thermos cup trembled slightly. He looked at her deeply, and she looked back at him excitedly. At this moment, the wind was blowing and the clouds were scudding. At this second, the atmosphere was harmonious, and the light was ambiguous. Ram's dance's skirt swayed in the wind. Her long hair flowed freely, and her figure was flirtatious. The retro-European style architecture, the gorgeous teenage dream. For the first time, Conical Zero truly felt that there was a hand knocking on the door of his tightly shut heart and forcing its way in. He looked down and slowly twisted the lid of the thermos cup. But in the next second, he suddenly felt a demonic wind around him, and a terrifying aura locked onto him. Who's there? Shui Xingling suddenly raised his head, and saw in the night sky, there was a silver-haired man standing in the wind. His dark golden eyes were focused on his face, as if he was looking at a dead object, without any ripples. With her snow-white fluffy tail swaying behind her, Saishomaru looked at Yi-Jyosa in silence. He originally thought that the moment he found Yi-Jyosa, she would curl up in bed and sleep. Maybe her old habits hadn't changed, and she would want to hug a dog to warm her hands. But he still underestimated her playfulness and missed out on her growth. As a little girl grew to a young lady, and then to a mature woman, she would naturally attract the covetous eyes of others, and she would also be attracted to others. Just like now, in the middle of the night, she ditched all the dogs just to see a young man. Saishomaru slowly landed, stood there, and didn't speak. As for Yi-Jyosa, he was completely dumbfounded. Look at what he saw, nanny. His designated nanny. The one he hadn't gotten yet. Look at what his nanny saw. She saw the DPS player flirting with him, flirting with another nanny. So strange. What else could it be other than his dogs that had followed him around so many worlds? Why would Saishomaru still appear? Looking at Saishomaru's cold eyes, if he was in Kenzo's place, he would be dead in love. What the fuck? This common routine, this familiar atmosphere, this prelude to a catfight, wasn't this the usual annual catfight in Kenzo's Chiba forum? 818 The pure masculine scumbag who flirted with me and then flirted with someone else tree hole clearly has my heartstrings, but still wants someone else's phoenix curse. 616 The little sweetie who promised me forever while flirting with him, pure masculine scumbag, please be struck by lightning. Gyoza didn't know what was going on, but at this moment, he felt extremely guilty. Not only did he feel guilty, but he even wanted to kneel on a washboard. QAQ. Kill, Saishomaru. Gyoza gasped, and had an idea in the midst of the emergency. You came at the right time. Saishomaru was cold and indifferent, as if he was waiting for him to open his mouth and say something. After recovering his strength, he could completely leave her world, but he didn't know why he chose to stay. There were some reasons that he didn't want to think too deeply about. Some things that were hard to grasp would cause people to lose their rationality. For example, right now, he clearly had no grudge against that young man, but he wanted to make a move on him. Look at him dash. Gyoza pulled conical 0 and walked towards him, just like you, white hair, cold face, 1.8 meters tall, cold temperament, as if someone owes him 10 million. He's so charming, I felt close to him the first time I saw him. Getting back the wet nurse was like getting back a relationship. First, he had to tell the wet nurse that no matter when and where, even if he flirted with other nurses, he was the only adult man he wanted to flirt with. So, I want to take care of him. Next, he had to let the wet nurse know that the reason why he treated him differently was because he looked like him. He was his white moonlight, as well as his cinnabar mole. Gyoza awakened a strong desire to live. Say, could he be your other brother that you've lost contact with for so many years? If the first two couldn't be coaxed back, then he would go for the familial connection. Perfect. If the last one still failed, then he would be prepared to be ripped off. Sigh. It wasn't easy to be a pure yang, and it was even harder to be a handsome pure yang. Saishomaru was speechless. Younger brother. If his father really had another younger brother, he would flip over his old grave. Conical 0 was speechless. Older brother. If his father had an illegitimate child outside, his mother would have already shot him dead. Chapter 155. Gyoza had always been a good talker. When he saw people, he would talk to them. Hell, talk to the devil. When he saw the dog, he could even bark out a few profound Chinese curses. His front heel bumped into the male lead, conical 0. He confided in his heart. His back heel bumped into the nanny, Saishomaru. He was even more eloquent than usual, and his mouth was full of lewd words. Saishomaru, I haven't seen you for a long time. Look at you, you've lost weight. Do you want to eat octopus balls? There's a shop outside that's on sale, buy 2 get 1 free. It just so happens that the 3 of us have 1 skewer each. Conical 0. His words were even better than his singing. Didn't the last 3 skewers all go into your stomach? Saishomaru, where did you go to play? Why do I smell a hot pot? And it's spicy. As soon as the hot pot smell came out, Gyoza immediately received Saishomaru's cold gaze. He immediately awakened his 6-star desire to survive. Sigh, this manly smell, it should be a little hot, a little spicy, like perfume. It smells very recognizable. You have the smell of Chongqing hot pot on you. I can tell it's expensive just by smelling it. Ever since I took a whiff of you, my heart is numb. It's very appetizing. Conical 0. Please, shut up. Stop talking. Saishomaru. Gyoza went forward again. He tried his best to make his presence known. I have a question. How did you find me? That's right. Why are you also in this world? Place. When Saishomaru heard this, he stopped in his tracks. His eyes swept across Conical Zero, indicating to Yijiosa that the young man beside her was very unnecessary, and it seriously affected his mood to talk. It was time to make the other party scram. Through Saishomaru's cold eyes, Yijiosa instantly understood what he wanted to express. This was a cross-species dialogue between dogs and humans. It was the prelude to the mutual binding of DPS and healers. It was a leap of emotion, a sublimation of peace, and a heart-to-heart connection. It has nothing to do with the third party, Bang Bang Duck. If he did not send Conical Zero away, then Saishomaru would have to stage the most realistic drama of the year, the dog chases the duck. If Saishomaru really chased after the duck, then it would be a big problem. At that time, no matter which side he stood on, he would be beaten up by the other side. Would he dare to hit his wet nurse? He must not have dared to. Would they still be able to live if they hit the nanny? There was nothing left. Would he dare to hit the Son of Destiny? Of course not. QAQ. How could he survive after beating up the Son of Providence? I can't. So in the end, if he helped both sides and became an indecisive fence-sitter, he would only end up being beaten up by both sides. Not only that, he would not only lose the male protagonist, but he would also lose his wet nurse. Yijiosa shuddered. In order to protect Jue Xingling, this duckling seedling, he thought of a way to end the battle quickly without favoritism. Conical Zero. Yijiosa wore a fatherly smile. Hurry back to the dormitory, don't stop taking the medicine. He pointed at the thermos flask in his hand, gently but forcefully pushing him forward. Hurry back, I went through a lot of trouble to get this thing. You must finish it. Then you. Conical Zero looked at Saishomaru discreetly and frowned. Who is he? He doesn't smell like a human, but he's not a vampire either. Can you deal with him? Yes, there's nothing that can't be fed with a meal of dog food. If there is, give me 2 meals. Yijiosa patted his confused face. Just like you, there's nothing that 200 cubic centimeters of human blood can't solve. If there is, change it to 200 cubic centimeters of pure blood. Conical Zero was speechless. He seemed to understand a little. To her, he was raising a vampire. To her, he was raising a dog. Dog. Forget it, there were vampires these days. It didn't seem hard to accept that a dog could turn into a human, right? No, he still couldn't accept it. Conical Zero didn't let down his guard much. He didn't really feel relieved at all. He clenched the thermos flask tightly and walked back to the dormitory step by step. It could be said that he looked back 3 times with every step, which made Saishomaru's hand that was holding the sword become restless. But soon, he heard Yijiosa's voice. Conical growth. A middle-aged man can't afford to go bald, pure blood with wolfberry. Conical Zero was speechless. Middle-aged. Bald. Balding. I left the wolfberry in your kitchen. Remember to soak it in pure blood to make it more nutritious. Conical Zero was speechless. He was silent for a while, then unconsciously quickened his pace and left like a gust of wind. Well. It was indeed necessary to soak the wolfberry. His head was starting to hurt again after the Bang Bang Duck retreated. Yijiosa immediately turned around and planned to discuss the big plan with the nanny. Unexpectedly, Saishomaru sneered. He raised his right hand and tucked a strand of long silver hair behind his ear. His slender fingers slowly slid down along the silver hair. It was like 5 white and waxy jade, so beautiful that it couldn't be replicated. The cold bright moon shone on him, and his dark golden eyes were like water. He was obviously a man, but his every move was like a demon's charm. The unintentional flow of coldness, power, and dominance made Yijiosa's heart tighten, as if his breath was seized. He walked closer to her. Why take care of him? His deep voice and gentle breathing brought with it the hormones of a mature man, assaulting her. Yijiosa's pupils shrank slightly. His vision was filled with Saishomaru's face. Zoom in, zoom in. You should also understand that he is not human. Saishomaru looked down at Yijiosa, his tall figure shrouding her. So, why are you infatuated with him? Why do you love him? Why? Protect him. Saishomaru stretched out his long fingernails and lifted her messy black hair. Slowly, it gathered behind her, revealing her slender neck and round shoulders. There was no disgusting smell of other dogs. He just didn't know what she had smeared on her body, but it was very pungent. But this was also good. Ah! Yijiosa exclaimed and woke up from his daze. It was embarrassing to say it out loud. As a man, he actually stared at another man in a daze. Oh fuck, what the fuck? He had totally lost his face. No, he had to bury this dark history. Yijiosa shook his head, trying to stay awake. However, he found that his action was rather obvious. With a guilty conscience, he slowed down the rhythm of shaking his head, indicating that he didn't agree with Saishomaru's words. That's not true. Yijiosa looked at him. I admit that I want to protect him and take care of him, but why is it that when I treat him well, it means that I love him and am infatuated with him? Saishomaru, your thinking is very dangerous. Yijiosa narrowed his eyes. I'm just asking, you saved my friend Winter Lion and gave me so many cosmetics. Isn't that especially good to me? So, can I understand that you love me, are infatuated with me, and want to protect me? You love me. You're infatuated with me. You want to protect me. He flicked his hand and let go of her long hair. The wind blew and rolled up the hem of her dress. Her hair was like a hibiscus coming out of the water, pure and enchanting. Saishomaru looked away, avoiding her gaze and muttered, You're really crazy. Wasn't he crazy? Yijiosa really felt that Saishomaru lacked knowledge about relationships and needed to watch some urban romance dramas to broaden his horizons. If treating someone well was a secret crush, then wouldn't he, Yijiosa, have had hundreds of secret crushes with no results? That was too tragic. Don't be crazy. I'll recommend you some good dramas. Maybe you'll have some enlightenment after watching them. Yijiosa patted his shoulder. Oh, I almost got sidetracked by you. Back to the original topic, how did you come to this world? Saishomaru looked down and said lightly, You still don't understand. Ha! What should I understand? Saishomaru let go of the fluffy tail on his shoulder and spun it around, wrapping her in warmth. What do you usually bring to the new world? My dog. The handsome young man's silver hair moved without any wind, and his clear eyes were stained with the scarlet of demonic power. The wind and clouds surged, raising their long hair and entangling in the air. My dog. Yijiosa stared blankly at Saishomaru. There was a possibility that he didn't even dare to think about in his mind. My dog. My dog will travel through time and space with me to adventure in the new world. Is he my? Saishomaru's figure suddenly turned into a dazzling white light and landed in the dense forest outside the school with Yijiosa. In the next second, the huge white dog rose from the ground, his snow-white fur moving without any wind. He was huge, powerful, and terrifying, full of the fierce momentum of a great demon. He was burly, bloody, wild, and full of the murderous intent of a giant beast. White dog. It should have been a frightening beast, but when Yijiosa saw it, all that was left in his heart was a myriad of emotions after a long separation. Saishomaru was white firewood. He was a pitiful little thing he picked up in the bushes, a companion he kept by his side for several years. He once thought it had ascended to immortality and didn't want it to stay by his side. No wonder. No wonder it always lingered by his side. He was too stupid to think of this. The white dog lowered its head and stared deeply at the tiny girl below. She maintained a stunned expression and couldn't recover for a long time. He is my dog. He is Saishomaru. Yijiosa stared at the white dog he hadn't seen for a long time. His trembling hand gently stroked its fur. Saishomaru. The white dog retracted its sharp claws and answered in a low voice, "Aha, Fuchang." Yijiosa opened his hand and hugged the giant dog's paw. The white dog slowly shrank and fell into her arms little by little. "I'm here." Yijiosa, absent-mindedly, hugged a puppy and began a new day of nanny life. Ever since he learned that Saishomaru was Fuchang, his three views were not only impacted, but also shattered along with his moral integrity. So, he used to diligently bathe another man. So, he used to pester another man to sleep. He thought of him as a sweetheart, a hand-warmer, but in the other's eyes, it was proper sexual harassment. Yijiosa was dumbfounded. He hugged white firewood close to his chest and skillfully placed his hands on Saishomaru's soft abdomen to keep warm. Oh, the familiar formula, the familiar temperature. This was indeed his long-lost Fuchang. Although he knew this position was awkward, he couldn't help but be greedy. He was too used to hugging it. If he let go now, this dog master might give him a paw. If he knew this earlier, he should have fainted the moment he transformed. He pretended he didn't know anything and waited for Bai Xiaochai to make a mistake so he could punch and kick him. Now, Bai Xiaochai's alias was Saishomaru, and he was also his bound healer. Master, he must take good care of him. Yijiosa was different from his usual state of entering the classroom at the sound of the bell. He sat down early with a dazed expression, like a girl who had broken up with her boyfriend. In the eyes of the day division students, Yijiosa's loss of composure was most likely because he failed to confess to 9 Orchid Flower last night. In Conical Zero's eyes, Yijiosa was not in the right state and was dizzy from the bomb. The silver-haired boy pulled out the seat next to her and sat down. He handed her a box of bento, then flipped open a book and covered his head. Sleep. Yijiosa lifted his skull. Book, and woke him up. Under Conical Zero's slightly dazed gaze, Yijiosa seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, "Conical Zero, can you do me a favor?" Conical Zero's drowsiness flew away. "What's wrong?" "Help me find a few dogs." "Dogs?" Yijiosa nodded and said solemnly, "Believe me, as long as we find them, destroying the Bang Bang Duck breeding base will be a piece of cake." 9 Orchid Flower had the entire Kurojo Gakuen as his backing. Unknown forces in Canon Hikarakura were lurking in the dark, and it was said that the Senate was also eyeing this place covetously. Every leader of Bang Bang Duck had a backer, but what about Conical Zero? He had nothing. He had always been fighting alone. Since he had become Zhui Xingling's golden finger, then he would make this golden finger even thicker. As long as he found his demolition team, he didn't believe that there would be an opponent in this world that Yijiosa couldn't destroy. Conical Zero was speechless. Find a dog to destroy Bang Bang Duck. That was ridiculous. It was better for a dog to walk on its own. Regardless of whether what Yijiosa said was true or not, 9 Orchid Flower still took it seriously. He really thought that Yijiosa was collecting his blood to offer his pure blood to Canon Hikarakura. Crazy. Doji Canon Hikarakura went one step further. Otherwise, how could a human woman have the guts to provoke a pure-blooded king? She had the guts because she had an even more terrifying force supporting her. And with his blood, Canon Hikarakura's strength would only be more terrifying. Most importantly, was a cup of pure blood enough for Canon Hikarakura? Of course not. Canon Hikarakura would only ask for more, much more. After the evolution, he would target him with a tyrannical strength, kill him, and take his blood to obtain more power. 9 Orchid Flower stroked the chess pieces on the chessboard, sorting out the complicated lines little by little. The deity, 9 Orchid Flower, was the ancestor of the 9 Orchid clan in ancient times, and also the most powerful monster among all the clan masters. He fell into a deep sleep 10,000 years ago, but 10,000 years later, he was awakened by the descendant of the 9 Orchid clan, Kowloon Plum Soil, using an ancient secret method. He became Kowloon Plum Soil's slave. Kowloon Plum Soil woke him up so naturally, he became his biological father and master. With this layer of relationship, it was impossible for 9 Orchid Flower to destroy Plum Soil. The shackles of a slave was a great shame to a pure-blooded king. The deity had the ability to kill Plum Soil, but because of the existence of the shackles, he could never give Plum Soil a fatal blow. Not only that, Kowloon Plum Soil also coveted his biological mother, 9 Orchid Tree, killed his biological father, 9 Orchid Yew, and even tried to destroy his sister, Yuheim. Everything caused his heart to be filled with hatred. Therefore, the deity, 9 Orchid Flower, used countless people to set a trap, tragically destroyed the conical growth family, assassinated the pure-blooded queen Canon Hikarakura, and raised the strongest hunter, Conical Zero. All to get rid of Plum Soil and protect Yuheim. And the deity himself embraced a hopeless love and fell into eternal darkness. What a stupid way to do it. As a pure-blooded king, the deity could do whatever he wanted and live a better life. But for a dispensable sister, he sacrificed everything. What a joke, she was just a woman. 9 Orchid Flower smashed the chessboard and crushed the chess pieces. Thinking of the darkness of the Senate and the threat of Canon Hikarakura, he sneered in his heart. The Senate could not control him, so they secretly raised Kowloon Plum Soil's body, hoping that he would resurrect and kill him. Canon Hikarakura wanted to kill him, absorb his blood for energy, and take revenge on the pure-blooded. This was a crazy game of chess, a little carelessness, and he would be crushed into pieces. Instead of waiting for others to make the move, it was better for him to be the player. Resurrect Kowloon Plum Soil, and use Kowloon Plum Soil to kill Canon Hikarakura. Or let Canon Hikarakura kill Kowloon Plum Soil. If they were both injured, he would do it himself. If they survived, then he would let Conical Zero do it. As for Conical Zero's strength, he would feed him with Yuheim's blood. 9 Orchid Flower put on his trench coat and quietly left the place. After he left, the noble vampires of the Night Tribe quietly watched his back, their red eyes flashing. Did you guys notice? Dormitory leader Kalan, what's wrong? Ichijo Takuma frowned, like. She used to be cold, but now she's heartless. A terrible experience. Yuta Akira frowned, there's a feeling of being ignored. Put away your disrespectful thoughts. Xing Lian reminded, the surname Kalan is the symbol of a pure-blooded. We just need to obey the Lord Privy Seal. As a pure-blooded, 9 Orchid Flower was their king. Any speculations and guesses were blasphemies to the king. Everyone fell silent, their criticism behind his back was indeed disrespectful to the king. That. Lon Tanging raised his trembling hand, shivering under everyone's gaze, that. Last night, I saw, Master he. What's wrong? Lon Tang. He came back covered in mud. Lon Tanging whispered, as if he fell into a quagmire. Should we follow him out? What if Master falls into a quagmire again? Everyone. Alright, shut up, don't say any more. If they saw Master Kulon fall into a quagmire, they wouldn't be able to see the moon tomorrow night. Another week passed. Yijiosa didn't find his lost dog, and Conical Zero's blood addiction was about to act up. He had to find his duck 9 orchid flower again, and give him some blood to feed Conical Zero. To be honest, it was really hard to raise a child these days. It took a lot of effort to give him a mouthful of delicious food. With Conical Zero's ability to find food that he would rather starve to death, it wouldn't be long before he died on the streets. It was really pitiful. Therefore, he could only shoulder the responsibility of a babysitter and raise this child who couldn't live without milk powder. However, Yijiosa found out from the day division students that 9 orchid flower had been away for around 7 days, and no one knew where he was going or what he was doing. Unless he came back himself, no one would be able to find him. So the problem was, without 9 orchid flower, a pure blood, where would he find a pure blood to feed Conical Zero? Yijiosa couldn't help but fall into deep thought. But he wasn't a person who only thought without action. With the convenience of Conical Zero entering and leaving the night division, he collected a lot of information in 2 days. At that time, Saishomaru was resting with his eyes closed, his tail swinging on the soft cushion from time to time. Yijiosa saw that he was bored, so without saying a word, he flipped open a Playboy and handed it to him. Who knew that this stupid dog would slap the large magazine away with his paw and stare coldly at him? I say. Although you've become a puppy now, you're still a man. Yijiosa picked up the Playboy and said helplessly, "What's wrong with reading some magazines that men should read?" Saishomaru, even if you want to go to the red light district at night to have fun, it's fine. Why are you acting so serious? Saishomaru snorted coldly, raised his paw, and tore the Playboy into pieces. Don't think that he didn't know that Yijiosa used the convenience of Conical Zero and him to buy a lot of large things. She said it sincerely, but in fact, it was just to satisfy her own curiosity. She liked these things, and she was especially addicted to them. Shui Xingling burned nests after nests, he tore portions after portions, there was no end to it. Sure enough, he should get the other dogs back and tear down the house, so that she wouldn't have the time to buy some shady books and magazines. Saishomaru melted a stack of Playboy with his poisonous paw, then squeezed out of the bedroom, and decided to explore the new territory of Kurojo Gakuen. He was a big demon, so he had a strong sense of territory. Although Kurojo Gakuen wasn't big, and there were a lot of different species, in his eyes, everything belonged to his territory. However, Saishomaru didn't know that not long after he left the bedroom, Yijiosa stared at the draft paper with his eyes shining, and he circled the names, Canon Hikarakura, and Kowloon Plum Soil. Found it. A purebred lollipop duck. He had milk powder for his child. Yijiosa jumped up like a carp and put on his school uniform. He jumped out of the window in a matter of minutes. He used his great qigong and disappeared in a few flashes, heading straight for the direction of the Senate marked on the map. All his information came from Conical Zero, and Conical Zero had a close relationship with the Hunters Association. Since he could get his hands on the book, he would naturally not falsify a lot of information. The Senate of the Vampires was inhabited by a group of old antiques, which meant that the possibility of a purebred in the Senate was the highest. As a pure yang, he had a natural restraining effect on ghost-type creatures. It was indeed risky for him to kill his way in alone, but he would definitely be able to catch them off guard. However, Yijiosa did not expect that a big shot had been resurrected in the Senate. At that moment, the entire Senate was preparing dinner for this big shot, 20 low-level blood breeds and 10 or so brainwashed human girls. They were dressed in revealing clothes, looking enchanting and sexy. Their faces were covered in heavy makeup, looking exquisite and flirtatious. However, as beautiful as they were, Their eyes were empty, like ghosts, and their expressions were filled with a strange, fanatical excitement. They were like a flock of docile lambs being led into a luxurious room by another blood breed, using either warm or cold blood, and using their soft limbs to give the purebred inside the room the comfort he needed. The women wriggled their bodies and swarmed towards Jolan and Lee Tuesday. They couldn't wait to tear off their clothes that didn't have much fabric, revealing their well-developed and fair bodies. They fought to be the first to offer their necks and bodies. With an intoxicated expression, they were immersed in the purebred's pleasurable bite. The vampire's blood was quickly sucked dry by Kowloon Plum soil, and they turned into a pile of yellow sand. His empty stomach was slowly filled, and Kowloon Plum soil laughed crazily. He pulled the women into his arms and sucked their blood. It was like a scene in a nightclub where a bunch of demons were taking drugs, full of lust and decadence. Kowloon Plum soil's speed of eating was too fast, and his appetite was too big. In less than 3 minutes, more than 10 human girls were infected and turned into low-level vampires. Madame Jolan, if you want more, please suck my blood dry. Ah, Madame Plum soil, let me do it. Madame Plum soil, hug me. The sick and crazy whispers echoed in the room, followed by the echoes of beasts devouring lives. The echoes made the spacious bedroom look like a haunted house. Yi Jose's expression turned cold, and he didn't act rashly. He put on Ram's dance's appearance and blended into the second batch of sacrificed girls. He didn't care what the low-level vampires did, and he couldn't do anything about it. However, the first batch of human girls had been assimilated, and he had to think of a way to protect the second batch. There were too many vampires outside, and it was easy for him to escape alone. However, it was almost impossible to escape with this batch of girls. However, as long as he entered Kowloon Plum soil's room and successfully attracted his attention, then he would be able to kill them. Perhaps, he could actually successfully move this batch of girls out of the vampire's territory. Yi Jose squeezed through the girls at the front, and became the first human to be sacrificed in the second batch. He heard that purebred had the power to control low-level vampires, and whether the low-level vampires were willing or not, they couldn't refuse the orders of the purebred. In this way, if the low-level vampires in the room weren't all dead, they would all become weapons to attack him. However, the lucky thing was that the first ones that Kowloon Plum soil attacked were all low-level vampires. After he eliminated all the fighters on his side, Yi Joseph took a deep breath and slowly walked forward. Kowloon Plum soil opened his arms, and a thick smell of blood permeated from his body. His 2 eyes, one red and one blue, stared at Yi Joseph's face, and he said with interest, "So, there are beautiful creatures that aren't inferior to vampires among humans?" Yi Joseph's appearance was full of deception and temptation, harmless and beautiful, like a butterfly that had been caught in a net. However, her eyes were clear and determined, and she didn't look like a woman who had been brainwashed. There was even a hint of ferocity and wildness in her. "This is interesting. Why, are you a vampire hunter from the Hunters Association?" Kowloon Plum soil wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, and his eyes were scarlet. "Tisk, little sheep, can't you be a little more obedient? Why do you want to resist me? Just like in the tree, they are both her brothers, why does she only like you?" Kowloon Plum soil got up from the bed, and his loose shirt was opened up to his belly button, revealing his strong abs and smooth waistline. "What do you think? Why does she like you and not me?" "Yi Jose. Isn't this nonsense? The moment you open the door, you'll be in a nightclub. Which woman will like you? Isn't this the rhythm of being destined to be alone for life? Struggle my ass." He walked towards Yi Jose, and looked at her affectionately. "Come with me to the world of immortality, Are you willing? My baby." Kowloon Plum soil grabbed Yi Jose's shoulder, stopping all of his movements, and brought his fangs to the side of his neck, deeply sniffing the fragrance of his arterial blood. Then, Kowloon Plum Soil smelled the scent of his boss's essential balm. Kowloon Plum Soil. Hold it in. Don't sneeze. His expression was ferocious, and his face was twisted as he raised his head from Yijiosa's neck, looking down at her. Yijiosa revealed a harmless smile, and actually raised his elbow, and placed his palm on Kowloon Plum Soil's lower abdomen. Under his hand, there were distinct muscles. In his eyes, there was the gradually recovering desire of Kowloon Plum Soil. When a beauty's hand was placed on a man's lower abdomen, wasn't it equivalent to an invitation to do it? Kowloon Plum Soil didn't have any moral integrity. Anything that could make him happy, he would do it. He curled up a devilish smile, like a domineering CEO. Why, can't wait anymore. Yijiosa nodded. I also think that you can't wait anymore, right? Oh. By the way, I have a question. You just drank so much human blood, don't you want to pee? You can't wait to pee, right? Kowloon Plum Soil. What the hell? Pee. Yijiosa's hand that was covering his lower abdomen moved. Will your bladder really not explode? Kowloon Plum Soil. He opened his mouth, but he completely didn't know what to answer. Just as he was in a daze, Yijiosa rummaged in the store and took out a steel wire used to wash the dishes. If you don't want to pee, then let's continue. Yijiosa grabbed his wrist and secretly prepared his ultimate move, Winds of Mount Wu. Brother, have you heard of the Eris Ball of Delights? Yijiosa raised the steel wire and said, let's go to heaven together. Are you willing? My baby. Kowloon Plum Soil. At this moment, he felt a chill down his spine. Wait, what's wrong? What's wrong? How did this happen? Don't come over. Yijiosa didn't know where to play, and even her dog didn't leave a message. Conical Zero returned to Kurojo Gakuen under the setting sun. He carried the heavy daily necessities with one hand and walked along the long path with ease. The sun was dim, and it was time for the night department to come out. He saw Yuheim hurriedly put on the Commission for Discipline inspection belt, holding the Hunter Goddess, as she ran to the moon hut to maintain order. Yuheim. Shui Xingling watched as she ran, and sighed slightly in his heart. He didn't know when it started, but he gradually stopped relying on her. Conical Zero shook his head and laughed as he stepped through the gate of the dormitory area. Out of the corner of his eye, he subconsciously caught a glimpse of a sneaky bye. He quietly put down the daily necessities in his hand, hid behind the door, and looked outside without batting an eyelid. Not long after, he saw a beautiful and clean Pomeranian emerge from the bushes and stare in the direction that Yuheim left. Conical Zero. Since when did Yuheim have a dog? The Pomeranian didn't realize that it was being watched. It moved its limbs agilely and hid behind Yuheim. It was like a shy dog that didn't dare to get close to its owner that it wasn't familiar with. The Pomeranian wagged its tail and hid in the bushes. Its eyes were fixed on Yuheim, as if it was worried that something would happen to her. But he didn't expect that while he was focused, Conical Zero had already caught up with him and slowly reached out to him. The next second, 9 Orchid Flower felt his flesh tighten. He was actually lifted up by someone. 9 Orchid Flower. Who was it? Chapter 156. Conical Zero was to 9 Orchid Flower just like a chess piece was to a chess player. It was just a tool like soldier. 9 Orchid Flower was to Conical Zero just like a spear was to a shield. It was a great enemy that had to be guarded against. In order to protect Yuheim from the dangerous situation, when he saw the twins of the Conical Growth family, 9 Orchid Flower had firmly locked onto Conical Zero, who had the greatest potential. He used all means to nurture him into the sharpest knife. Due to being summoned, 9 orchid flower could not completely obliterate plum soil. Therefore, conical 0, this sharp knife, where the tip of the knife pointed, was the throat of Kowloon plum soil. The pure-blood canon Hikarakura killed his parents, transformed him into a vampire. The pure-blood 9 orchid flower sharpened his edge, nurtured him into a supreme powerhouse. His every step was calculated. His deep schemes were one of the reasons that caused Conical 0 to live half of his life in sorrow. However, Conical 0 was deeply in love and valued affection. Even though he knew all the karma in the end, it was still for the sake of fetters and affection. Chose to protect Yuheim. And for Yuheim, he no longer targeted 9 orchid flower. Although Conical 0 had a cold temperament, his heart had always been gentle. If he had not been born in a hunter's family, if he had not been schemed by a pureblood, he could have lived a different life. But it was a pity. There were no ifs in the first half of his life. But since he met Ijosa, the second half of his life was filled with countless possibilities. 9 orchid flower against Conical 0. He did feel guilty, but this trace of guilt was not worth mentioning in the overall situation. The game in the Senate, the threat of the purebloods, the rise of new forces. If Conical 0 did not become the sword in his hand, he would be destroyed. Everything was for benefits, everything was for Yuheim. However, 9 orchid flower did not expect that his owner, who had always liked girls more than men, would stand firmly behind Conical 0 this time, helping him wholeheartedly and taking care of him. Conical 0 had fallen into a quagmire and was in a sorry state. Apart from his good-looking face and untapped potential, he had no other strong points. Even so, the owner still chose him. She was not afraid of purebloods, the Senate, or the Hunters Association. She wanted to help him, and she would do everything she could. Yuheim was so lucky to have him as her brother. Conical 0 was so lucky to have her as his assistant. The situation was like a tidal wave, getting more and more turbulent, but Ijosa used his hands to hold up a warm harbor for this young man. He could feel that Conical 0 was changing, becoming as gentle as he was 10 years ago. He could clearly see that the owner was destroying, peeling away every layer of benefits and conspiracies. 9 orchid flower hid in the school. With his current form and ability, there was nothing he could do except try his best to protect Yuheim. Therefore, he did not acknowledge his owner, nor did he look for other companions. Occasionally, under the moonlight, he would bump into Saishomaru, who was out for a stroll. At that time, the two dogs would stare at each other, speechless. In the end, they passed each other and went home. What a plastic-like comradeship! 9 orchid flower thought that his existence was well hidden, but he did not expect that Conical 0 would catch him while he was in love with his sister. A few slender and strong fingers grabbed the back of his neck and lifted him up. He swayed for a while like a gunny sack, and then fell down. He fell to the ground. 9 orchid flower struggled with his limbs, but he was weak and could not break free from Conical 0's grasp. The young man twisted his neck and brought him to his eyes. Under the red glow of the setting sun, the afterglow covered his silver hair with a thin layer of gauze. At that moment, it felt like the ice and snow had melted. This was the first time that 9 orchid flower faced Conical 0. There was no disgust or wariness in his purple eyes. It was also the first time that 9 orchid flower saw the hidden gentleness and joy in the young man's eyes. The world had always been dirty, but his original intentions had never changed. In a trance, 9 orchid flower remembered a saying, "The world is never beautiful, but your eyes that are willing to accept this world." Just like Yuheim when she was young. 9 orchid flower retracted his claws and pretended to be obedient. Unexpectedly, Conical 0 did not put him down. Instead, he carried him back to the dormitory like a shopping bag and even found a cage to lock him in. The worst thing was that the material used to build this cage was a weapon that was specially made to deal with vampires. No matter how he scratched, he could not break the bars. 9 Orchid Flower. He regretted it. He should have grabbed Cone Nail Xing Ling's face and seized the opportunity to escape. He should not have been like this, pacing around in the cage anxiously. Why did he bring him back? If he did not let him go when the owner returned, he would not be able to leave. What did Conical Zero want to do? What could Conical Zero do? It was evening, and it was time to cook dinner. Due to his outstanding culinary skills, Yijiosa kept coming over to freeload his meals. It was okay to deal with her before, but recently, there was the addition of white firewood, which caused his workload to rise sharply. Although the puppy was small, it ate more ferociously than Yijiosa. And now, there was another Pomeranian. Yijiosa told him that she lost a litter of dogs, including a Pomeranian. He could not be sure if the dog in the cage was her dog, but there was no loss in catching it. Conical Zero flipped the pot to cook, but he heard the sound of the Pomeranian scratching the bars desperately. Perhaps it was too cruel to lock it up for an active dog. Conical Zero sighed and turned off the fire. He moved the dog cage to the living room and turned on the TV for the Pomeranian. He did not know if dogs watched TV, but as long as it was a creature, it liked food, right? After Conical Zero locked on a food channel, he went back to the kitchen to cook. 9 Orchid Flower. His eyes stared at the food guide about hot pot on the TV, and his ears listened to the sound of Conical Zero picking up the kitchen knife to chop the meat. He could not help but feel creepy. Hot pot. Was he, the pure-blooded emperor, going to be served on the dining table today? 9 Orchid Flower's hair stood on end, and he scratched the bars frantically while barking. He was supposed to be the ancestor at the top of the food chain, but now he was reduced to a dish to go with wine. The gap was too big, and he could not bear it. Woof! Woof! Damn it! Open this cage. Conical Zero adjusted the seasoning and appeased the Pomeranian as if he was appeasing Yijiosa. Don't worry, the soup is not finished yet. It will be ready soon. 9 Orchid Flower. He turned his eyes, and there was a scene on the TV. The host scooped up the boiling soup with a big spoon, and put the meat into the pot with a smile. Don't worry. It will be ready soon. 9 Orchid Flower. The life of a dog is gone, the soup is gone, the pure-blooded emperor of all ages, toasting each other, people praise, the Duck King tastes so good. It turned out that no matter whether it was a human or a ghost, they had to pay for what they had done. Kowloon Plum Soil, who had a deep understanding of this, said, being a demon for 1,000 years, but in an instant, the chariot was overturned. Sucking blood was twice as good, but being pushed to the crematorium. People often died from exhaustion, but the happiness of a rich woman was endless. Even if Yijiosa was still far from being a rich woman, her way of dealing with men was like a woman who had been through hundreds of battles. After transforming into a woman, she gave a handful of honey to Kowloon Plum Soil. After obtaining a large amount of experience points, she evolved into Nanny Rong. At the same time, she took out a specially made needle and started the cruel castration of stabbing you to death. Poor Kowloon Plum Soil. He sucked blood for 5 minutes, and could withstand 2 hours of beatings. Not long after he climbed out of the coffin, he met a dog that destroyed everything. His opponent stabbed him for 999 yuan, and he earned a lot of money by recycling his equipment. He spent money like crazy, but it didn't end there. He was so angry that his hair turned white. Falling into a pure yang aura, he was the ghost of Tai Chi when he was alive, and the ashes of the 8 trigrams when he died. When the ball of happiness of a rich woman was stuffed into his mouth, all the sadness in his heart turned into 2 lines of tears. Kowloon Plum Soil was careless, and he lost everything. He was tied to the bed and humiliated. Under the disillusioned gazes of the group of food, Joseph took a thermos of blood, and then stabbed 2 embroidery needles into Plum Soil's butt. Then, she kicked his head hard, sending his half-dizzy brain to heaven. Pure bloods were rare, and every one of them was precious. Although they weren't as precious as Hua Xiao's panda, they were still milk powder cans that he had his eyes on. He wouldn't kill them if he could. They were a renewable resource. After putting a gunny sack on Kowloon Plum Soil, Joseph looked back at the group of frightened girls, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Then the question was, how could he get them out of the Senate safely? Joseph thought for a while, and then climbed into the Senate's kitchen after jumping out of the window. He exchanged for a ripe durian from the shop, and put this biological weapon that was comparable to the T-virus into the microwave. It was baked at a fixed high temperature for 15 minutes. Perfect. Joseph climbed out of the kitchen and flipped back into the bedroom. He distributed the bomb to the girls, and ordered them to open the door and escape in 15 minutes. Walk out of here, and you'll have a new life. You're still young, don't be buried here. The immortality that vampires talk about is a lie. How can there be such a good pie falling from the sky? You've seen it, the vampires who were sucked of their blood have all turned into ashes. Some understood his words, and nodded sensibly. Some were still nostalgic about the days when they were imprisoned by the vampires, and were hesitant. Joseph opened his mouth, and finally chose to remain silent. He didn't try to persuade them any further. The key to being a human was to think things through themselves. He had already done what he had to do, and it was up to them to choose what kind of fate they wanted. He wouldn't beg them to escape. There were so many of them, and he was alone. He really couldn't carry them all. But he would definitely help those who wanted to escape, and he wouldn't force those who didn't want to leave. He didn't want to spend so much effort to save people, and he didn't want to end up being blamed by others in the end. Do whatever you want. Joseph sighed in his heart, and picked a corner to sit down. Not long after, a terrifying aura spread through the entire Senate like a plague. Durian Bakery arrived in an extremely powerful manner, and gave the vampires an indescribable shock. Who was it? Poisoned the Senate. Who was it? Wreaking havoc in the vampires' territory. Baking durians was like baking feces, and the stench was so strong that it made people's limbs go weak. Countless vampires covered their mouths and noses in dizziness and fled. Taking advantage of the chaos below, Joseph held his breath and began to run with the girls. The Senate was invaded by durians, and they ran with the ducks. No one would doubt the intentions of the food, and would only think that they couldn't stand the smell and came out. As for the knocked-out Kowloon Plum Soil, it was even easier to explain. He fainted from the smell. They sprayed bomb on themselves, and headed for the downtown area in the chaos. Joseph held his sword and stayed behind to stop a few vampires who were chasing after him. Every girl deserved a better future. She shouldn't be left in a dark castle to be picked by others. Joseph drew his sword, and it swept in all directions. In the bright light, the Zanpakuto that had been kept in the backpack for a long time trembled slightly. After confirming that the group of escaped girls had entered the police station area, Joseph used his great qigong to leave. He found a bathing place to wash up, changed into clean clothes, and returned to the campus. Today, he was still saving the world non-stop at mealtime. Joseph pushed open the window of Conical Zero's dormitory on time. He was surprised to find that not only was white firewood squatting next to the dining table, but there was also a withered Pomeranian lying on the table. Fuck. Equal. Joseph ran over and pinched the back of the Pomeranian's neck. Daddy missed you so much. Did you miss Daddy? Fuck, you didn't miss me, right? I think I'm heavier than before. 9 Orchid Flower was speechless. Mental exhaustion. Yijiosa rubbed the dog into a ball, took out a thermos from the backpack, and stuffed it into Conical Zero's hand. Remember to drink it with wolfberries. Conical Zero was speechless. The blood that would make her say, drink it with wolfberries, could only be pure blood. He held the thermos tightly and didn't say anything. She was always like this, brushing past all the dangers in a very relaxed tone, leaving him with only a successful outcome. He knew very well how rare the blood of a pureblood was. But she always found a way to get it. She gave him the best without asking for anything. You. Why? Conical Zero lowered his head, his long bangs falling into a shadow, with a hint of anxiety. Why would you do this for me? I'm a monster, and you're a human. Why would you get involved in the world of vampires for me? And why? Are you so good to me? We didn't know each other before this, didn't we? When his family was broken up, his younger brother, Conical Growth, would rather follow a vampire than choose him. He was disappointed. When his life was at its lowest point, the Black Lord, Hui Yen, accepted him, took him in, and raised him. He was grateful. When his faith was shaken, Yuheim saved him, comforted him, and encouraged him. He kept it in his heart. Yijiosa was the only exception. He had bumped into her by chance, but he didn't expect it to have such a deep impact on him. Her high fighting spirit and optimism had infected him, allowing him to once again experience what it was like to be alive. Yijiosa picked up 2 ribs into Saishomaru's bowl and looked up at him. Your thinking is a little dangerous, young man. I'm good to you, of course, because you deserve it. Yijiosa nibbled on the corn. You think too lowly of yourself, Conical Zero. Whether a person is a monster or not shouldn't be determined by the form of his existence, but by the choice of his heart. Whether you are a vampire or a human, you are Conical Zero, and only Conical Zero. Let's make an example. If the Black Lord, Yuheim, experienced the same experience as you and became a vampire, would you shoot her? The Pomeranian suddenly raised its head, its movement was quite large. White Firewood pressed its paw on its head without batting an eyelid, pressing the dog's head down. Conical Zero was silent for a while, then said, I won't. Then it settled. Just like how you treated Yuheim, no matter what she was, you treated her as your childhood friend. Do you need to care what you become, what form you live in? As long as you have a clear conscience, you will always be Conical Zero. Yijiosa finished eating the corn, picked up White Firewood without another word, and looked into Conical Zero's eyes. Just like him. Yijiosa held up White Firewood. Whether he is a human or a monster, for me, he is an indispensable companion. Be yourself, and become the person you want to be. Don't let down your original heart, and you'll get to the end. Don't let down your original heart, and you'll get to the end. At this moment, Conical Zero only felt that the barrier that lingered in his heart was suddenly unraveled. Although the gloomy pain couldn't be erased, it could be diluted and forgotten. His parents always wanted him to be the best hunter, but he gave up because he degenerated into a vampire. If he was the first to abandon his beliefs and lose his bottom line and heart, then he would be no different from a monster. Life is bitter. Yijiosa approached him and patted his shoulder. But please be confident enough. After being brainwashed by Yijiosa, Conical Zero suddenly awakened the cockroach-like spirit that only the hot-blooded male protagonists had. Holding the thermos flask, he embarked on the road of seclusion and breakthrough. When the male protagonist decided to save the world, Yijiosa had nothing to do with it. Of course, it was eating, drinking, and playing games. Taking advantage of the rest day, Yijiosa changed into casual clothes and left the school with the 2 dogs. Saishomaru was very quiet, and 9 orchid flower was very dispirited. Yijiosa took a look and only felt that the Pomeranian had eaten something bad and was sick. He had to be sent to the pet hospital. He took the Pomeranian to the hospital, but unexpectedly, on the billboards on the street, he saw a large poster with Harmony at the head, a Samoyed elegantly and dignified lying on a cushion, his long hair washed, cut, and dried, extremely coquettish. Under the Harmony poster, a large number of female dogs looked up at him, barking like a large fan meeting, and barking one after another. 9 orchid flower. I didn't expect you to be like this. Aizen. Plus medical treatment. Equals Yijiosa rubbed his eyes, and his whole person was confused. Why does this dog's face look so familiar? Could it be? Yijiosa took a deep breath. The dream dog that I want to raise the most. White Firewood looked at him coldly. Yijiosa. It was so strange. Why did he feel guilty? However, the shock of the poster did not last long. The big screen in the downtown streets of Tokyo actually began to broadcast the daily news. When the picture jumped, there was the figure of a dog. Yijiosa was stunned, and his eyes turned to follow. On the big screen, a familiar corgi and a majestic Tibetan Mastiff were well matched, leading a group of police officers to break into a criminal stronghold and overturn the criminals. A large number of smuggled goods were found in the criminal's bedroom, as well as a golden retriever that was raised to a full circle. They were both dogs, but they had different lives. When the golden retriever met corgi and the Tibetan Mastiff, it was suddenly stunned. In the last picture on the big screen, the golden retriever howled miserably as it was dragged away by a group of police officers, leaving only corgi and the Tibetan Mastiff in the wind. They looked at each other, speechless. Yijiosa. Was he blind? Why did he feel that these dogs were so similar to his long-lost friends? Right, if they were all his dogs, then where did the Bayuras go? At the same time, Yoshi Asakura was cultivating in the depths of the mountains. He was hungry for fruits and flowers, thirsty for nectar, and lived a life close to nature as a grand onmyoji. However, Yoshi Asakura was inexperienced as a dog. He did not know that the body of a Bayuras would gradually become thinner, and even if he had spiritual energy, he could not afford to consume it. He was so hungry that his eyes were dizzy. When he smelled the vampire's breath, there was only one thought in his mind: eat. Chapter 157. The person in power in the Senate was called Ichijo Takuma. He was the grandfather of Ichijo Takuma. He was the leader of the vampire aristocrats and also a high-ranking old-school vampire. The long years had given him countless wealth and connections. His rich experience had taught him hypocrisy and prudence. Because Ichijo Mayuan's foundation was extremely deep among the vampires, from the commoners to the nobles, even as a pure-blood emperor, he had no choice but to follow the crowd and call him Iweng. Iweng, from the mouth of the nobles, was respect and fear. From the mouth of the emperor, it was a supreme honor. Ichijo Mayuan could afford it, so he naturally accepted it calmly. However, this Iweng also gradually fostered his ambition. It was unknown when it started. He became thirsty for pure blood, he coveted pure blood and wanted to obtain a higher level of life. Thus, he gathered the forces of the Senate and took advantage of the 9 orchid flowers, young, to throw an olive branch to him. Later, because of the 9 orchid flowers' rejection, he turned around and spliced together Kowloon plum soil's corpse and secretly kept it in captivity. Compared to the uncontrollable 9 orchid flower, Kowloon plum soil was obviously easier to grasp. As long as the latter was given enough fresh and tender food to satisfy his crazy desire, to let him do whatever he wanted, he could turn him into his own knife. Ichijo Mayuan wanted to see the purebloods kill each other. He wanted there to be no more levels and existences above his head that suppressed him. He advanced step by step. After reviving Kowloon Plum soil, he almost succeeded. Unfortunately, this was only almost. The Senate gave Kowloon Plum soil enough material, but they did not know that this pure-blood emperor was very picky. A few days ago, he wanted to drink the blood of young women, but in recent days, he had changed his taste and actually wanted to eat children. When Ichijo Ma Yuan heard his subordinate's report, he did not say much. He only asked someone to catch and prepare. After all, in the eyes of vampires, humans were like livestock that provided them with food. No matter whose blood Kowloon Plum soil wanted to drink, it would only take a word from him. All the vampires thought that Kowloon Plum soil wanted to try something new, but they did not know that once bitten, twice shy. Ever since he was tormented by Yi Jioza, he had developed a phobia of young women. He would rather gnaw on a brat than run into Yi Jioza again. However, Kowloon Plum soil was a vengeful, ruthless, and indulgent pureblood. He could not take this lying down. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Fortunately, he waved his hand and sent out a team of elites from the Senate, ready to teach Yi Jioza a lesson. The elites accepted the order and left to contribute to the cause of finding fault. The lackeys of the Council of Elders, on the other hand, acted quickly. Despite the risk of being discovered by the hunter forces, they snuck into the human territory and brought back 4 children. Coincidentally, they had just turned into a park at random and encountered 3 children playing together. As for the 4th child, when they carried 1 child and prepared to run, the 4th child approached them curiously, thinking that they were playing some game. He followed closely behind, wanting to join in. It was better to have as much food as possible. After some consideration, they picked up the child that came to them and ran away faster than a mouse. The children made a lot of noise and screamed excitedly. They did not have any sense of danger at all. They were of different ages, pure and ignorant. Other than having their own flaws, they did not lack anything. Right? The lackeys of the Senate sent the food to Kowloon Plum soil's room. As soon as the 4 children entered, they were stunned by the luxurious decorations inside. Kowloon Plum soil pretended to be kind and called them over. Without saying anything, he picked up the youngest and fattest child. He raised his hand and rubbed the child's neck. "TSK, what do you think? It's all meat. Bite down with your fangs and swallow a mouthful of fat first. What's your name?" My name is Shinosuke Noera." The little boy stared at him with his eyes wide open. "Uncle, your eyes." Shinosuke Noera stared at Kowloon Plum soil's pair of eyes and asked curiously, "Did you get hit by the light wave of Dynamic Superman? One is blue, one is red. Dynamic Superman is also this color. Are you a relative of Dynamic Superman?" Kowloon Plum soil. "An uncle." "Is he that old? And what the hell is Dynamic Superman?" "Ugh." Shinosuke Noera wriggled his body and looked distressed. "Put me down." "Ugh, it's so uncomfortable." "Don't hold the suspenders. It's so uncomfortable." Kowloon Plum soil. "It's so uncomfortable. I want to pee." "What dash?" Shinosuke Noera burst into tears. The demonic voice pierced his ears. Kowloon Plum soil had no choice but to leave him in the corner and grab the second child. "Hello, I am Kazuhiko Hanarun." Hanarun opened his eyes wide and flipped his hair coquettishly. At such a young age, he already had the experience of being kidnapped more than a dozen times. In his eyes, this was just an ordinary kidnapping. There was nothing to be afraid of. "I am the only heir of Hanarun conglomerate. I know you kidnapped me for money." "Okay, I understand." Hanarun snapped his fingers and said coquettishly, go, my father's private landline is XXX. Call this number, and within 24 hours, a large amount of money will be transferred to your account. Now. Hanarun patted his hand. Show some respect to your sugar daddy. Also, I want to eat milk-flavored ice cream. Get someone to send it to me. Kowloon plum soil. Don't the lackeys of the Senate check their brains when they catch their food? He threw Hanarun and Kazuhiko to the corner in disgust and picked up the third child. This was a young and cute girl with a cute bun hairstyle. She looked very delicate. The moment he grabbed her, she was dumbfounded. Kowloon plum soil, I finally met a normal one. His lips curled into a cold smile, and he slowly approached her, pressing his lips against her neck. Smelling the fragrance of the arterial blood, Kowloon plum soil revealed his fangs and was about to bite down. Uncle is a pervert. He actually caught a girl and kissed her. Where is the toilet? I want to pee. Uncle, it's about time. She's my friend, Tiny Meatball. Let go of her. If worse comes to worst, I'll pay you double the ransom. Kowloon plum soil's mood was really terrible after being called uncle. He instantly got up and strode toward the two children in the corner. Who knew that before he could take 2 steps, a white-haired, green-eyed child behind him grabbed the corner of his shirt. Kowloon plum soil looked into a pair of strange cat eyes. Kimimaro raised an innocent and cute smile. Uncle. Kowloon plum soil exploded. He grabbed Kimimaro's shoulder and stabbed down with his sharp fangs. In an instant, hard bones covered Kimimaro's shoulder. When the pureblood's fangs hit the Hui clan's bone armor, there was a crisp crack, and the 2 fangs that were still a little cute broke. They broke. Kowloon plum soil was completely dumbfounded. His fangs. His fangs were actually broken. What was this child made of? Diamond. The dignified pureblood emperor was dumbfounded. He looked at Kimimaro, who was covered with long bones, with a bewildered and uncertain mood. In an instant, his mind was filled with a noun from human pathology, hyperosteogenesis. This strange state, this foreplay of being beaten, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. He once again recalled the fear of being dominated by Yijose. When Kimimaro used his ultimate move and used his extremely terrifying combat power to grind him on the floor, when the surrounding children thought that they saw an Ultraman beating up a small monster and screamed in excitement, Kowloon plum soil swore, in the future, he would be a vegetarian who drank chicken, duck, and goose blood and would never drink human blood again. Can I ask you to call the Dongjing police station? Kimimaro played with the long bones and hit the back of plum soil's head with a bang, knocking him out cleanly. Hualuan shrugged, it's my honor. Tell them that there is a large cult organization in this place, not only human trafficking, but also likes to eat children. Yijose still had 81 difficulties to go before he found his dog. He took the Pomeranian to the vet, but the vet said that equality was fine, but in a bad mood. Bad mood? Yijose was puzzled. How could a dog be in a bad mood? Could it be that she was pregnant? Oh, no, his equality is male, so it can't be pregnant, so. Is it lovelorn? He doesn't even have a girlfriend, why does he still worry about his dog? Yijose held white firewood and carried the Pomeranian. He thought about it carefully and felt that something was wrong. Well, maybe Fu Chang didn't play with it, so equality missed his little friend. In order to solve the Pomeranian's lovesickness, Yijose decided to go to the beauty salon to pick up Samyed, go to the police station to pick up Corgi and the Tibetan Mastiff, and then go to the prison to get the Golden Retriever. To be honest, they were all his dogs, but their encounters were really different. He didn't quite understand why the golden-haired man would hang out with the criminal gang. It was really nerve-wracking. The plan was grand, but it was too painful to put it into practice. Yijose was just trying to take a shortcut, but he was unexpectedly blocked by a group of lollipop ducks halfway through the alley. He was still holding white firewood and carrying the Pomeranian, looking at the garbage cans and listening to the flies flying in all directions. When he found that there was no way behind him, the front was blocked, and his qigong was blocked by the tall buildings. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. His solemn eyes swept over the 30 fat ducks in front of him. His mind turned quickly, and he suddenly understood why these ducks were looking for trouble. However, there was nothing in this world that a dog couldn't solve. If there was, then he would have another one. As a direct descendant of the pure Yang Palace, he would never admit defeat in the face of demons and ghosts. Wasn't it just a group of ducks? He, Yi Jose, was the king of 10,000 dogs. Rounding it up, wasn't it? Do you know who I am? Yi Jose sneered, exuding the arrogance of a master. You haven't even investigated my identity and background, and you want to attack me? Aren't you afraid of getting into bigger trouble? The ducks paused and seemed to be analyzing the amount of information in Yi Jose's words. After a long time, they looked at each other and decided to obey the order of the pure blood and kill Yi Jose. But before killing the prey, they asked a few more questions, so that she could understand why she died. So, dare I ask who you are? One of the ducks asked. I am an existence that you can't afford to offend. The force behind me has been fighting with your vampire ancestors for thousands of years. Yi Jose was full of nonsense. It's not easy to stop fighting, and you still want to stir up trouble. Ha! The leader of the ducks sneered. Stop joking. We vampires have been in this world for tens of thousands of years. What force can compete with us? Idiot. Yi Jose patted his broad chest and said loudly, It's only been 10,000 years, and you've already forgotten history. Wherever there are vampires, there will be traces of us werewolves. I, Leonardo Ritien, am the leader of the werewolves. Damn it, the king of 10,000 dogs was rounded up to werewolf. Saishomaru. 9 orchid flower. The ducks, wolf, werewolf. Yi Jose held up Saishomaru Fuqiang in his arms and solemnly introduced, This is my compatriot, the left guardian of the werewolves, Pavarotti Fuqiang. Saishomaru. Yi Jose held up 9 orchid flower Pingdang again and said loudly, This is the right guardian of the werewolves, Alexander Pingdang. 9 orchid flower. From the vampire ancestor to the werewolf right guardian, it only took one sentence. If you dare to attack us werewolves, then our ancestor Obama Liangshan will never let you off. The ducks. Do you think we're blind? You're clearly holding a dog. A dog, right? What werewolf? Where did this werewolf come from? If this dog is lethal, then I'll admit defeat. The ducks roared and stretched out their nails, which hadn't been cut for hundreds of years, and pounced over. But as fast as they were, a black shadow was even faster. A petite, snow-white ball-like figure broke through the encirclement and pounced on the ducks like a rabid wild dog. The first dog was a Dao Integration Stage Kuan. The Dao Integration Stage Kuan's combat strength was astonishing. However, vampires were a group of people who had been lying in coffins for hundreds of years without taking a bath. Perhaps it was because the smell on their bodies was too bad, but the Dao Integration Stage Kuan vomited after biting them. Dogs. Yi Jose. Holy fuck, Gong. No. Justin Gong, well done. Yi Jose yelled, Go, my little friends, it's time to remind the ducks of the fear of being dominated by werewolves. As soon as he finished speaking, he tossed the 2 dogs into the flock of ducks. Then, he took out a pot lid and performed a shield dance to the tune of the volunteer army. More than half of the ducks were killed or injured by the shield dance. The remaining ducks sized up the dogs with bewilderment and wariness in their eyes. Could it be? Were they really the legendary werewolves? They just looked more like dogs after 10,000 years of evolution. No, no, I must report this to the upper echelons of the Senate. The ducks gritted their teeth and retreated in defeat, but they didn't know that their base, the Senate, was currently in an unprecedented werewolf crisis. Hualuan's flashy actions, adhering to the principle of calling him daddy whenever there was nothing wrong, not only alerted half of the Tokyo police station, but also attracted 2 werewolves in dog skins. When Uchiha Madara and Nidagawa Corgi rushed into the Senate one after the other, the 4 children were playing with Kowloon plum soil and even braiding his curly hair. Uchiha Madara. Nidagawa Corgi. The 2 dogs quietly hid outside the door and whispered to each other. Kimimaro. Nidagawa Corgi's eyes widened. Was he kidnapped? Impossible, he is at least half a disciple of Hashirama. It's shameful to be kidnapped. Uchiha Madara immediately denied, there's something fishy about it. Do you smell it? The smell of blood is very strange. I smell it. It doesn't smell like a human. Uchiha Madara said, the people in this place smell very strange. Nidagawa Corgi sniffed and said seriously, I don't support your statement. We have to believe in science. There is only one truth, they are all human. The smell is strange because they didn't take a bath, and the smell of blood is strange because of some disease. Uchiha Madara. But you became a dog. This is just an accident. Maybe it's a dream. But you became a dog. I will definitely wake up. But you became a dog. Nidagawa Corgi. Aren't you a dog too? It was the first time for the vampires in the Senate to face human forces. They looked at a large group of police officers surrounding the Senate, and their worldview was shattered. What went wrong? How could they be surrounded by food? However, they were just humans. How could their fragile bodies withstand the attacks of vampires? The Lolliduck's fighting spirit was reignited, and they were ready to fight to the death with the humans. But unfortunately, the ducks misjudged the nature of the local tyrants and underestimated their combat effectiveness. The humans raised their guns, and they weren't afraid. The humans raised their Gatling guns, and they hesitated for a moment. The humans carried a rocket launcher. They were speechless. How could they play? Even vampires couldn't withstand a large destructive weapon. So the question was, where did the small Japanese police station get a rocket launcher? At this time, the old butler of the Hualuan conglomerate stood behind the team and wiped his tears. Please rescue our young master as soon as possible. Every time he is kidnapped, he is always forced to be fed a lot of ice cream by the kidnappers. The young master is not in good health. He will have diarrhea. Why are the kidnappers nowadays so inhumane? They won't even let a child off. At least feed him some rice balls and vegetable porridge. Our master gave them a large sum of money, hoping that the young master can have a good meal at the kidnapper's house. Next time, we must let the young master carry the recipe with him, in case the kidnappers don't know the young master's taste. Sob sob sob, my young master has lost weight after not eating Kobe beef for a meal. All the police officers. Was the Hualuan family poisonous? Would a normal person think about eating at this time? The children of the Hualuan family were indeed poisonous. No, it should be said that all the children who took down Kowloon plum soil were poisonous. They stabbed the pure blood with white bones and tied him to a chair. Then, they turned on the high-end LCD television in the room and began to play the first episode of Salted Egg Superman. Kowloon plum soil. The blood he was bleeding now was the water that went into his brain back then. Chapter 158. The moment when the Senate was surrounded by the Japanese police, Ichijo Mayuan felt that he could still work harder to save the situation. As an old ghost who had lived for thousands of years, he had seen all kinds of big scenes. The title of Ichijo Mai Yuan was not a useless thing that floated on the surface. Ichijo Mai Yuan was calm in the face of danger. He calmed the restless vampires and negotiated with the police in a friendly and cordial manner. Vampires were strong, but compared to the huge base of humans, they were not worth mentioning. Moreover, humans were the rulers of this world. If they eliminated the conflict, they could avoid unnecessary casualties. He still had to borrow Kowloon Plum Soil's hand to fight for power with 9 orchid flower. If he failed now, it would be a huge blow to his vitality. I'm sorry, this is a nursing home, not a cult. Ichijo Mai Yuan's acting skills were on full display. His tone could be considered gentle. The architectural style of the courtyard is modeled after a 17th-century European church. Although it is a little gloomy, it is indeed a place for people to pray. The old butler of the Hualuan conglomerate wiped his tears and retorted, "Nonsense. Young master doesn't believe in Christ at all. Why would he come to the church to pray?" Ichijo Mai Yuan. He turned his head and glanced coldly at the few vampires who had kidnapped the child. He felt that his subordinates were as stupid as pigs. They could have caught anyone, but they had to catch the living treasure of a large conglomerate. The child was just curious and accidentally barged in, Ichijo Mai Yuan replied. He came out to explore with a few companions to find excitement. Nonsense. The old butler of the Hualuan conglomerate glared angrily. Your nursing home is located in a remote area. Young master had to walk for 3 hours to get here from the downtown area. The longest road my young master has walked is the corridor from the bedroom to the hot spring pool. Walking for 3 hours on foot, how could it be something that a lazy, pampered young master can do? Ichijo Mai Yuan. For the first time, he realized that the fighting power of a human's mouth was so strong. The old butler of the Hualuan conglomerate was imposing and full of energy. It's you, the evil human trafficking organization, who took young master away. With a big hat pinned on him, Ichijo Mai Yuan's heart was already filled with killing intent. However, the police were really powerful. If they were all killed, the vampires would not be far from being exposed. Ichijo Nozomi pondered for a moment and decided to compromise. He asked his subordinates with a good attitude and pushed out a few scapegoats to apologize. There was only one meaning in his words: the children were very cute, so the lonely old man brought them back. He just wanted to tease them. He didn't mean any harm. In order to prove his credibility, Ichijo Mado led a group of humans into the Senate. He understood that since the children still had the strength to call the police for help, they would most likely not die. Since he wasn't dead, there was no need to shed all pretense of cordiality. Fortunately, Kowloon Plum Soil wasn't quick with his words. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to escape easily if he were to incur the wrath of a major corporation. However, Ma Yuan's joy did not last long. The moment he led his men and pushed open the door, the situation developed into a crematorium. Look what an eyesore he has seen at his age. The pure-blooded emperor of the vampires was half-naked and dripping with blood. Not only was he bound by a tortoiseshell, but he was also tied to a chair. A white-haired, green-eyed child held a bone-like prop and whipped it hard on Kowloon Plum Soil's body. A short, fat boy took off his pants and drew an elephant on his butt. The fat boy shook his butt in front of the pure-blooded and shook the elephant. With a wretched smile that didn't match his age, he patted his butt toward their king and made an inviting gesture. Uncle, shame on you. Noera Shinasuke activated the taunt skill, and the hit rate was stacked to 250%. Kazuhiko Hanaran dug out the expensive red wine that he had hidden in the room. His mischievous nature flared up, and he even grabbed 2 crystal glasses to drink with Tinyamoko. In the end, the two children found that the wine tasted too bad. With an attitude of not being wasteful, they happily celebrated the beer-splashing festival and splashed wine all over the room. The mischievous children were too mischievous. Even the two dogs waiting at the door couldn't stand it anymore and stepped in to stop them. After a fierce battle, the Tibetan Mastiff showed its power and knocked over a child with its paw. Coincidentally, at this moment, the door opened. Uchiha Madara looked up and saw the dumbfounded face of Ichijo Mayuan and the shocked face of the old butler of Hualuan Conglomerate. "Oh my god! What did you do to the young master?" The old butler exploded. He pointed at Kowloon Plum Soil and yelled, "Hualuan Conglomerate will never forgive you." Ichijo Mayuan. It's fine if the subordinates are stupid, but why is even the pure-blooded king so disappointing? You captured the young master, locked him in a pedophile's room, poured red wine on him, and insulted him with dogs. The old butler said with blood in his words, "As an old man, how could you do this to a flower-like child? Look at that child dash." The old butler pointed at Noara Shinasuke's elephant. "He even has a tattoo on his crotch." Ichijo Mayuan. He really didn't know that the purebloods had this kind of fetish. The old butler of Hualuan Conglomerate had the upper hand in public opinion. The police officers behind him were filled with righteous indignation and decided to quickly destroy this den of sex. They swarmed to save the children who were being tortured. They united as one and closed down the largest vampire stronghold. The victims were picked up by the luxury car that was going to the Hualuan family for treatment. In the luxurious and exquisite limousine, the old butler brought out a sumptuous meal to comfort his young master's wounded heart. "Young master, eat more. I haven't seen you for half a day, and you've lost weight." Kazuhiko Hanafura invited his friends to eat together and said casually, "I'm very happy today. Very happy." The old butler was about to cry. "I'm very happy that you saved me from the abyss of suffering again." The old butler was revived and said that no one who was in prison would be able to come out. The news that the Senate had been wiped out by the human police was delivered to the vampire's heart like a pair of New Orleans roast wings. To be honest, the impact of this news was no less than watching an X-rated blockbuster, ants fucking an elephant. It was said that the pure-blood Lord Kowloon Plum Soil was judged to be a violent criminal because he resisted the prison guards. After investigation, it was found that he had a serious mental illness. As of now, Kowloon Plum Soil had been injected with anesthesia and transferred to the most heavily guarded prison. He would occasionally receive electric shock treatment and undergo labor reform. It could be said that this was a unique experience among the purebloods. After all, Kowloon Plum Soil was too pitiful. Could he drink blood in prison? No, the only food he could count on was the human blood in the mosquitoes' stomachs. Too pitiful. Too pitiful. When the cruel truth was placed in front of them, the vampires finally realized that even as vampires, they still had to be good citizens who followed the law. Otherwise, they would follow in Plum Soil's footsteps and fall in love with mosquitoes for the rest of their lives. On one side, Li Tu was suffering a calamity. On the other side, Zhou Lanshu was in a panic. The Senate's incident had yet to settle down, and the wandering lackeys had nowhere to go. They could only seek protection from Nine Orchid Flower. And it was them who brought the news of the so-called werewolf. Before the first wave ended, the second wave quickly began. The appearance of the werewolf caused a huge stir in the world of vampires. In particular, a vampire among the lackeys had drawn the appearance of a werewolf and spread the drawing widely. And the vampires who had a copy of the picture realized that the face in the picture was Yi Jiosa. She was a werewolf, and the werewolf faction had chosen Conical Zero. Canon Hikarakura planned to personally meet Yi Jiosa. Whether it was because of her ambiguous relationship with Conical Zero, or her identity as the werewolf young master, Leonardo Riquien, it was worth it for her to personally get into the water. Canon Hikarakura put on the Red Maria vest and ordered a strand of conical growth to visit Conical Zero. Meanwhile, she was leisurely guarding the door, waiting for Yijiosa's return. As the sun set, Yijiosa dragged his family and dogs back for a free meal. Their family of dogs had to be neat and tidy to be presentable. Therefore, Yijiosa rushed into the pet beauty shop, dragged the Samiad out, and ran away. It wasn't until the Samiad was on its last breath that it suddenly realized that it had met its owner again. No wonder. It was exhausted and had no strength Aizen. Nothing to live for, the afterglow of the setting sun was almost gone. Under the warm yellow streetlights, Yijiosa walked briskly to the entrance of Conical Zero's dormitory. As he walked, he suddenly slowed down, and even his breathing became lighter. That was because he saw a silver-haired girl guarding the door of the dormitory. She was outstanding, petite, and had delicate eyebrows and a lively temperament. She was like a lost elf who had crawled out of his Baidu web drive. Yijiosa was deeply bewitched until he saw the girl wearing the night school uniform, until he saw her flat breasts. Oh, flat-breasted duck, sorry, I'm not into that kind of thing. He had a very specific preference. He liked girls with good looks, long hair, and big breasts. Not only was she a vampire, but she was also flat-breasted. This made him not interested in flirting with her. Yijiosa lifted his feet and was about to walk around her, but he didn't expect that the girl was flirting with him. Could it be that he had a lot of girls recently? Red Maria leaned against the door frame. Her posture was enchanting, and her movements were capricious. She turned her body to block Yijiosa's footsteps. Yijiosa paused, and the dogs behind him began to be alert. They subconsciously felt that this girl was in trouble. As expected, they saw the owner reach out, hold the Loladuck girl's shoulder, and forcefully prop her up. "Excuse me. I'm in a hurry." Yijiosa was just about to squeeze through the door when Red Maria reached out and placed her hand on the door frame. Her beautiful eyes wandered, and she said flirtatiously, "Can we talk?" Yijiosa sucked in a deep breath when he saw the wall leaning against him. No way. She was too small, like an 11 or 12-year-old girl. If he laid his hands on her, he would be a beast. Yijiosa was unwavering. He reached out and held Red Maria's shoulder again. He exerted force with his lower body and flipped her petite body over. Then, he slowly placed her on the ground. This was his last gentle QAQ to the girl who admired him. "Ah, goodbye, girl, goodbye. My nanny is watching me from my feet, so don't be infatuated with me. I'm just a legend." He lifted his foot and stepped over her. "I'm really in a hurry." Canon Hikarakura. No one had ever dared to step over a pure-blooded queen. Red Maria flipped her long hair and quickly turned over. She reached out with her slender hand and held Yijiosa's ankle. "Why are you so cold to me? We don't have any grudges. Why are you so warm to me?" Yijiosa said deeply, "Could it be that you want to ask me the secret to breast enlargement?" "Dogs." Red Maria. Yijiosa looked down at her, crossed his arms, and held two heavy lumps of soft flesh. "Breasts, half depends on genes, and the other half depends on nurturing. I'm here to teach you a secret: drink more water, and be more angry. If you have edema and anger, won't you have breast enlargement?" "Dogs." Red Maria. "It's fine if your breasts aren't plump." Chapter 159. Although Red Maria's chest was flat, the folds of her cerebral cortex were not uneven at all. In the exchange of a few words, she understood that Yijiosa was not someone who could be easily fooled. As such, there was no need to play dumb and pretend to be harmless. Immediately, she stood up briskly. After gently combing her pleated skirt, she raised her fingers to curl her long silver-gray hair beside her ear and slowly slid it down. There was a strange smile on her exquisite face, and she went straight to the point. "You are Leonardo Ritien, the young master of the Wolf Clan, right?" Yi-Jyosa was speechless. It had only been half a day since he put on this avatar. Why did everyone know about it? "You can tell me." Red Maria leaned closer to Yi-Jyosa, her pink lips opened and closed. "Why did you choose Conical Zero?" "He was the prey I found first." Yi-Jyosa's gaze gradually became serious. "He was the prey I found first." What did this mean? Could it be that it was already the mating season for the Lolliducks? Was it because Conical Zero had a good face that the girl in front of him had taken a fancy to him? In order to obtain Conical Zero's mating rights, this girl blocked him. She did not confess as an admirer but as a rival in love to provoke him. Damn it, his luck with women had declined before it had even bloomed. Why did the girls in Lolliducks and human girls all have love brains? How could you choose a man by looking at his face? You had to compare a man's inner qualities, right? What was the use of a man being beautiful? It was just a face. He had to have at least 8 abdominal muscles, a strong waist and long legs, a firm and perky butt, and a thick 18 centimeters long. Inexplicably, Yi-Jyosa thought of Saishomaru's face. Damn, that little face was really unique. Yi-Jyosa was speechless. Then the problem was, he was a man. Why would he think of another man when facing a girl? Well, this must be the DPS's natural worship and reverence for a nanny. Yi-Jyosa's mind was racing. However, he continued, why would I choose him? Of course, it was because his bones were amazing. It can save the world in the future. Tell me, is he your prey? Yi-Jyosa sized her up and said earnestly, usually, a woman who says this has already fallen deeply in love with the male protagonist and will become one of his harems sooner or later. Red Maria. What? Let me ask you, does Conical Zero's face always linger in your mind? Yi-Jyosa reached out and held her shoulders. All the time, I can't get it out of my mind. Red Maria. Ever since she had bitten that child 10 years ago, she had often imagined that he would grow to that extent in the future. Let me ask you again. Even if there is someone similar to him by your side, do you still miss him? Red Maria. A wisp of conical growth had accompanied her for 10 years, but in the end, the person she chose to take revenge on was still Conical Zero. Let me continue to ask you. Is he a unique and irreplaceable man to you? Do you feel like there is no hope in life without him? Red Maria. Indeed, Conical Zero was the best candidate for revenge. He had the abilities of a hunter and a vampire at the same time. As long as he was given enough time, he could grow to a terrifying extent. If she lost Conical Zero, her chess piece, in her revenge plan, then her 10 years of planning would be in vain. Let me ask you one last time. When a beautiful woman or man appears beside Conical Zero, they are very likely to interfere in Conical Zero's life and control his heart. Do you feel impatient and uncomfortable? Do you want to quickly come to his side and chase away those men and women? Red Maria. Conical Zero was her chess piece. No one could get close to him. In Yi-Jyosa's eyes, silence was equivalent to tacit agreement. He sighed deeply and loosened his grip on the girl's shoulder. He understood that the girl had long fallen in love with the male protagonist but did not know it. Here it was, a classic urban stallion plot. The male protagonist would have a virtuous first wife who was his childhood sweetheart, followed by an arrogant and unruly second wife. In the future, he would have a beautiful and enchanting third wife and a charming and cute fourth wife. They loved each other, sang day and night, and moved towards harmony. Yi-Jose sighed. Girl, don't worry. I will not hurt Conical Zero, nor will I stop you from getting close to Conical Zero. Since he is your prey, chase him well. Red Maria was a little surprised. Were all werewolves so easy to talk to? She had thought that the werewolf had taken a fancy to Conical Zero's potential and wanted to take him away to be trained as a killing weapon. She did not expect that the werewolf would get close to Conical Zero but not interfere in his life. Did this mean that he was allowing the vampire to train him? Red Maria smiled after getting the answer she wanted. Of course I will chase him well. He is my prey. Yi-Jose also smiled. Oh right, I will give you a piece of news that will help you stay ahead of everyone for free. Your designated prey is very picky and only likes to drink the blood of purebloods. If you have the ability to get some, put it in a thermos flask and give it to him. It is a great tool to increase his favorability. I won't tell a normal person. Or a ghost. Red Maria was speechless. According to the male protagonist's plot, after listening to his recommendation, the girl would show disdain on the surface and then frantically collect it. Never underestimate any woman's potential. They would give up everything for their lover. Yi-Jose smiled as he sent Red Maria away. He turned around and had a bitter expression. Damn it, it was so good to have a girl. He was going to cry. However, the good news was that in the future, there would be a girl who adored Conical Zero to help him gather milk powder. Yi-Jose went upstairs with the dog. The moment he pushed open the dormitory door, he found Conical Zero leaning against the window with both hands, staring straight in one direction. The curtains were rolled up beside him, and there seemed to be another aura left in the room. Yi-Jose curiously moved closer and only saw a slender back and a head of silver hair floating through the forest below. Why did this back look a little familiar? Could it be another girl? Hiss, wow, he had just coaxed a flat-chested duck away with his heel, and now a mysterious girl had jumped out of the window with her heel. The male protagonist's speed at picking up girls was really impressive. I admire him. No, that's not right. The mysterious girl jumped out of the window. Yi-Jose's face cracked. Did he ruin the male protagonist and the girl's good time? At this moment, Conical Zero put away his complicated expression and turned to look at Yi-Jose beside him. He smiled warmly and said, "You're back." Yi-Jose was speechless. As expected of the male protagonist. He had just seen the mysterious girl off, and in the blink of an eye, he flirted with him. This skill was unparalleled. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Yi-Jose returned to his place of residence. The dormitory provided by Kurojo Gakuen was a double room, with 2 single beds, 2 wardrobes, 2 desks, and a bathroom. The area was about 100 square meters, and it was simply a standard luxury suite. Because Yi-Jose was a transfer student, he stayed in the double room alone without a suitable roommate. He even rolled on the bed happily. After washing up, he habitually lifted his clothes and prepared to do a 360-degree striptease without any blind spots. Just when his clothes were lifted to his belly button, Yi-Jose suddenly realized, wait, there was still Saishomaru in his room. Although this guy had turned into a puppy, he was indeed a real man. And he, as a woman, was currently undressing in front of a man. Yi-Jose put down the corner of his clothes and strode toward white firewood. He picked him up and was about to throw him out of the door, dangerous place. Suddenly, a scene that he had missed in the past flashed through his mind. Every day, he did not hesitate to take off his clothes and sleep with a dog. Every night, he could not help but rub Fu Chang and press it against his chest. That was zero-distance contact, the temperature of skin against skin, and the collision of hearts. Oh shit! He had already seen through him a long time ago. To be honest, even if there was a saying in the male dormitory, if one day I become a goddess, I will give my brothers a good time. When the day really came, they realized how shameful this saying was. Yijiosa narrowed his eyes and stared at white firewood with some hostility. Saishomaru struggled a little and freed himself from his hands. The moment he landed, his elongated body turned into a noble young master who did not eat the food of the world. "What's wrong?" Saishomaru asked. Yijiosa said coldly, "Speaking of which, I used to hug you to sleep every night. As for me, I like to sleep naked." Yijiosa looked up and stared at him. "I even hugged you in my arms. Tell me honestly, did you fucking touch everything?" So, she wanted to ask him for justice. Then, what was the justice she wanted? Let him be responsible. "Ha! I have a question to ask you. What does it feel like to hug a naked woman to sleep?" Chapter 160. Saishomaru had lived for more than 400 years. Although he was a little expressionless, cold, cruel, and heartless, in general, he could be considered as a decent demon. The original kind, the one who was not yet unpacked, Yijiosa, had lived for more than 30 years. Although he was a little curious, his actions were a little too flashy, and his personality was a little like a dog. But in general, he was still a pure and flawless big shot. He had rich theoretical knowledge. He had no practical experience when Yijiosa, who had a mouth full of dirty words, tricked the quiet Saishomaru by chatting in the boys' dormitory at night, the words that hit the heart of the matter, the topics that were not taboo, the sensitive and deadly sexual flavor. Even the calm Saishomaru also changed his expression for a moment. It was true that he was not close to women, it was also true that he was cold. But he was not Jesse, nor was he Lixiawi, nor was he an incompetent man. The silence of the night was enough to amplify his senses, the dim yellow light was enough to confuse his mind, the warm and fragrant jade was enough to arouse his thoughts. He did not dislike her breath, did not reject her touch, did not mind her approach, and even allowed her to do many things that crossed the line. This in itself was a man's indulgence towards a woman. Yijiosa was a beautiful woman, she was gradually maturing, ripe and fragrant, like a beautiful flower blooming on the branches, waiting for the fated person to pick it. Her words, her breath, her movements at a special point in time, it was like a straightforward invitation. It was not that Saishomaru had never encountered an enchanting female demon, it was not that he had never encountered a beautiful and psychedelic temptation. But at this moment, he clearly felt his heart beating slightly faster, and all the sounds around his ears were leaving him. It was as if she was the only one left in the entire room. She looked up at him, her eyes were moving, and her red lips were opening and closing. "I've sacrificed so much to let you take advantage of me. Now, I want you to give me your aftertaste. Why are you so slow?" Yijiosa continued, "No, speaking of which, you're a big demon, aren't you? Inuyasha is more than 200 years old. How old are you this year? How old are you? Okay, you should be 300 or 400 years old." Rubbing his chin, Yijiosa was deep in thought. Inuyasha has had 2 girlfriends. You must have hugged a lot of banshees at your age, right? So old. Yijiosa looked at Saishomaru as if he was looking up at a veteran. "Saishomaru, with your stunning looks, do you change girlfriends every day? Is it because there are too many women around you that you became this frigid?" Frigid. In other words, you can't tell me what you feel because you've seen a lot of things. Yijiosa sighed. "I'm so envious and jealous." Damn it, Saishomaru was the son of a demon's 2nd generation. Wasn't his life too good? He was handsome, had a good figure, and his parents were high-ranking, had women on his left and right, and had a country to inherit. It was as if he was born with Tom Sue's script. Compared to him, the poor child Conical Zero was like a child who lacked love from a stepmother. So angry, his emotions were going to fluctuate. Yijiosa was indignant and glared at Saishomaru. Envious and jealous. What was she envious and jealous of? Envious of those imaginary banshees. Envious of those non-existent women. The words that she said, were they the true thoughts in her heart? In other words, in her heart. She wanted to be his woman. Saishomaru's expression remained unchanged, but his beautiful eyes widened slightly. In his inherent view, as a purebred demon, wanting to be close to a human or being close to a human was an extremely wrong thing to do. Human life was short and fragile. They were unable to give birth to purebred and strong descendants for the demons, and they did not have the power to suppress the demon lords who had their own agendas in the territory. For example, his father, who had dominated for 800 years, became a joke in the demon world because of a human. His mother, even if she did not show her power, she could use her bloodline and ability to stabilize people's hearts. He had always felt that his future partner should be like his mother, strong, orthodox, and elegant. Not like the one in front of him, stupid, pompous, and comical. But it was undeniable that even if she was terrible, he was moved. He cared about every word she said, cared about her unstated meaning, and cared about her opinion of him. No. Saishomaru suddenly opened his mouth, a little stiff. No woman. Ah. Yijiosa looked confused and could not react at all. There are no other women by my side. Saishomaru had always been a man of few words, but this time, he spat out a reply that was longer than the standard 15 words on Tiaba. My mother once arranged one for me, but I threw her out. Saishomaru said calmly, I have always been pursuing dominance. To me, they are unnecessary things. Yijiosa. To you, girls are unnecessary things. You really fucking relied on your ability to be single. Wait, no, his nanny did not have a girl by her side for hundreds of years. In other words, he was already a few hundred years old, but he was still an old virgin. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Magister. Oh no, mage god, this is. Living with his left and right hands for hundreds of years, no wonder the muscles on Saishomaru's arms were so developed. Damn, as if the truth was something incredible, unnecessary things. You don't like women. Yijiosa was shocked. Do you like men? No. Saishomaru was very cold, and he would never be dissed in a day. This is contradictory. You said that women are unnecessary things to you. Yijiosa's eyes were full of suspicion. What do you have to prove that you like women? He did not understand why Yijiosa liked to drill into this topic and suffocate himself to death. However, he did not want to explain anything endlessly, so he might as well. Saishomaru suddenly took a step forward, raised his right paw slightly, and raised a long jade-green whip. With a flash of light, the 3 candles in the room were suddenly lifted and thrown out of the window one by one. Accompanied by the angry roars of the dogs, Saishomaru rolled up his long sleeves, and a demonic wind rose. The 2 windows suddenly closed. Saishomaru jumped forward, and his twisted dog face hit the glass. But there was a clatter sound, and the big white dog stuck to the glass, slowly sliding down as if it was dead. Dogs. Yijiosa. The quality of this glass is really good. However, before his mind could finish its hula dance, Yijiosa only felt a tightness around his waist. A pair of big hands pinched the soft flesh on both sides, and like lifting a child, he was lifted up. Fuck. What the hell? As soon as he looked down, he met Saishomaru's calm eyes. There seemed to be a storm brewing there. Yijiosa was a little flustered, and subconsciously struggled. What are you doing? Put me down. Fuck, I am ticklish. Ha ha ha, don't pinch me. The next second, the world was spinning, and he felt his whole body was thrown up and fell heavily on the soft bed. Yijiosa subconsciously let go of his hands and wanted to get up. His palms instinctively propped up, and suddenly he felt a warm chest. Through the exquisite fabric, he could still feel a scorching heat. This is... He looked up stiffly and saw Saishomaru's hands on both sides of him, and his silver hair poured down, covering both cheeks. What are you doing? Proving that I like women. Yijiosa's face cracked. Wait. Listen to me, what you're doing is wrong. Actually, I'm a man. Saishomaru slowly raised his hand, grabbed her sleeve, and slowly pulled it to one side. You said, I like men. Yijiosa. Is this the feeling of shooting yourself in the foot QAQ? He really didn't expect Saishomaru to be so serious. I understand the logic, brother, can you stop tearing my clothes? I'm wrong, okay? To be honest, men still understood men. Although Saishomaru pulled his outer shirt open, he very politely slid his hand to one side, and didn't touch any sensitive areas at all. In other words, the wet nurse was just scaring him. He was sure that he could protect his chastity in his old age, and he wouldn't be exposed by the wet nurse. Yijiosa pretended to be weak for 3 seconds, and then he started asking for trouble again. Speaking of which, why are you so good at tearing people's clothes? Saishomaru paused, then continued. You've taken off your clothes in front of dogs many times. Yijiosa. He was speechless for a moment, thinking of his dark history. Yijiosa felt that it was an unlucky year for him. Why was he so passive tonight? Logically speaking, if the one lying on top of him now. Inexplicably, the faces of countless big and small bosses flashed across his mind. In the end, he decided to take a look at Saishomaru to wash his eyes. It was probably because the DPS was biased towards the wet nurse. If it was someone else, he would have been dead. After Saishomaru scared Yijiosa, he lifted his fluffy tail and swept out the light. In the darkness, there was no outside dog to disturb them. He slowly lay down on one side of the bed and said softly, "Sleep." Yijiosa couldn't help but say, "Brother, why don't you go to the other bed, it's a little crowded." Not long after, Yijiosa found that there was a furry dog next to him, and there was no sign of Saishomaru. Yijiosa. He rubbed Saishomaru's fur and fell into deep thought. The reason why Saishomaru was so attached to him was actually because of the nature of dogs to be close to humans. Yes, that's right. Yijiosa was awakened by the heat. He felt like he was lying in a stove, burning like a small steamed bun. When he opened his eyes in a daze, he saw that the morning light had just risen and was cast into the room. Beside him, a handsome man with silver hair was sleeping quietly. His long hair covered half the bed, and his arm was across his shoulder. As if sensing his movement, Saishomaru opened his golden eyes. The other party got up and opened his shirt, revealing solid muscle lines and a fair, tight chest. Vaguely, there was a vermilion pearl necklace slightly exposed. Yijiosa. For some reason, there was only one thought in his mind. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.